Chapter 1191. Qin Yu had thought of countless ways to kill Burning Wind, but he never imagined that this would be the final result. Of course, when Burning Wind died, he definitely didn't think that he would be like an old hen whose neck was casually snapped by someone else. This could be said to be extremely sullen. But killing was killing. No matter what method was used, no matter how unbelievable the process was, wasn't the result the most important thing? Returning to the question above, the human bead couldn't be eaten. No matter how explosive its effects were, Qin Yu wouldn't touch it. But what about Teacher Yun? Before entering this courtyard, Qin Yu didn't know that Burning Wind would turn into a human bead the size of an egg after being killed. In other words, the method he asked the old turtle to save Teacher Yun could no longer be used. He had to make a difficult choice. If he fed Teacher Yun the human bead formed after Burning Wind's death, there was a chance he could save her, but there was also a chance he could push her into an unfathomably terrifying abyss. Qin Yu hesitated. When it concerned himself, he could kill without hesitation. But now it concerned the life and death of others. But the development of events soon made it so that Qin Yu couldn't hesitate any longer. Teacher Yun's condition began to worsen. This didn't exceed Qin Yu's expectations. In fact, it was already good luck that she was able to forcefully extend her life to this point under the bloodline backlash. He could either watch her die or eat the human bead and gamble his life. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if there really was a problem, he could think of a solution later. Then, it all depends on your fate. Qin Yu pinched open her mouth and placed the human bead formed after Burning Wind's death into her mouth. Then, he lifted his chin and swallowed it. A moment later, his fingers moved twice. Teacher Yun slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze fell on Qin Yu, and after a brief moment of confusion, she said, "Big Brother Qin." Her voice was weak and hoarse. Qin Yu smiled. Disregarding everything else, at least Teacher Yun had come back to life. "Don't speak for now." He lifted a hand and carefully sensed her body. He determined that the bloodline backlash had subsided and she was in a state of constant strengthening. He relaxed a little. It seemed that Teacher Yun's luck wasn't bad. At least, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with her. "You're fine for now. If you feel any discomfort, you must tell me immediately." Qin Yu withdrew his hand and earnestly said. A look of gratitude surfaced on Yunshi's face. "Thank you, Brother Qin. If not for you, I would have been dead by now." Qin Yu hesitated for a moment. He said, "I won't hide it. The reason why I saved you was because I had my own considerations. If I offend you in any way, I hope you can forgive me." Yunshi widened his eyes in shock before nodding vigorously. "You are the one who saved my life. Big Brother Qin, I will help you no matter what you do. What if it wants your life?" As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, he immediately suppressed it. Qin Yu said, "You just woke up and your body hasn't recovered yet. Take a rest." "Yes." Yunshi closed his eyes. Qin Yu sat down beside him, and the surroundings fell silent. Glancing at Master Yun, who seemed to have fallen asleep once more, Qin Yu suddenly remembered that he hadn't taken back the dark moon and crimson sun marks within her body. Forget it, it wouldn't be too late to take it back after she wakes up. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu began to adjust his breathing. The dark moon and crimson sun no longer needed to provide him with strength. This was the same as undoing a shackle that had tightly bound his body. As long as he adjusted his breathing for a period of time, he would be able to restore himself to his peak condition. But not long after Qin Yu closed his eyes, a feeling of dread erupted from deep within his heart. His eyes flew open, beads of sweat covering his forehead. His eyes swept around like lightning. Everything was calm as it was in the beginning. There was only the sleeping Master Yun lying beside him, breathing evenly. That horrifying aura Qin Yu felt just now seemed to have been an illusion. His eyes darkened and a dignified expression appeared on his face. But before he could think further, his complexion changed. He looked up. The fog obscured his vision, but after approaching a certain distance, he could still feel cultivators approaching. More than one. Qin Yu's first thought was that Burning Wind's battle with a strange cultivator had aroused the attention of other cultivators. But he soon discovered that this wasn't the case. Whoosh, a whoosh, a whoosh, with the sound of breaking air, several figures rushed into the courtyard. Their eyes all fell upon the tightly shut entrance to the wooden shed. Qin Yu's heart sank. They were coming for him. But why? When he killed Burning Wind, he had acted quickly and decisively. Even if he revealed a bit of his aura, it was impossible for others to sense it with the poisonous fog covering it. There was no time to think about this because someone had already attacked. It was Ruan Jing. He lifted a hand and smashed the wooden shed's door apart. A calm voice sounded out, "Brother Qin, at this time, are you still not ready to come out?" Master Yun was startled awake. Her face paled. Qin Yu glanced at her, indicating that she didn't need to worry, even though he didn't have any confidence in himself. In terms of hidden cards, he didn't fear anyone outside. Even if they had more or less eaten up some human bead. Facing the combined forces of so many people, his chances of victory were close to zero. Although this was the truth, after a brief moment of shock and anger, Qin Yu quickly calmed down. Panicking was useless. It would only speed up his own death. Moreover, he hadn't even fought yet, so it was unknown what the result would be. Since they had already come knocking on his door, continuing to hide was meaningless. Qin Yu gestured for Master Yun to lie on his back, and then opened the spell. Space trembled and two figures appeared out of thin air. Ruan Jing's eyes blazed with heat. He immediately smiled. "Brother Qin, we meet again." As he spoke, his eyes swept over Master Yun and his pupils shrank. "This miss has actually woken up. Does that mean that hateful baldy Burning Wind has already been killed by you?" Ruan Jing already knew that Master Yun came from the fire-bathing lineage and needed to kill to save her life. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes at him. "That's right." The several people on the other side stirred. After swallowing up the human beads, Burning Wind's strength was in the top echelon within the residence. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. But now, he had actually died under Qin Yu's hands. Everyone naturally dreaded his strength. Ruan Jing clapped her hands and laughed. "Brother Qin is really good at using this move of borrowing strength. But unfortunately, I just happened to sense a trace of aura belonging to the bathing fire lineage not long ago. If I'm not mistaken, Burning Wind was fighting with someone at that time." He suddenly stepped down. A strong wind blew past, dispersing the fog and revealing two sets of torn robes on the ground. "Haha, so it was like this. I never thought that Burning Wind would die in such a sullen manner. He must be filled with resentment underground." Ruan Jing looked over. Brother Qin's luck is quite good. After confirming that Burning Wind's death was the result of a fisherman taking advantage of the situation, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Qin Yu had a calm expression. He didn't reveal the least bit of panic because he was exposed. "My luck has always been good. Ruan Jing, if you don't believe me, you can try. Let's see who dies today." Ruan Jing laughed. "Brother Qin must be joking. From the first time I met you, I never dared to underestimate your strength." He paused for a moment and then his smile became even brighter. "So, in order to show how much I value Brother Qin, since I am prepared to kill you, we will naturally join forces." Qin Yu said, "It is rare to see someone with skin as thick as yours." Ruan Jing nodded. "Thank you for Brother Qin's praise." The cultivator from the Thunder Dominion stood at the side with mockery in his eyes. He thought to himself that the master was right. Putting aside the cultivation level of those who came from Xiangzhang Academy, in terms of shamelessness alone, no one could beat them. But this Qin Yu was quite calm. The Thunder Dominion cultivator looked at Qin Yu. Although he was surrounded and it was clear that he was about to face a perilous situation, he didn't reveal the least bit of panic. Of course, this was all an act. In this situation, It was impossible for a normal person to maintain such a calm appearance. But then again, to be able to act like this in such a situation in itself wasn't simple. Thinking of this, the Thunder Dominion cultivator couldn't help but feel a bit of appreciation. He thought that if there was a chance he might as well give Qin Yu a quick death so he wouldn't suffer any more. That's right, appreciation was appreciation, but the Thunder Dominion cultivator wasn't optimistic about Qin Yu's fate. He swept his eyes around. Of those that came here, including Ruan Jing, none of them were easy to deal with. Even if he didn't fear fighting one-on-one, he would still be forced into a passive position if he faced two. And if there were three, he could only flee in panic. But now, Qin Yu was facing a total of 7 people. The strength they could erupt with when they joined forces could even withstand several strikes from a half-saint. Since we've seen the main character, let's attack, a cultivator said, his icy cold eyes locked onto Qin Yu. Because of the space laws, Qin Yu was absolutely the most famous of all the cultivators that entered the mystic realm. When the secret of the human bead was revealed to the public, countless cultivators had imagined just how happy it would be if they could kill Qin Yu. And now, this chance was right in front of them. Ruan Jing smiled and cupped her hands together. Brother Qin, have a safe journey. Bang, bang, a wild strength instantly erupted, tearing apart the fog. It was like a broken dam, its momentum swallowing the world. Qin Yu's body tensed. His eyes instantly turned dark, like the deep night, without any impurities. A darkness as thick as ink was released from his body, spreading out in all directions like a gaping maw that could swallow all. The attacks from the 7 people crashed into the darkness in the blink of an eye. The darkness violently tumbled, expanding over 10 times its original size. Then, in the next moment, it was forcefully torn apart by a wild strength. Qin Yu fell to his knees, blood flowing out from every orifice on his head. Countless wounds opened up on his body and blood gushed out. In an instant, his black robes were soaked through. Drip, drip, blood dripped down from the corners of his robes, falling to the ground and shattering. Qin Yu's appearance was miserable. But as the 7 people saw this, their complexions became increasingly dignified and a trace of admiration appeared in their eyes. It had to be known that the darkness that erupted just now had resisted their attacks in an instant. For Qin Yu to survive was already amazing enough. If it were them, no matter how much they didn't want to admit it, the truth was that none of the 7 of them had any confidence they would have survived. Ruan Jing was secretly shocked. Luckily, she hadn't recklessly attacked Qin Yu when they first met, otherwise there was a high chance he would have died. But in today's situation, no matter how strong Qin Yu was, he couldn't escape death. Big Brother Qin. Master Yun's face was pale and blood flowed out from the corners of her lips. Even though Qin Yu was blocking in front of her, the terrifying collision of strength had still injured her. Her hands nervously moved over Qin Yu's body. Soon, her hands were dyed red, but she couldn't stop the blood from gushing out. Cough, cough. Qin Yu coughed. His face paled even more and more blood gushed out from his wounds. Don't worry, I'm fine. He spoke calmly, but his words clearly didn't have the slightest bit of credibility. More tears flowed down Master Yun's cheeks. She shook her head and hugged Qin Yu's neck tightly. He didn't know if it was because he had lost too much blood, causing his body to fall into a weakened state, but at this moment, Qin Yu felt that Master Yun's arms were too tight, so tight that he found it hard to breathe. Qin Yu began to cough again. He raised his hand and patted Master Yun's hand, indicating for her to loosen her grip. But before he could speak, Master Yun let go. It was as if she couldn't dodge in time, as if she were hugging a red-hot iron. Then, Qin Yu suddenly felt as if his chest was on fire, burning him so hot that he shivered. Pata, the lump of iron fell to the ground. The blood on its surface seeped into it, causing it to rapidly turn crimson. It was as if there was magma flowing within. Chapter 1192. Qin Yu seemed to laugh and cry at the same time. At this time, He no longer cared about Master Yun's abnormal actions. He stared at the increasingly bright red lump of iron on the ground. He never imagined that he would make such a low-level mistake, one that was no different from a joke. The scene in front of him was enough to explain everything. In truth, activating the lump of iron was very simple. All he needed to do was pour his blood on it. What was sad was that Qin Yu had spent a great deal of effort these past days. He didn't know how much magic power he had poured into the lump of iron, but all of it was useless. Zilala, the poison fog in the air seemed to be incinerated by flames. With muffled sounds of corrosion, it rapidly faded away. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the crimson lump of iron on the ground. Of course, after it was activated, it wasn't appropriate to call it that anymore. Its appearance was the same as before. In fact, it was even redder and uglier than before. But at this time, its appearance couldn't affect anyone's perception of it. This was because, in the world of cultivators, everything was fabricated. Only strength reigned supreme. And now, this lump of iron was recklessly spewing out a horrifying aura that left one's heart racing and filled with despair. It was truly terrifying. Like a volcano erupting, like the vault of heaven shattering, like the world falling into a catastrophe that would destroy everything. Whether it was Ruan Jing or the Thunder Dominion cultivator, all 7 people froze. Fear erupted from the depths of their hearts, flooding into their eyes. Qin Yu coughed several times and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. He wiped his hands and sat down on the ground. He looked up at the 7 people and said, "Who else wants to kill me?" No one spoke. Ruan Jing, who had been lively from the start, kept his mouth tightly shut, not saying a single word more. What nonsense! In this situation, he wished he could find a hole to crawl into and run as far away as he could. If he continued to provoke Qin Yu, what was the difference between that and seeking death? Perhaps there was a difference. There were many ways to seek death, and most of them could leave with an intact corpse. But if Qin Yu were to attack now and be struck by this lump of iron, he feared he would instantly be vaporized. There wouldn't even be a speck of dust left over. That taste would surely be exhilarating to the extreme, but Ruan Jing swore that he didn't want to experience it at all. Gulp, it was unknown who gulped, but in this extremely quiet environment, it was particularly clear. But the good news was that everyone was scared to death, and no one would laugh at him. Cough! The Thunder Dominion cultivator squeezed out a smile. Fellow Taoist Qin, today was all a misunderstanding. She only said one sentence and couldn't continue the rest of the sentence. At this moment, Zhou Lei felt a little more admiration for Ruan Jing. It was too difficult for him to change his attitude so quickly and calmly. It could be seen that being thick-skinned was also a godly survival skill. That's right. It's all a misunderstanding. Our souls were injured by the poisonous mist, and we were momentarily distracted. That's why we attacked Brother Qin. Please forgive us, Brother Qin. A cultivator spoke with a face full of guilt. His eyes and expression were on point. With just a glance, one could feel that his chest was filled with shame and remorse. Zhou Lei of the Thunder Domain gasped in amazement. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It turned out that it wasn't just the people from Xiangzhang Academy who were shameless. There were many such cultivators outside. It was no wonder that the master rarely came out in the past few years. At the same time, he instructed them to minimize contact with the cultivators outside. Zhou Lei believed that he was one of the smarter ones among the cultivators in the lightning domain. If it had been anyone else, they would probably not have been able to react even after being tricked to death. Brother Qin! Ruan Jing cried out in pain. Tears streamed down his face. Everything is my fault. I coveted the space laws and made Brother Qin my enemy. Ruan Jing knows that I don't have the face to beg for mercy from you, but I ask that Brother Qin leave me an intact corpse so that I can have a chance to be buried in the Academy's mausoleum and accompany my late master. Zhou Lei's eyes widened. He looked at the pained Ruan Jing, who was filled with fear and remorse. Just what sort of trick was this? Although he hadn't had much contact with Ruan Jing, he had an approximate understanding of just what sort of person he was. It was him. Would he seek death on his own initiative? And he even said that he would leave him an intact corpse? To a cultivator, there were only two differences in the world: to live or to die. Death was death. No matter how well a corpse was preserved, there was no meaning to it. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Looking at Ruan Jing's performance, he suddenly said, "Ruan Jing, I won't hide it from you. The truth is that I don't know much about Xiangzhang Academy, including you. So, if you want to express something, you had best be direct. Otherwise, if I don't understand, I'll do as you ask." Ruan Jing's tears immediately stopped. He stared at Qin Yu and discovered that he really wasn't playing any trick. He couldn't help but shiver. Damn it, he had almost messed things up. Qin Yu didn't know anything. His performance just now was like a blind man watching. Ruan Jing wiped away his tears and clenched his teeth. "My honorable master is the late headmaster of Xiangzhang Academy. He has countless brilliant disciples. The current headmaster, the 2 vice headmasters, and over 10 high-ranking lecturers are all my senior apprentice brothers. If I am killed, unless no news is leaked out, they will definitely take revenge for me at any cost." Zhou Lei was left dumbfounded. So there was such a thing in this world. It was simply refreshing. No, that damned Ruan Jing, that bastard had ill intentions. He said that no news would be leaked out, but he was clearly saying that only if he killed everyone here, or even everyone in this courtyard, could he guarantee that nothing would go wrong. Damn it! Out of everyone present, the person Qin Yu hated the most was Ruan Jing. Even if he had to kill someone, he would have killed him first. But now, because of this bastard's manipulation, his life was tied to everyone else's. Even if they swore that they wouldn't speak of today's events, would Qin Yu believe them? Haha, even an idiot would know the result. Zhou Lei glared at Ruan Jing, nearly grinding his teeth to pieces. The other cultivators weren't idiot. If looks could kill, Ruan Jing would have already been torn apart by them. But at this moment, Ruan Jing's complexion didn't change at all. Humph humph, compared to life and death, there was nothing important in this world. Let alone being stared at a few times, even if he was struck by a hammer he would accept it. Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. Putting aside his character, this Ruan Jing really was an interesting fellow. Interesting to the point that Qin Yu really wanted to do something right now and rip off his head. He was strong, his thoughts were meticulous and vicious, his skin thick enough, and he knew when to advance and retreat. In addition to Xiangzhang Academy's background, such an opponent was far too dangerous. But unfortunately, Qin Yu couldn't. At least, he couldn't today. "Get out of here." Qin Yu didn't laugh anymore. He coldly waved his hand. Ruan Jing turned and left, not pausing at all. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. This reaction speed left Zhou Lei sighing. But sighing was just sighing. His speed wasn't slow either. Although she couldn't figure out why Qin Yu would let them leave so easily after things had come to this point, could there be a problem with him? His thoughts raced, but it was only for a moment. He couldn't be sure whether or not there was a problem with Qin Yu. But there was one thing that was beyond doubt. If Qin Yu wanted to kill them, none of them would be able to escape today. Schwa schwa, in a breath of time, the courtyard fell silent. Behind him, Master Yun's timid voice sounded out. "Big brother Qin," her tone was a bit puzzled. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. "I also want to kill these bastards, but this thing can only be used once. Holding it can deter everyone, but if we use it, we'll be in trouble." He put away the red lump of iron in his chest. He glanced at Master Yun and said, "I'm not in a good state right now. I need to cultivate and recover from my injuries. Don't run around and stay by my side." Without giving Master Yun a chance to reply, Qin Yu began to adjust his breathing. As Master Yun watched Qin Yu close his eyes and his breathing return to normal, she bit her lips and obediently sat down to the side. She looked at Qin Yu and then at him, blinking her large eyes. It was unknown what she was thinking. Then, the following days were peaceful. Of course, this so-called peace was only limited to the small courtyard where Qin Yu and Master Yun were. After being burned by the lump of iron, the poisonous fog was like an apple that had a piece bitten off. For some unknown reason, it never recovered. Qin Yu and Master Yun were undoubtedly much more relaxed now that they were free from the poisonous fog. But to the others, this period of time was nothing short of a hellish nightmare. Every day, someone would die. After forming a human pearl, they would be swallowed up. The slaughter in the fog was carried out at all times. The poisonous fog became thicker and its toxicity became more intense. One had to take more treasures to counteract the poison on their soul. Fortunately, the cultivators that survived swallowed the human pearl and grew stronger, just barely managing to resist the poison. But even so, a trace of unease rose from the depths of their hearts. No one knew how long this situation would last. The treasures in their hands were rapidly being depleted. If they wanted to guard against future calamities, they had to find a way to seize more treasures. Of course, seizing treasures, killing people, and swallowing human pearls could increase their strength and allow them to live longer. Thus, as time passed, the cultivators that survived were the most tyrannical ones. Everyone was wary of each other. But even though they were wary, they still had to fight. Thus, the battles became increasingly brutal. Of course, the victors of each battle also obtained greater benefit. It was as if there was an invisible hand in the courtyard, constantly lashing at the cultivators, forcing them to fight each other. Qin Yu frowned. As he looked at the thicker poisonous fog outside the courtyard, a thought became increasingly clear in his mind. Raising a parasite. That's right, the cultivators in the courtyard were like parasites in a jar. After being fed a large amount of food, they began to slaughter each other. But in the end, only one person could survive. Could it be that the master of this courtyard only allowed one cultivator to live? If this was really the case, then a brutal battle was unavoidable. Any cultivator that could live in a house that resembled a goo-rearing old man was not easy to deal with. Although Qin Yu had the iron lump to protect him, if things really came to a point where he had no choice but to risk his life, there would inevitably be trouble. And more importantly, he wasn't alone. He had Master Yun by his side. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at the girl sitting on the ground not too far away. She rested her chin on her hands, her expression as calm as a painting. As if sensing Qin Yu's gaze, Master Yun turned her head and gave Qin Yu a big smile. Bright and beautiful. Qin Yu faintly smiled, his eyes warm and his smile doting. Thus, Master Yun's smile became even more dazzling. It had to be said that her smile was truly beautiful. It was so beautiful that Qin Yu subconsciously forgot about taking back the dark moon and crimson sun. The old turtle no longer dared to run out. According to what he said, the poison in the fog was already strong enough to harm him. If someone else had said this, Qin Yu would have believed them. But, since it came from the mouth of the old turtle, he definitely had to discount it. According to Qin Yu's calculations, he should have felt threatened, but there was still some distance from the poison actually harming him. However, now that time had passed, whether or not the old turtle went out to probe the fog didn't matter much anymore. In the beginning, a massive number of cultivators had rushed into this courtyard, thinking that they had discovered a hidden treasure. But now, most of them had already died. The number of people still alive could be counted on two hands. Even if they were raising parasites, it should have ended by now. Could it be that only one person was allowed to live until the end? Even if they were stronger, what use was that? 2 more days passed. During this time, 2 great battles erupted. One of them was sky-split sword cultivator Ling Xiao. His current strength had risen to a terrifying degree. Even Qin Yu felt a chill in his heart when he used his final sword strike to kill his enemy. On the 3rd day, the poison fog that covered the courtyard finally began to retreat. A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. This cruel and merciless slaughter was finally coming to an end. But he didn't know what awaited them next. Chapter 1193. The fog dissipated. In the end, including Qin Yu and Master Yun, there were only 9 people left. The rest had become human pearls. Strictly speaking, besides the one in Qin Yu's hand that belonged to the strange cultivator killed by burning wind, the rest had entered the stomachs of the surviving cultivators. This was cruel, but those who survived all had calm expressions. There was no regret, no unease, and no guilt at all. This was because within the poison fog that covered the courtyard, if they didn't kill others, they would be killed. There were many familiar faces here. Ruan Jing, Ling Xiao, Hooking Soul, Thunder Domain Zhou Lei, everyone else had some impression of them. The cultivators that could survive to the end were certainly not ordinary characters. They gathered in the vestibule, each standing in a corner. The fog dissipated. Disregarding whether or not they could condense a human pearl after killing so many people, even if they could, it was unknown who died. Reality had already proven that everyone here was the most terrifying existence amongst predators. There were far too many uncertainties in a free-for-all slaughter. Of course, there was another reason: no one here was a fool. By now, they knew there was definitely a problem with this courtyard. They had stopped killing each other, but the true horror might have just arrived. Thus, the surviving cultivators all gathered in the vestibule. This was a tacit agreement to join forces to resist the unknown dangers. Qin Yu also arrived with Master Yun. His appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone revealed a dignified expression. Although not everyone had personally witnessed the existence of this lump of iron, it was no longer a secret after so many days had passed. Qin Yu held this great killing tool in his hand. If he had any thoughts, they would be in great danger. Ruan Jing coughed. He moved several steps and stood together with the Skyren sword cultivator. As he moved, Hooking Soul also came to their side. The 3 of them had one thing in common: they had a tense relationship with Qin Yu. In this situation, as long as Qin Yu wasn't an idiot, the chances of him attacking them weren't high. But, when it came to his own safety, it was best to be careful. Zhou Lei coughed and smiled. "Brother Qin, you've arrived." He decided to take the initiative to speak up and temper his own skin. He hoped that one day he could reach the level of Ruan Jing's strength. This goal seemed a bit too high. One shouldn't bite off more than they could chew. It was better to be realistic. Qin Yu nodded to Zhou Lei, not saying anything. He could certainly feel the dread in everyone's eyes as they looked at him. This was very normal. If it were him, he would have done the same. Qin Yu brought Master Yun to a corner of the vestibule and looked up at the sky. His thoughts were similar to everyone else's. Since he had finished raising the goo, it was about time for the final step. The soul body of the middle realm of the body concealment realm, it was time to show up. As if sensing Qin Yu's thoughts, at this moment, the air in the courtyard suddenly became a bit hotter. It was like burning charcoal. When Xiao Chen got a little closer, he could clearly feel a burning pain on his skin. "Here it comes!" Everyone cried out in their hearts at the same time. Their bodies tensed up and their eyes were filled with coldness. To raise them as goo worms, one had to have sufficiently powerful methods. Otherwise, they wouldn't mind letting the people behind them taste the feeling of backlash. But strangely, apart from the rising heat in the air, everything else was calm, and nothing had happened. No, to be exact, a change had occurred. The temperature was rising. The heat in the air was becoming more and more intense. If there was only one charcoal brazier that was slightly closer to each other before, there were now 2, then 3, and the number was still increasing. Cultivators defied the heavens and changed their fate. Apart from maintaining their appearance, the essence of an ordinary person had already transformed to a different level. Strictly speaking, the 2 sides were no longer the same species. They had an extremely strong ability to adapt to the outside environment. Being attacked by extreme heat and extreme cold was the most common problem. but wanting to cause substantial damage to a powerful cultivator like this was doomed to be futile. But everything had a limit, and the strength of a cultivator didn't have an upper limit. For instance, when Qin Yu rushed through the Arctic Sea, that terrifying chill had frozen him to death before he could even find the path back to Vastyang. And at this time, the temperature in the courtyard was also gradually rising to a terrifying level. Everyone's complexion became dignified. They gloomily looked around, feeling a trace of unease from the burning heat in the air. The cultivators could still resist it, but there were some things in the courtyard that had begun to wither and turn yellow under the high temperature. It wasn't just the plants that would wither and turn yellow. Everything that grew in the courtyard, even a blade of grass, had been snatched away. But the stones were still there, the soil was still there, as well as the various materials used to build the courtyard. Now, it was as if their insides had been stripped of all moisture. Their color darkened and deepened until they finally turned yellow like fallen leaves. Sweat gushed out from his pores. Qin Yu wiped his face and turned to look at Master Yun. She was even hotter than before. Her long dress was soaked through with sweat and stuck to her body. This clearly left Master Yun embarrassed. She looked at Qin Yu and her face flushed even redder. She lowered her head and twisted her fingers, at a loss as to what to do. "Stand behind me." Master Yun hurriedly nodded. She curled up her body and hid behind Qin Yu. Perhaps it was because of her shyness, but even though she was standing close to Qin Yu, she still maintained some distance between them. Qin Yu smiled. His eyes paused on her body for a moment. Only when Master Yun's blush deepened did he look away. But the truth was that Master Yun was overthinking things. In this current situation, no one had the time to even look at her. A wet beauty was naturally a wonderful scene, but one had to look at the right time to enjoy the scenery. Given the current situation, no one knew what would happen. It was unknown whether or not everyone could survive, so who had the time to think about such things? It was even hotter. There was a light cracking sound beneath their feet. It came from where everyone was standing. The bricks on the ground cracked apart and turned into powder. Then, flames shot out. In just a few breaths of time, the entire courtyard had turned into a sea of flames. A strange scene appeared. The courtyard and the flames hadn't been burned to ruins. Instead, it maintained its original appearance. But now, crimson lines began to appear on the surface of the buildings. These lines were like meridians. They appeared on the surface of the buildings. Amidst the raging flames, they became increasingly eye-catching. As these lines appeared, the temperature in the air began to rise at an astonishing speed. Even with Qin Yu's powerful mortal body, he could clearly feel the burning pain. He had no choice but to use his cultivation to resist. The other cultivators were naturally in an even worse state. Master Yun began to sweat even more. She no longer cared about her shyness. Her face flushed red as she desperately resisted the burning heat. Seeing Qin Yu lift his hand, she quickly shook her head. "Big brother Qin, I can still hold on. Don't waste your strength for me." "What a sensible girl." Qin Yu reminded her, "Be careful. If you can't hold on any longer, tell me." The temperature crazily rose. Soon, it reached a point where everyone found it unbearable. "This courtyard wants to burn us to death. We cannot sit here and wait for death." With a loud roar, a cultivator rushed towards the courtyard gates. With a pring sound, the courtyard gate burst open. Everything went smoothly, and there was not the slightest danger. Seeing that someone had experimented on the mice safe and sound, everyone had reached the limit of their endurance. They didn't want to stay any longer. Whoosh, whoosh, with the sound of breaking air, they flew out of the courtyard. There was a bamboo forest around the courtyard, and there was fog in the bamboo forest. They had all experienced the poison in the fog before, but compared to the burning courtyard, the poison in the fog was nothing at all. But when they rushed out of the courtyard, they all froze in place. The bamboo forest? The fog? Around the courtyard, there was only a pitch-black void. There was nothing at all. Looking up, all they could see was a small gray sky where the courtyard was. Looking further out, there was only darkness, the bamboo forest and the poison fog. They still had many treasures in their hands and their strength had increased by leaps and bounds, so they were confident they could rush through. But this pitch-black void in front of them was impossible. There was no reason for this. Just looking at it caused them to instinctively feel fear. A chill drilled out from the depths of their hearts and spread through their entire bodies, making them feel as if they had fallen into an icy lake. There was no way out. This caused the nervousness and panic in everyone's hearts to instantly double. Then, they discovered something even more shocking. The black void was expanding. That's right, it was coming from all directions, slowly approaching. The speed wasn't too fast, but the space it left behind was very small. It was only the size of the courtyard. After secretly calculating, it wasn't hard to come up with a conclusion. In at most an hour, the black void would overlap with the courtyard. In other words, if they couldn't find a way to leave within an hour, they would have no choice but to return to the courtyard and continue to suffer the pain of being burned by the flames. There was even a chance they would have to face the dual attacks of the blazing flames and the black void. That feeling would definitely be exhilarating, so exhilarating that no one present, including Qin Yu, wanted to personally taste it. And what left everyone even more anxious and depressed was that even now, they still hadn't seen the person controlling all of this from behind the scenes. Even if they desperately wanted to resist, they still couldn't find a target. They rushed out of the courtyard and temporarily avoided the burning flames. But even though they were some distance away, they could still clearly feel the rising temperature of the flames. They could endure it just now, but if they went back, they absolutely could not go back. Within an hour, they had to find a way to leave this place. But soon, the people outside the courtyard furrowed their eyebrows and paled. They discovered that their previous calculations had been far too optimistic. Or, it was more accurate to say that as they approached the courtyard, the speed at which the black void spread out in all directions was accelerating. An hour, that was simply too much. From what they could see, it would arrive in front of them in at most a quarter hour. The eyes of the sword cultivators gathered together were filled with anger. They had just come up with a feasible plan. They would combine everyone's strength and use a secret technique in the Thunder Dominion to help Ling Xiao slash out a sword that surpassed his realm. They would forcefully tear apart this space and escape from this place. But this required time. The preparation of the secret technique was the simplest practice. Although it didn't take too long, it wasn't something that could be completed in a short period of time. In other words, this road had already been blocked off. As for other methods, perhaps there were, but there wasn't enough time. The black void was getting closer, so close that everyone could clearly see the surging within it. It was like a black sea. Although it seemed calm, the truth was that it was filled with endless waves. Traces of cold energy constantly transmitted outward. Suddenly, a strange and horrifying scene appeared in everyone's perception. Half of it was pitch black and the other half was scorching hot. Qin Yu and the other 9 people had become minced meat sandwiched in the middle. It was like they could only watch helplessly on as they were cooked alive. This was truly a sorrowful and terrifying matter. Chapter 1194. The burning courtyard was so hot that it was hard to withstand it. But compared to the spreading darkness and nothingness, it was much more adorable. Of course, saying it was adorable was only relative. If Qin Yu and the other 8 people knew that this was the word, they would likely fly into a rage. Without a way out, no matter how much they struggled or how unwilling they were, they could only retreat to the front yard. Waves of heat rushed out. It was like a red-hot iron being pressed against one's flesh and blood, slowly sliding across the surface of one's body. Yunshi's exposed skin had turned crimson, reminiscent of a cooked prawn. The sweat that was seeping out of his pores evaporated into nothingness in an instant. Even so, she still squeezed out a smile and refused Qin Yu's help. Her reason was the same as before: to prevent him from wasting his strength. Qin Yu thought for a moment. Seeing her firm attitude, he nodded and agreed. But right now, the one in the most miserable state wasn't Master Yun, but the cultivator who rushed out of the courtyard first. Perhaps it was because of his cultivation method, or perhaps it was a natural defect, but when he faced the high temperature of flames, his ability to resist was clearly much worse than his cultivation should have been. His skin melted, turning into red mucus that constantly bubbled and dripped to the ground. Even the facial features on his face were continuously melting away. It gave off the feeling that he was a wax doll that had been heated. This scene was horrifying to the extreme. His breathing was stifled and his body constantly twitched. Although this cultivator didn't make a single sound, everyone could still feel the inhuman pain he was suffering. He really didn't want to face the invading darkness and nothingness outside the courtyard. But if he continued to stay here, all that awaited him was death. The flesh and blood in his eyelids and eye sockets had already melted away, revealing 2 bloodshot eyes that were twice as large as normal. Of course, this made them even more horrifying. A trace of despair and unwillingness flashed in the depths of his eyes. He roared and rushed out of the courtyard. He had to rush in at least once. Although he could sense that the darkness and nothingness were filled with dangers, what if he could survive? He had killed countless opponents and swallowed a human bead to survive to this day. It was impossible for such a cultivator to simply wait for death to arrive. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he had to fight with everything he had. Bang! The courtyard door was pushed open, and what entered everyone's eyes was boundless darkness. When he was looking at it from afar, he could already feel the terrifying aura contained within the darkness. Now that it was right in front of him, he realized that what he had felt previously wasn't even half as scary as it was. Ah! With a roar, the cultivator rushed out of the door and punched out with all his strength. The wild power slammed into the darkness and then disappeared. Then, this cultivator and his punch were both swallowed by the darkness as though nothing had happened. Everything remained the same as before. This scene caused everyone in the courtyard who was bitterly resisting the scorching heat to freeze. Even in such a hot environment, cold sweat broke out on their back. Although everyone was able to clearly sense how frightening that darkness was, they did not expect it to be this frightening. The cultivators that charged into the darkness were similar to the people that Ran Feng had killed. They were people of unknown origins and unknown reputations. But to be able to survive until today and become one of the 9 survivors, there was no doubt about his strength. However, it was precisely this type of powerful cultivator who was comparable to them, who was powerful enough to contend against them, who charged into the dark void. That person was finished before even a splash was made. If it were them, how good could their fates be? Even if they thought they were stronger and had some life-saving cards in their hands, in the face of this endless darkness, it was likely that they would be of limited use. As fear enveloped everyone and despair rose in the air, Qin Yu looked at the dark void outside the door, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. He felt that he needed to change his plan, and this was undoubtedly the best opportunity. If he could control it well, not only could he jump out of the attack's line of sight in advance, but more importantly, he could extricate himself from danger. Perhaps he could even watch a good show. Puff! Qin Yu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. As soon as it left his body, it began to burn, filling the air with the thick smell of blood. Master Yun was shocked. Big brother Qin. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. I was severely wounded in my early years. Although I have recovered, I have left behind a scourge. If I encounter an attack from the power of fire, it might be triggered. His face paled, his eyes dimmed, and his aura became unstable. Master Yun, I'm sorry. I must leave this place, otherwise only death awaits me. He gave her an incomparably apologetic and sorrowful look. Then, his figure flashed and he rushed out the door. Before anyone could react, he was like a pebble that fell into the dark nothingness, vanishing from sight. Big Brother Qin. Master Yun's eyes widened. Qin Yu left. He left just like that. She bit her lips and lowered her head, not allowing others to see the expression on her face. The entire front yard was deathly silent. Ruan Jing, Ling Xiao, and everyone else couldn't help but widen their eyes. They never imagined that such a thing would happen. In the current situation, it was normal for people to die. But in their opinion, Qin Yu shouldn't have died so early. Damn it. Of course, they weren't sad because they were on good terms with Qin Yu. But not long ago, they were all thinking about that lump of metal in Qin Yu's hand. Although Qin Yu hadn't truly activated the strength contained within that lump of metal that day, that terrifying and destructive aura had left a deep impression on all of them. If they could activate that thing, perhaps they would have a chance to open up a channel to leave. Originally, they had hoped to wait until the situation became more perilous before bringing up this matter to ensure that they wouldn't be rejected. But now, all of these considerations were meaningless. Before they could even speak, Qin Yu had already rushed into the dark void. Bastard, even if your old wounds relapse, you won't die so quickly. What are you being so impulsive for? That lump of metal was in your hand. Why didn't you take it out and try blasting him with it? Perhaps we could have survived. But now it was all over. Everything was over. If it were before, without Qin Yu's protection, perhaps Master Yun might have been able to pique their interest. But now death was knocking on their door. Who would care about her? Not to mention, in such a terrifyingly high temperature, even protecting themselves would be a problem. After capturing her, they didn't want to watch her die and even split a portion of their strength to protect her life. Of course, no one would do such a stupid thing. Nothing unexpected happened. After swallowing Qin Yu, the dark void remained the same as when it swallowed the first cultivator, not changing at all. Master Yun looked deeply at the place where Qin Yu had rushed into. Then, she hugged herself and curled up on the scorching ground. Zi-la-la, the sound of flesh and blood being corroded rang out. She seemed to have lost the will to continue living and gave up resisting the high temperature on her own initiative. In the blink of an eye, the calm and picturesque girl's flesh and blood melted away, turning into a stiff corpse. The aura of life rapidly faded from her body. Several people looked at her. When they discovered that no human pearls had condensed, they revealed a trace of disappointment. At this time, it would be good if they could increase their strength by just a tiny bit. Perhaps they could save their lives in a critical moment. In the blink of an eye, the 9-person survivor squad was reduced to 6 people. The atmosphere in the front yard became even more oppressive, so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. The sword cultivator Skypiercer suddenly said, "We've already lost all hope. If we want to live, we can only rely on ourselves." He indifferently swept his eyes over everyone. Ruan Jing bitterly smiled. Indeed, things have come to this point. There's no point in hiding anymore. He paused for a moment and then continued to say, "I was wrong to tie my life to everyone's. But this also shows that I really don't want to die. If everyone wants to continue living, then reveal your trump cards. Don't continue to place your hopes on others." The Thunder Dominion's Zhou said, "All right." Hooking Soul looked down at a drop of blood floating in his hand. It emitted a faint blood-red light, without any warning or response. It seemed that Qin Yu had really died. Xiao Chen loosened his grip, and the drop of blood instantly evaporated due to the high temperature in the air. The Sly Life Clan has a half-sage existence. He once bestowed me with an eye that can pierce through all fog and see straight to the essence. Ling Xiao raised the sword in his hand. "My trump card is this." Ruan Jing opened the book and carefully took out a folded piece of yellow paper. "This is the personal handwriting of the Academy's half-sage. The object of a saint was tainted with the great Tao and naturally had its own spirituality. The moment it appeared, it could feel the threat from the outside world and the powerful aura of its own kind. The cry of a sword rang out. Cracks began to appear on the sword in Ling Zhao's hand, and a terrifying sword intent gushed out from within. In the void above his head, a towering figure appeared. He held a sword in his hand and his eyes were closed. Even though he was motionless, a heaven-shaking and terrifying aura was constantly released. It was as if all things in the world could be cut apart. The yellow paper that Ruan Jing took out left her hand and unfurled in the air. Dazzling golden characters flew out from the paper, constantly spinning in the air. Profound and formidable, as if they contained the aura of some supreme Tao law of the heavens and earth. When one looked at them, they would instinctively feel awe. An image of a scholar in wide-sleeved blue robes appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He was bent over a desk and his brush moved like dragons and snakes, resonating with the heavens and earth. With a loud rumble, thunder roared in the highest heavens and endless spiritual strength tumbled about. Hooking Soul's performance was the strangest. His left eye suddenly turned crimson red. After a few blinks, it seemed to come alive. It was incomparably monstrous. It was the eye of Hooking Soul, but now it gave off the feeling that it was being controlled by someone else. Under its gaze, nothing could hide. Rumble, rumble, there really was thunder roaring. Black lightning spread out from the surface of Zhou Lei's body. It was incomparably deep, even thicker than the dark nothingness of the outside world. This thunder was bestowed by my Thunder Dominion's Lord. There was no need for further explanation. Just the aura of this black thunder and the prestige of the Thunder Dominion's Lord was enough to leave one's heart racing. Outside the residence, in the dark nothingness, Qin Yu rubbed his chin. If he didn't force them a bit, he really wouldn't have known that they were all hiding so many cards in their hands. Whether it was the Hooking Soul's blood-red eye, Soaring Heaven's sword, Ruan Jing's yellow paper, or the black thunder from the Thunder Dominion, all of them gave Qin Yu an extremely dangerous feeling. To be more precise, any one of them had the power to give him a fatal strike. This caused Qin Yu to subconsciously think of Flaming Wind, who had died under his hands. As a formidable cultivator that was on par with these cultivators, could Flaming Wind, who came from the fire-bathing lineage, also have a similar card in his hand? There was a high probability that he did. It was just that Qin Yu's attack had been too quick and too decisive. He hadn't given Flaming Wind any time to react before his life force was completely extinguished. Of course, part of this was due to the old turtle's efforts. In terms of dealing with souls, he was indeed skilled. There was a lingering fear, more or less. If Flaming Wind had really been allowed to reveal his trump card, it would be hard to say who would have died and who would have lived. However, this lingering fear was only a momentary fear. Flaming Wind had already died and he was still alive and kicking. This was an indisputable fact. As for the remaining two cultivators, one took out a spear and the other took out a paper bird. The long spear was crimson and emitted a wild and overbearing aura. As soon as it appeared, it swept through the surroundings. But now, what attracted Qin Yu's attention the most was another paper bird. It was exquisitely crafted and its wings gently trembled, as if it would flap its wings in the next moment and instantly soar into the highest heavens. Compared to the other treasures that were stained with the aura of a saint, this paper bird appeared very ordinary. It didn't release any formidable aura. But after it appeared, the incomparably tyrannical auras of the various treasures that erupted just now all restrained their auras at the same time. This was clear proof. As for Qin Yu, he also learned the name of a half-saint through the shouts of the crowd, Stacked Kite. Listening to the name, she should be a woman. She had the flavor of a literary young woman, but even if she was a literary young woman, she was definitely one of the fiercest. Everyone here was a half-saint, but it was clear that there was still a disparity in strength between half-saints. The one who took out the paper bird was a woman. Her appearance could only be considered average. As she faced the crowd, she revealed a trace of arrogance. It was only towards Zhou Lei that she showed a bit of respect. The Thunder Dominion's master was recognized by all heavens as one of the strongest powerhouses beneath the ruler. and as one of Stacked Kite's disciples, she certainly knew that these words weren't false. The so-called strongest powerhouse beneath the ruler was referring to a saint who had crossed the sea and reached the other shore, a saint who had thoroughly achieved the Tao. In other words, in the eyes of those with a clear mind, the Thunder Dominion's master, who rarely came into contact with the outside world, actually possessed the strength to fight with a saint. This was certainly worthy of respect. Even if Zhou Lei wasn't strong enough, his background was enough. Indeed, those that could live to the end had their reasons. These 6 people all had a saint-level background. Qin Yu rubbed his chin. Strictly speaking, he seemed to be the weakest chicken in this group. Of course, that iron lump was an exception. This thing could shock and awe a group of fellows who held the trump cards of saint. Just imagine how fierce it was. Cough cough, that was right. The scope was indeed everyone. This also included Yunshi, who had chosen to commit suicide as soon as she jumped out of the trap and hid in the dark nothingness. Qin Yu's eyes fell on her dark red corpse. A trace of admiration appeared in his eyes. He thought that this woman was truly ruthless to herself. To think that she would even be willing to use such a miserable method of death on herself. This was far too unsightly. But the effect was excellent. It was clear that the 6 cultivators in the courtyard hadn't noticed her exquisite performance at all. They had been preparing to erupt with their trump cards to rush out of this place. In truth, Qin Yu hadn't noticed anything at the start. Even when she had strangled him and he had nearly died, he hadn't noticed anything. That was until the iron lump woke up. Then, with the help of the old turtle, Qin Yu finally figured out what had happened after a period of time. This left him a little terrified. Truly, he was terrified. It wasn't shameful to say it out loud. In that situation, anyone in Qin Yu's position would be afraid. The good news was that the iron lump seemed to be a good deterrent. Of course, Qin Yu's acting skills were also very good. At the very least, Yunshi didn't know that Qin Yu already knew something that she thought he didn't know. Cough cough. It was a mouthful, but that was the situation. Thus, when the dark nothingness approached and he finally determined its attributes, he immediately changed his plans after he determined that he could safely hide inside. He jumped out of the chess game and used the old turtle to conceal his aura. In the dark, his ability was stronger than Qin Yu had imagined. When Soul Hooking had tried to determine whether he was dead or alive, Qin Yu wasn't worried at all. Even Yunshi hadn't discovered him hiding in the dark, so what could the sly Fate clan do? Don't be fooled by his reputation. In terms of ability and strangeness, 10 soul-hooking clansmen added together couldn't compare to one Yunshi. Qin Yu blinked his eyes and let out a breath of relief. The higher one stood, the farther one could see. The dark nothingness had enveloped the entire courtyard, which meant that Qin Yu could see everything from 365 degrees without any blind spots. Then, he saw a furnace. That's right, this courtyard that was once filled with treasures was now burning with crimson lines. It was a furnace that had been ignited, and the flames were raging, ready to incinerate everyone. But even now, Qin Yu still couldn't figure out what Yunshi was trying to do. The good news was that even though he couldn't figure it out, he had a chance to see Yunshi give him the final answer. Judging from the current situation, the answer should be very close. Chapter 1195. I have never thought of harming anyone. I only wished for the days to be peaceful and peaceful. But there was often a vast difference between my wishes and reality. I was born with a spirit. How could I be willing to spend my life working for others and end up with my soul and body destroyed? So, I fought for my life. Even if my hands were stained with blood, I would not feel the least bit of guilt or regret. If I wanted to blame someone, I could only blame those greedy people who had already achieved the great Tao. But in the end, the Saint Tao is still the Saint Tao. Although I didn't hesitate to fall into depravity in exchange for greater strength, I still don't have absolute confidence I can succeed. Luckily, many years ago, because of a turning point, I left myself a path of retreat. Death is also a new beginning. Zhou Lei followed the low-key style of doing things in the Thunder domain. Naturally, the disciple of the stacking Yuan quasi-sage, who revealed a trace of arrogance, became the leader of the six. We only have one chance. We must ensure that nothing goes wrong. Xian Zhi's voice was calm, but her tone was solemn. That's right, this was her name. It was said that Stacking Iris had personally given it to her, and it was also the name of her favorite origami. If we kill the spirit body hidden within the boundary, we can naturally retreat. Whether it was the burning courtyard or the dark void outside, the reason they appeared here was because they were being controlled by the spirit body. If they killed the controller, the situation would collapse. They would use the trump cards bestowed upon them by 6 half-saints at once. Of course, they wouldn't do something like putting the cart before the horse. Killing the spirit body was their true goal. As he listened to the 6 people discuss, Qin Yu gradually understood just what was going on. Deep within the endless sea, in the land of chaos, a spirit body was born. The reason it was called this was because it was born with a spirit and was a different life form bred by the heavens and earth. For some unknown reason, the spirit body in the land of chaos was exposed. Thus, it was targeted by some saints. Although it wasn't clear why the saints captured the spirit body, it must have an extremely important function for them. This was something that even saints coveted. From this, it could be seen just how precious a spirit body was. The reason that so many tyrannical cultivators had entered the endless sea was because this spirit body had matured. In other words, after many years, it had finally reached the point where it could be picked. The saints did not take action personally. According to Qin Yu's speculations, firstly, the battle between the saints involved a lot of things, and it was extremely easy for things to go out of control. Secondly, it should have something to do with the spiritual body hiding in the endless sea. If so many sages were to descend and fight here, Xianming world would probably be smashed into pieces. Of course, this wasn't the main point. Qin Yu rubbed his eyebrows, a helpless look on his face. He seemed to have misunderstood the situation. Since this spiritual body within the realm was something in the eyes of the sages, how could they allow it to be taken away so easily? No wonder the little blue lamp had hidden itself so well and hadn't revealed even the tiniest bit of its aura from the start. At the Saint realm, the entire world was being sensed. As long as it made a move, it would definitely be discovered. Recently, he had used the spirit body of a realm within the realm as bait to order the old turtle to do many things. Would it be bad to go back on his word? But I had no choice. No matter how confident Qin Yu was, he did not think that he could challenge a saint with his current strength. Unless he could completely master light and darkness as one, he would probably only have a slight chance. But this required time, and it would be a very long period of time. It was useless to think about these things right now. He had wasted half a day of effort, fought a life-or-death battle with others, and then mixed himself into this matter. But in the end, he discovered that this was all a game of chess played by the sages. Was he moved? Of course he didn't dare to move. In the dark nothingness, Qin Yu rubbed his face. You already know what happened, so you really can't blame me. I'll think of a way to compensate you in the future. The old turtle was silent. Qin Yu said, Don't be angry. This is a natural disaster. There's really nothing we can do. If we touch something of the sages, even if we had 9 heads, it wouldn't be enough for them to pinch us. Master, what you say is correct. I also understand. The old turtle's voice was calm, but Qin Yu could actually feel that something was wrong. What do you want to say? The old turtle said, What I want to say is that, Master, you must save me. If I can't obtain the spiritual body this time, I am finished. It was still that calm tone. Qin Yu really wanted to curse out loud. Stop pretending. I am well aware of your condition. Nothing will happen to you for the time being. But he frowned again and again, unable to say these words. After a moment of silence, he said, Is what you say true? Yes, it is absolutely true. This time, Qin Yu finally caught onto the trace of something wrong in the old turtle's calm tone. What was that smell? Fear. It was fear. After one surpassed the limit of what they could bear, the abnormal calmness they displayed. Qin Yu's complexion instantly darkened. Just what is going on? The old turtle's voice trembled. This is the vast Yang world. Master, you were born here, so even if you use the power of the abyss, you can still be recognized by the world's source. But I cannot, you know my origin. Every time I take action in the vast Yang world, I consume an astonishing amount of energy. Moreover, I also need to resist the suppression from the world's source. Now he understood. Qin Yu felt a bit of a toothache. So the problem still lay with him. Although the old turtle hadn't explained things too clearly, he knew his own situation. The reason the old turtle had acted during this period of time was because he had ordered him to. Let go of your consciousness. Qin Yu closed his eyes. His thoughts descended into the old turtle's body. It was incomparably empty, as if all that was left over was an empty shell. It was true. Qin Yu opened his eyes. Why didn't you say so earlier? If I knew, I wouldn't have allowed you to consume so much energy. The old turtle wept. You are my master. My entire family's life depends on a single thought from you. How could I dare to not listen to you? Moreover, everything had been fine. This spirit body was right in front of him. As long as he could grab it and eat it, he would immediately be restored to full health. Who knew that a group of saints would suddenly jump out and snatch away the roasted duck that was right in front of his mouth? Qin Yu was silent. The old turtle cried even louder. Master, save me! You must save me! I am loyal and devoted to you. Keeping me by your side is useful. As a peak outstanding talent of the death-fearing world, he could clearly feel the fear and collapse in the heart of the old turtle. Qin Yu was distraught by his crying. He couldn't help but seriously consider the feasibility of seizing the spirit body as well as the inevitable shockwaves that would follow. Just thinking about being hunted down by the saints left his entire body cold. But he couldn't just stare blankly on as the old turtle died. In the past, he had exhausted a great deal of strength and hadn't hesitated to rush through the icy sea. It could be said that he had narrowly escaped death in order to bring him back from the abyss to vast Yang. If he were to be crippled like this, then not only would the little blue lamp fly into a rage, but Qin Yu also couldn't agree to it. Then, he could only take a risk. The only chance left for Qin Yu was that the saints hadn't personally arrived. If things were done in secret, then there might still be a chance of success. As long as he captured the spirit body and fed it to the old turtle, to eat, then even if the saints had transcendent methods they wouldn't be able to find it again. Regarding this, Qin Yu was quite confident. In other words, the difficulty lay in the process of capturing the spirit body. If it was just Qin Yu alone, then the chances of him successfully dealing with a spirit body within the boundary were nearly zero. But luckily, in the burning courtyard, there were 6 cultivators of a certain generation, who were prepared to go all out and give the spirit body a ruthless blow. If they could really succeed and kill the spirit body, then Qin Yu didn't mind becoming a corpse collector. There would definitely be risks, but as long as he grasped the opportunity and had a little bit of luck, there was still a chance. Of course, besides this, Qin Yu also had another hidden card that no one else knew about. His eyes flashed as he looked at the mummified Master Yun. My name is the Old Turtle, Ba, I won't call you that. But that's not the point. The point is that I'm panicking right now. Ever since I was born, this is the second time in my life that I've truly reached a life or death juncture. I can't die, I absolutely can't die. Right now, the only one who can save me is that Qin Yu. That brat's luck has always been good, so there definitely won't be any problems this time. As long as you save me, I promise that in the future I will sincerely call you master and won't hide anything from you. For instance, light and darkness as one, or even the source of the world. I do know a lot, and once I come back to life I will tell you everything. Why don't you tell me now? Are you an idiot? What if Qin Yu thinks I'm unreliable and decides to go with the flow and ignore me? Then wouldn't that be the same as playing himself to death? I won't call myself the old turtle. I'm panicking, I want to live. The old turtle wasn't the only one who wanted to live. Bang, above the residence, there was only a small expanse of gray sky left. But now, it suddenly shattered. Countless cracks spread out like a dense spider web, covering every corner. Then, golden characters soared into the skies. They shuttled back and forth between the spatial cracks, as if they were searching for something. Suddenly, the yellow paper ignited on its own. The golden characters released a blinding light that howled into one of the spatial cracks. The cry of a sword and the howl of a spear echoed out. A heaven-shaking sword and blood-red spear instantly tore open this spatial crack, forming a channel. Countless violent explosions echoed out from deep within the channel. The seals hidden within were brutally pierced through. The paper bird flapped its wings and flew away. At this time, a clear and resonant cry rang out in everyone's ears. A vast strength erupted from the paper bird. It burned like the yellow paper, and then a giant flaming bird appeared out of thin air. Its body was covered in 9 colored feathers. Wrapped in flames, its entire body overflowed with brilliant light. A powerful and noble aura swept through the world. With a loud cry, the 9-colored firebird flew into the channel that had been opened. It let out a startled and angry roar, one filled with pain. Zhou Lei was the last to attack. Black thunder gathered around his body and gathered in his palm, turning into a ring. This ring was the size of a child's palm and as black as ink. With a shake of his arm, the ring howled out, following the 9-colored firebird's aura into the distance. After several breaths of time, with a desperate roar, the channel collapsed. The 6 cultivators in the residence all spat out blood. Their connection to the saint objects they had stimulated had been completely severed. The burning residence began to extinguish, and the dark nothingness began to recede. The 6 people weren't the only ones who spat out blood. Their eyes lit up with joy. They had succeeded. With the strength of 6 half-sages as one, they had locked onto the location of the spirit body and forcefully opened up a channel, killing it in its lair. Although they would inevitably have to fight for the spirit body's body after this, at least there was a high chance they would be able to leave this place alive. When the flames vanished and the darkness receded, there was a loud cracking sound that echoed in everyone's ears. Like a mirror that had been struck by a tremendous force, it shattered into countless pieces. This is bad. The realm within the realm is about to shatter. This spirit body actually connected the realm within the realm to its body. Once it dies, the mystic realm will immediately collapse. Damn it, there's no time to find its body. Everyone who had just been overjoyed became shocked and angry. In the next moment, the impact of the realm within the realm shattering instantly drowned the 6 of them. Outside the Xianming world, the gazes that were focused on this place turned grave. The mystic realm had shattered. In their senses, the aura belonging to the spirit body had already disappeared. In other words, it had been killed, and at the same time, the entire mystic realm had been destroyed along with it. Just from the perspective of chasing after the spirit body, this was probably the worst outcome. The spirit body's body had been destroyed by the mystic realm and was swept away by the space turbulence. Finding it would be a matter of luck. Even if a sage took action, there was nothing they could do. They could only chase after the space turbulence, determine its general direction, and trace it bit by bit. But now, even though the sages outside the Xianming world had memorized the direction of the space turbulence, no one chased after it. Because this time, they had made an even more important discovery in the endless sea. Space law. The thoughts of a sage were extremely powerful. Even if they had not descended into the Xianming world, they could still cover the entire world. Furthermore, they only needed to focus their divine senses. In the land of chaos, they could detect any abnormal vibrations. But there was nothing. The sage's senses were blank. Not only were there no space laws, even the disciples they had sent into the mystic realm had all disappeared. Boom, 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 in the sky above the endless sea, the violent and chaotic sea surface of the land of chaos suddenly fell silent. The wild winds and furious waves receded at the same time. The sea surface in front of them was flat like a giant mirror. The air was dead silent. There was no longer any sound. A ferocious-looking sea demon seemed to be frozen in a layer of ice. Its body was unable to move, and its eyes were wide with fear. With a muffled sound, the sea demon's head exploded. The red and white matter remained in the state it had been in at the moment of destruction. And at this time, it was not just this sea demon that had been killed. The sea demon was dead silent. On this mirror-like sea region, the smell of blood was so strong that it was almost tangible. Blurry faces appeared in the sky. They opened their dignified and indifferent eyes and looked at this sea region. This was the form that a sage's consciousness would take when it reached a certain level of strength. The terrifying pressure of a sage descended upon the Xianming world. At this moment, all living beings in the entire world who had gained sentience felt a powerful pressure from a higher level of life. They were terrified and knelt on the ground uncontrollably. Their bodies trembled, and their hearts were filled with despair. The rage of a sage was enough to destroy the world and slaughter all living beings in a world. Not to mention that there were 7 sage auras that had descended upon the Xianming world. With just a thought, the world would collapse and all living beings would be destroyed. Chapter 1196. Only by crossing the ocean and reaching the shore could one achieve the great Tao. This was the position of a saint. However, this did not mean that a saint could be fearless. The vastness of the world was boundless, and there were countless legends about it. Even a sovereign realm expert couldn't do as he pleased. Everyone had their limits. Destroying a world with a thought and killing billions of beings was not difficult for a saint. However, they had to bear the punishment from the origin of the world. Only those in the saint realm knew what it was. But over the years, there were very few saints who destroyed a world. One could see that the punishment was extremely heavy. The consciousnesses of the 7 saints of Xianming world descended. They did not want to destroy the world. They wanted to find the fluctuations of the laws of space and the cultivators under them. But as the secret realm shattered, all the presences were destroyed and disappeared. Even with the consciousnesses of the saints, they could not find any suspicious traces. There was only one explanation. The cultivators in the secret realm, including the person who controlled the laws of space, had all died with the shattering of the secret realm. The 7 saints were silent. Before today, none of them had thought that this would be the result of their attack. The spirit body that was born in the land of chaos was stronger than they had imagined. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to drag everyone down with him and kill them all. With a sigh, the consciousnesses of the 7 saints dissipated. Since things had come to this, what they could do now was to find the body of the spirit body that had been swept away by the chaotic streams of space. It was much stronger than he had imagined, so the use of this body should be even better. The Saint Tao was emotionless. It was not really heartless. It was just that it could eliminate unnecessary emotional interference and make the best decision. Since it had no value, there was no need to waste more time and energy here. The terrifying pressure that filled Xianming world retreated like the tide. The moment the secret realm shattered, a restraining aura exploded from their bodies. It completely sealed the power of the 6 generations of cultivators. This was a true seal. Not even a single finger of his was able to move his entire body. They were furious but could not react at all. Then, the 6 generations of cultivators fell into endless darkness. While they could not move in the darkness, their minds were clear. That was why they felt even more shocked and terrified. Even though they had no idea what was going on, they were able to guess the root of the problem after calming down and thinking about it. At this moment, The power erupting from within their bodies and imprisoning them was most likely related to the treasures they had swallowed, or even the human pearls. He had thought that even if there was something wrong with his body, it would lose its effect after getting rid of the spirit body within the realm. That's not right. The 6 people who were imprisoned were all horrified. Was the spiritual body of a cultivator really killed? If that was the case, then who was the one plotting against them now? If the spirit body didn't die, just the thought of it caused the 6 of them to feel a chill run down their spines. It was all right. There was still hope. The mystic realm had already been destroyed. The sages would definitely sense what had happened in the Xianming world. As long as the sage made a move, even if the spirit body within the realm had a backup plan, it would still be destroyed. At that time, they would naturally be saved. Yes, just like that. In the darkness, there was no light at all. It was as if they had been exiled forever. Everything became blurry. Although every breath of time seemed to pass very slowly, his conscious mind was still able to determine the passage of time. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 5 breaths, 6 breaths, 10 breaths, 20 breaths. The hearts of the 6 cultivators, who were trying their best to calm down, could not help but start beating rapidly. This was because the sages did not make a move to save them. How could this be? Had the sages abandoned them? That was impossible. Not to mention their own value, it was highly possible that the sages would not give up on the spirit body that had not been killed, unless the sages had not been able to find them. As this thought surfaced, everyone's heart suddenly sank. As people close to the sages, they naturally knew how the sages did things. Once they could not find them, they would definitely think that they were already dead and had lost their value. They would not waste any more time on them. In other words, it was highly likely that the sages had already left. If that was really the case, suddenly, there was a light kacha sound in the darkness. It was as if a dry and difficult joint had suddenly moved. Fear surged in the eyes of the 6 cultivators at the same time. Even Xianji, who had been acting arrogant, was no exception. Kacha, kacha, more and more light sounds entered their ears. It was accompanied by the sound of rubbing against the ground. They did not know what was happening until suddenly, there was an additional sound in the darkness. It was a gasp. It was as if someone who had been buried underground had suddenly drilled his way out. His urgent breathing revealed his eagerness to his heart's content. What followed was the sound of a chest rising and falling, like 2 dry branches rubbing against each other. Pa, there was the sound of footsteps. Ruan Jing desperately wanted to regain his freedom, but there was no response from the strength that was imprisoned in his body. Suddenly, he felt as if he was grabbed by something. His entire body was lifted up and his heavy breathing reached his ears. There was a sharp pain in his neck and Ruan Jing's eyes filled with horror. This was because he had been bitten. His heart raced uncontrollably, causing blood to gush out from the wound. Gulp, gulp. The sound of him gulping down blood was incomparably clear in the darkness. Ruan Jing could feel that as his blood was sucked out, his strength was also rapidly draining away. No, I don't want to die. As his blood and strength were plundered, the imprisoning strength began to weaken. It was like they were originally one with Ruan Jing, changing according to his strength and weakness. He barely managed to produce some muffled sounds. He desperately tried to lift his hands, but it was like 2 mountains were hanging down on him. He couldn't lift them at all. In the darkness, the other 5 people became increasingly panicked. Through the sounds, they had already determined that the one being attacked was Ruan Jing. There were gulping sounds in their ears. Although they couldn't see anything, the smell of blood was enough to explain everything. The unknown existence in the darkness was swallowing Ruan Jing's blood. There was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. The good news was that Ruan Jing didn't seem to have been killed. But he was also extremely weak. All they could hear was his weak breathing. It was good news that he hadn't been directly killed. This was because there was a high chance that they wouldn't be able to avoid everything that Ruan Jing had experienced. Who would be next? After waiting for a long time, the unknown terror shrouded everyone's minds. The unknown existence in the darkness didn't continue attacking, perhaps it had eaten its fill and needed to digest. To everyone, this was good news. Now was their chance to escape. From the sounds of breathing just now, they knew that the unknown existence in the darkness was also in a weakened state. As long as they could break free of the imprisonment within their bodies, they might be able to reverse the situation. In the deathly silence, time quietly passed. The remaining 5 people tried everything they could to restore their control over their strength. But unfortunately, it was useless. What left them in despair the most was that what imprisoned them was actually their own strength. Although it sounded funny that they were imprisoned by themselves, this was the truth. There was movement again. Listening to the sound of footsteps, the existence in the darkness was clearly much more agile. Everyone's hearts sank. It was clear that after swallowing Ruan Jing's blood, it had recovered a great deal. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Zhou Lei's neck suddenly tightened. He couldn't help but curse out loud. He thought that he could understand why Ruan Jing was the first to drink his blood. After all, this brat was so bad that he had sores all over his head and pus all over his feet. He deserved his bad luck. But he, Zhou Lei, was an upright person who was filled with love for the world, so why was he the second? Unfortunately, he couldn't protest. Of course, even if he could, the result would be an invalid rejection. His neck hurt and blood wildly gushed out. Zhou Lei immediately tasted the taste that Ruan Jing had just enjoyed. Blood gushed out and the strength in his body was plundered. He soon weakened. Although the imprisoning strength had mostly dissipated, he didn't have the strength to move at all. After an unknown period of time, just as Zhou Lei's consciousness was fading and he was about to die from being sucked dry, there was a loud thud as he was tossed to the ground. There was a buzzing sound in his head. For the first time, Zhou Lei felt that being unconscious was a happy thing. There was no more movement in the darkness. After sucking the blood of the second person, the existence in the darkness began to rest once more. The bad news was that the amount of time it rested this time was much shorter than before. As if because it had recovered some of its strength, its ability to digest and absorb energy had also improved. The third unlucky person was the Skypiercer sword cultivator. But at this time, an accident occurred. There was the cry of a sword, accompanied by a pained roar and the sound of flesh and blood being torn apart. The thing that had bitten down on the neck of the Skypiercer sword cultivator and was crazily sucking blood didn't think that sword intent would also gush out along with the blood. As a genius sword cultivator, Ling Xiao had tempered his body as a sword and had long since fused his flesh and blood with his sword Dao. His blood was also his sword. Although all of his strength was imprisoned and he couldn't use it at all, but if he took the initiative to suck the sword into his mouth, he would naturally be stabbed. But soon, Ling Xiao also paid the price. There was the sound of heavy strikes in the darkness, accompanied by the sound of breaking flesh and bone. The smell of blood in his mouth and nose suddenly became thick. Soul-sucking was the fourth. Then there was the disciple of the spear-cultivating half-sage. Finally there was the rice paper. This disciple of the stacking iris half-sage had been sucked dry for the longest time. He had nearly been sucked dry of all his blood. When he was tossed to the ground, he was gasping for breath, as if he could die at any moment. With a light sound, a candle suddenly lit up in the darkness. The light it emitted scattered the darkness a little. Although it wasn't very bright, it was still enough for cultivators to clearly see the person holding the candle. Eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Completely naked, Yunshi paid no heed to the fact that his entire body was exposed. Facing the gazes of the crowd, the corners of his lips curled up into a smile. "I'm sure none of you would have thought that it would be me today, right?" Her skin was fair and delicate, becoming increasingly dazzling in the candlelight. There was no longer any trace of her previous shriveled-up appearance. If it weren't for the blood staining the corners of her lips, It would be hard to believe that she was the one who had sucked the blood of everyone in the darkness. This little girl that no one had paid attention to from start to finish had actually appeared here, controlling everyone's life and death in her hands. With a light sound, a wound suddenly opened up on Master Yun's face. The wound was very deep, directly splitting apart her cheek and connecting it to her mouth. It was a horrifying sight. But what was strange was that not a single drop of blood flowed out from the exposed flesh and blood. She frowned, a trace of coldness appearing in the depths of her eyes. She walked to the side of Tong Tian Sword Xiu and heavily kicked him away. Amidst the crackling sounds, it was unknown how many bones were broken. She turned and grabbed Ruan Jing. He was the first one to be sucked up and was in the best condition. He had also secretly recovered some of his strength. But before he could do anything, he was caught by her mouth again. After a few bites, he became a soft-footed prawn again. As blood fell into her stomach, the wound on Master Yun's face began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. It returned to its clean and white state without the slightest trace left behind. Throwing away Ruan Jing, Master Yun smiled. I know that you must all be shocked and confused right now, but I won't explain. Of course, you don't need to be afraid, because you won't die anytime soon. You've eaten so much of my good stuff, so of course you have to produce enough to be fair. Don't you think so? Master Yun said she wouldn't explain, but everyone was quick-witted. How could they not understand the underlying meaning behind her words? The residence was her handiwork and everything else was arranged by her. In other words, there was a high chance that Master Yun was the spirit body that had been killed in the boundary within the boundary. Impossible. Before entering the boundary within the boundary, everyone had seen this little girl that followed Qin Yu. How could she have become the spirit body of a boundary within the boundary? But besides this, there was no other way to explain what was happening. Don't you think this is unbelievable? In truth, there are times when I also think that things in this world don't make sense. Master Yun paced back and forth several times. She reached out and grabbed Zhou Lei, biting his neck and sucking him dry. After a few more mouthfuls, she tossed him aside and wiped her mouth. Your recovery is a bit slow. This doesn't match the resounding reputation of the Thunder Dominion. I have reason to suspect that you did something in secret. Staring at Zhou Lei's eyes, Master Yun suddenly lifted a hand and tapped between his eyebrows. A lightning rune appeared, flashed, and then shattered. Zhou Lei's body twitched. His complexion paled and blood flowed out from every orifice of his head. Humph, you really aren't honest. Just a little bit more and you would have been able to condense this lightning rune. Master Yun coldly sneered. The Master of the Thunder Dominion is very strong. I cannot provoke him right now, so this is the last time. Otherwise, I will kill you. She turned around and swept her eyes over everyone. Then, she found a folded paper star on the Xian paper. Her complexion changed and she spat out a mouthful of blood, soaking it. The paper star twitched several times before falling completely silent. Master Yun curled her lips. You people really do have many tricks up your sleeves. You've already reached this step, and yet you still haven't given up. But don't worry, I won't give you any chances. Of course, your treatment will be the same. I won't pursue the matter the first time, but the next time will be death. She suddenly smiled. All right, everyone, cheer up a bit. Don't look so sad, let me say something to comfort you all. No one responded. In this situation, no one was in the mood to speak nonsense with her. Master Yun didn't care. She thought for a moment and said, Tell me a funny story. Really, it's very funny. Chapter 1197. A long time ago, a ship sailed into the endless sea. On the ship, there was an ambitious young man who hoped to use this opportunity to make a name for himself. He charged into the land of chaos. However, there had always been a huge gap between reality and ideals. Soon, he experienced what cruelty was. In a battle for treasures in a secret realm, all the cultivators who traveled with him died. He was the only one who escaped with serious injuries. Originally, the young man was destined to die in the extremely dangerous land of chaos in his current state. However, his luck was pretty good. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he managed to enter a secret realm that had yet to be discovered. The young man was saved. A beautiful girl lived in the secret realm. She was kind and affectionate. She quickly fell in love with the young man who woke up. That was the happiest time of her lonely life. The two young men loved each other fiercely. They stayed together and talked about many things. But happy times eventually came to an end. The young man had family outside. He could not stay here forever. Before leaving, they made a promise. Within a year, the young man would activate the keepsake and have the girl find him. At that time, he would prepare everything. The two of them would be together forever, never to be separated again. The girl saw the young man off. Because of her help, the journey was smooth. Standing by the sea, the girl waved her hand until the young man disappeared into the horizon, never to be seen again. Then, she began to wait. Days passed. Even though she had felt lonely before, the girl had never felt time pass so slowly. But when she thought of the young man, she was motivated to persist. She thought that he must be preparing for the two of them to be together for a long time. Every time this happened, the girl felt happy and grateful to the world. She thanked the heavens for giving her life, and sending the young man to her side so that she could feel love and be loved. When the 1-year agreement was about to arrive, the keepsake the girl handed over was finally activated. She took all of her belongings and embarked on the journey to find her lover without any reluctance. The journey was long. The girl made many jokes and encountered some troubles on her first trip, but she did not feel it was hard. She was motivated to see the young man soon. She crossed mountains, crossed rivers, and walked through swamps filled with poisonous gas. Finally, the girl arrived in front of a large mountain. The aura of the keepsake was here. It was the young man's home. When the two of them were talking before, the young man had described it to her. The girl suddenly felt apprehensive. She didn't know what she would face next. However, what happened next proved that she was thinking too much. The young man excitedly flew out of the mountain and held her in his arms. He had many family members, and they were all very close to her. When they looked at her, their gazes were filled with warmth and tolerance. 3 days later, under the blessings of all their relatives, they walked together. The young man personally put a pearl hairpin on her head and told her that this was the proof of their love and that she should never take it off again. That day was very lively. Even when night fell, the mountain was still brightly lit. Countless guests laughed and drank to their heart's content. The girl was sent to the bridal chamber. It was a brand new courtyard in a quiet valley. The young man told her that he had built it with his own hands. It was a home for the two of them. Sitting on the soft red brocade quilt and looking at the festive decorations in the room, the girl couldn't help but shed tears. Home, she thought that from today onwards she would have a home. She would no longer be alone in this world. In the future, there would be someone to care for her, someone to accompany her until the end of time. The young man still hadn't arrived. He drank a lot of wine and was still entertaining guests in front. The faint noise constantly entered her ears. After a long time, when the girl felt that her eyes were a little dry, he finally came. The matron of honor let the young man lift the veil and filled their wine cups. With a face full of smiles, she blessed the new couple and drank the wine. Finally, it was quiet. The girl laid on the bed. She tried her best to open her eyes and fulfill her duty as a wife, but she was too sleepy. The young man whispered in her ear, "Go to sleep, go to sleep." Then, she fell asleep in a sweet mood. This sleep was long and dark. She didn't know how much time had passed, but the girl was suddenly awakened by a sharp pain. She found herself still in the bridal chamber, but everything in front of her had changed. A huge black chain tightly locked her hands, feet, and neck. A long iron drill was now deeply pierced into her chest, piercing through her heart. And now, the one who held the other end of the iron drill, personally pierced it in, was the young man she loved deeply. But at this time, he was very cold. His eyes fell on her body, without the slightest bit of warmth. The girl couldn't help but shiver. Besides the young man, there were many other people in the room. She had seen most of them before, but at this time, their gentle and friendly smiles had all turned into indifference. Deep in their eyes, there was a greedy desire that made her feel fear. She struggled with all her might, but the phoenix hairpin on her head was like a cold, venomous snake, nailing her life gate and scattering all her strength. It was a dark experience without any light. It was so dark that the girl didn't want to remember it. So her mind was a blur. She could only remember those cold faces, eating the flesh and blood that was cut from her body. As they chewed, blood splashed out, making the smiles on those faces look even more terrifying. That's right, when the two of them were deeply in love, the girl had personally held the young man's fingers and gently stroked her head, telling him that this was her weakest place. This was probably what she had done to herself. But in the end, a year had passed and the girl was in a period of rapid growth. Although a short year wasn't enough for her to repair the flaw in her life gate, it wasn't like before. Once she was restrained, she wouldn't lose all resistance. Although she was constantly injured, her strength was slowly restored. Finally, on a stormy night, amidst the roars of thunder, she suddenly reached out and grabbed the hand that was cutting off her flesh. According to the young man, the woman in front of her should be his big sister. The two of them were already married, so this was also her big sister. The girl grabbed her hand and said in a soft voice, "Big sister, you've eaten so much of my flesh this past year that doesn't taste good. I've really tired you out. Please rest for a moment." The panic-stricken woman opened her mouth as if she wanted to scream. But before she could make a single sound, her entire body disintegrated. That's right, the word disintegrate was extremely appropriate here. The strength that rampaged through her body instantly turned her big sister into a pile of broken flesh and bones that fell to the ground. The girl clenched her fingers and a scarlet aura flew out from her broken flesh and bones, condensing into a ball in her palm. These people didn't know what she was. Although they ate her flesh and blood, they weren't able to refine it into their own strength. Once she regained her freedom, all she needed was a single thought and the strength that fused into their bodies would instantly backfire on them. Heavy rain poured down. The girl pushed open the door. This was the first time she had left the bridal chamber since entering it. She was still in that tranquil mountain valley. A gentle breeze stirred up the cold moisture, blowing her hair. Her hair was as red as blood. Walking into the rain, her entire body was instantly soaked. Soon, some people discovered the woman who had escaped. But in front of her, these people who had eaten her flesh and blood simply didn't have the strength to resist. With just a glance, they all fell to the same fate as their big sister. So, more and more scarlet aura condensed in the woman's hand. It didn't grow in size, but its color became increasingly rich. It was like a blood-red eye that had opened its eyes for the first time, wanting to clearly see this cruel and ridiculous world. One after another, the people who had once appeared in front of her and brought her pain and suffering fell down. The courtyard that was covered by the heavy rain became a silent purgatory. The girl walked through every corner in the rain. When she killed 10 people, she finally saw the young man she loved. In the curtain of rain, in the pitch-black night, she stood in the courtyard. Her gaze passed through the window and fell on 2 figures in the room. The young man held a beautiful woman in his arms. His palm gently rested on her slightly protruding belly, and he whispered something into her ear. The woman in his arms smiled incomparably brightly. Her entire face exuded a light that could be called joy and happiness. Is this his wife? Then what am I? The girl quietly thought for a moment. In the end, she couldn't figure it out. So she pushed open the door and walked in, dripping with rain. The young man revealed a panicked expression. He spoke loudly, trying to warn the others in the courtyard. In fact, he succeeded. There was the sound of hurried footsteps, accompanied by suppressed roars. The humid air that had been soaked in the rain was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. They had already discovered those people who had disappeared. The girl reached out a hand and opened her fingers towards the door. Those people who had rushed over all had looks of fear on their faces. Then, large blossoms of blood bloomed in the air. The thick smell of blood caused the pregnant woman to vomit. The young man's face was deathly pale. Despair filled the depths of his eyes. He tried to beg for mercy, but he couldn't answer the girl's question. Just who was she? Just this one question was enough to cut off all of his desire to try and live. He trembled as he knelt on the ground. The young man kowtowed again and again, saying that the child was innocent. He hoped that she could spare the pregnant woman. There was no answer. In truth, this was also a kind of answer. The girl closed her eyes and opened them again. She lifted a hand and pulled out the bead hairpin in her hair. I will return the thing you gave me to you today. She leaned over and stared into the young man's eyes. She slowly stabbed the bead hairpin into his chest. Just like when he stabbed her in the beginning. The young man fell to the ground in pain. His body disintegrated inch by inch. Even as he died, he stared at the girl, his eyes filled with pleading. The pregnant woman's eyes widened. All of her happiness had been destroyed in a short period of time. She howled and rushed forwards like she had gone mad. The girl lifted her hand. Power gushed out from the air, grabbing the pregnant woman's neck and lifting her up. I can agree to your request and forgive this woman and the child. But I will put a curse on your bloodline. No matter how many reincarnations she has to go through, she will live in pain for eternity until the end of time. Then, she pulled the pregnant woman closer. Her other hand reached out, her fingertip falling between the pregnant woman's eyebrows. The scarlet aura crazily poured into her body through her finger, fusing with the fetus in her belly. Leaving the crazy pregnant woman behind, the girl left in the heavy rain. She returned to the deep place of the endless sea, to the home that she thought she would never return to. Master Yun suddenly snapped her fingers, smiling. How about this story? My conclusion isn't wrong, right? It's really funny. Grabbing the stack of papers, her smile became brighter. So, girls, you must learn to protect yourself. Especially, you can't easily trust others. Otherwise, you will only suffer losses. He bit her neck, swallowed for a while, and then threw her away. This bit of blood is my reward for my advice. You should recover quickly. I will come back to find you later. Don't be so delicate that you can't breathe after a few breaths. Your story isn't finished. The sword cultivator suddenly spoke. His appearance was miserable, but his expression was calm. Master Yun glanced at him. Then, I'll have to trouble you to add on. The sword cultivator was silent for several breaths. After the girl returned home, she discovered that her existence had been exposed. The saint had chosen her as a prey. Unwilling to be destroyed, she had been preparing in silence. She had spent many years to create a nearly perfect trap. She faked her death to deceive everyone and then borrowed the power left outside to resurrect. The taciturn sword cultivator had said so much in a single breath. It was truly rare. As his voice fell, even the sound of breathing disappeared from the air. Master Yun's smile faded. You are a smart person, but this is one of the labels I dislike the most. She walked to the sword cultivator, grabbing his arm and pulling it. The sound of bones cracking arose. His entire arm was torn off. The sword cultivator fell on the ground with beads of sweat on his forehead. His body shivered unceasingly. Master Yun brought his arm to her mouth, biting and chewing slowly. As the blood surged, she said, "This is a warning to you. Remember to restrain yourself. Don't act so smart." People weren't stupid. Of course, they understood that the main character of the story that Master Yun had spent a lot of time to tell was herself. To be exact, it was the nature of the spirit body in the middle realm. And she was the power that the spirit body had injected into the pregnant woman's body to fuse with the baby. Her bloodline had been passed down from generation to generation until now. No wonder why Master Yun, who had entered the middle realm with them and was one step ahead of them, would appear in this place as a stranger. Everything had an explanation. Master Yun suddenly smiled. You little fellows are all as shrewd as a fox, but it's a pity that there's no reward for guessing correctly here. She took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. Forget it. If I say it, then I say it. There's nothing to be ashamed of. After all, everyone has a time when they were young and blind. She grabbed the spear cultivator half-step Saint Disciple and bit down. Gulp, 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 gulp sounds echoed in the silence. But this time, it was clear that something was wrong. This cultivator was on the verge of death. His eyes rolled back and his body twitched. But Master Yun didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. The fear that had calmed down suddenly surged into everyone's hearts. Their eyes widened in panic. Master Yun tossed the shriveled corpse to the ground. Facing everyone's panic-stricken eyes, she smiled and said, I thought about it and decided to send you on your way as soon as possible. Otherwise, you might suffer a loss. After all, you know too much. Hearing these words, even in such a situation, the 5 cultivators couldn't help but curse in their hearts. How shameless! You were the one who said it. If you didn't want to, do you think we could force you in our current state? Chapter 1198. Whether or not they cared about face wasn't important. Moreover, they were just food on the chopping block that would soon be eaten, so they didn't have the qualifications to judge them. Master Yun could feel the anger and annoyance in their eyes. But what did it matter? After all, looks were the most powerless thing in this world. But there was one point that Master Yun wasn't wrong. Although these youths were currently being played around in the palm of her hand and had no strength to resist, she didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. These were cultivators that came from the saint's tutelage. Who knew what other unknown things they might have in their hands? In order to win the trust of these people and conceal themselves from the saint's thoughts, the mummified Master Yun had indeed weakened to the extreme. She was like a dried-up lump of mud. If she were struck by a slightly greater force, she would shatter into countless pieces. In order to smoothly revive, she had to prepare a sufficient source of fresh and powerful blood for herself. Thus, there was a house that resembled breeding insect. Its only function was to pick out the most formidable cultivators. Once they ate the spirit body and used their own strength to catalyze the birth of a treasure, the contract would automatically take effect and they would become puppets under her control. Master Yun didn't worry that these cultivators would constantly become stronger, because everything they had was destined to be swallowed up by her in the end. And now it was time to end all of this. She had already smoothly revived and restored some of her strength. There was no need for her to pursue the greatest benefit. She would kill off these cultivators in front of her and eliminate any future troubles. She would leave the endless sea and continue living with a new identity. Qin Yu knew that he couldn't wait any longer. It definitely wasn't because he wanted to save these 5 people, but it was clear that with every cultivator she swallowed, Master Yun would become stronger. Thus, as Master Yun walked towards the stack of papers and the woman's eyes widened in horror and despair, Qin Yu pushed open the darkness. The clear sound of his footsteps instantly spread into everyone's ears. Master Yun turned her head and stared at Qin Yu, who was walking out from the darkness. Her expression was unexpectedly calm. You really are still alive, Qin Yu said. You seem to already know. Master Yun didn't answer this question. You came out now to stop me from killing them? Qin Yu nodded. Although I have no obligation to do so, it is necessary. They cannot be eaten by you. Yunshi smiled. Are you that confident that you can save them? Qin Yu flipped his hand and a lump of iron appeared in his palm. It rapidly turned crimson red, as if magma were roaring within. I have it. Crimson rays of light shot out like countless arrows, tearing apart the darkness around them. Thus, the true scene of this space appeared in front of everyone. It was a giant translucent furnace floating in the darkness. Previously, the darkness that filled this place had seeped in through the furnace. It was also this darkness that blocked the probing of the saint's will, causing everyone to disappear from their senses. Yunshe retracted his smile as he glared at the lump of metal in Qin Yu's hand. Qin Yu, if not for this, I would have already killed you. But I am still alive. Moreover, I know that this thing should have enough strength to destroy you. Qin Yu spread out his 5 fingers. The iron lump floated in the air, constantly emitting humming sounds. The eyes of the 5 cultivators who had just escaped death lit up at the same time. Qin Yu, kill her! Kill her, don't hesitate! Hurry up! Qin Yu was expressionless. He didn't even glance at them, not moving in the slightest. Yunshe's lips curved up. Why don't you do anything? Qin Yu said. You know that I can kill you, yet you remain so calm. Things can't be so simple. Yunshe smiled. You are truly worthy of being my big brother, Qin. Out of everyone here, you are the smartest. She paused. I can give you an answer, but before that, I want you to answer me a question. When did you discover that I was awake? Qin Yu said, after it was activated. Yunshe looked into his eyes. You are not telling the truth. Qin Yu remained indifferent. Yunshe said, if you don't want to tell me, then don't. Who doesn't have some secrets? She lifted a hand and pointed at the furnace where everyone was. For instance, this thing was in the endless sea from the start. I don't know who it belongs to or how it came to be here, but it is very effective. Not even the saints can penetrate it. That is why I was able to smoothly conceal it. He lifted a finger and pointed at Qin Yu. That thing in your hand is, strictly speaking, the fire source of this furnace. But it is a great harm to me, so I sealed it away a long time ago and tossed it in an obscure corner. I never imagined that it would fall into your hands and even be activated by your blood. This is probably fate. Qin Yu lightly said, the important point. Yunshe's lips curved up. The important point is that after you stimulate its strength, you can indeed kill me. But at the same time, you will also activate this slumbering furnace. Qin Yu, since you have been hiding in the darkness this entire time, you should have already seen the complete appearance of the residence I arranged. It was constructed using this furnace as a blueprint, but its strength is far from being comparable to the furnace itself. Qin Yu frowned. You are saying that if this furnace is activated, all of us will die? Yunshe clapped her hands together. That's right, that is the situation. I know you won't easily believe me, but you'll know once you try. The corners of her lips curled up even higher. Or perhaps you've already sensed that something's wrong. After all, it's your blood that has activated the fire source of this furnace. You should be able to sense it more clearly than us. Qin Yu fell silent, and this silence undoubtedly indicated that Yunshe was right. The eyes of the cultivators brightened and their complexions immediately changed. The reason was simple. Qin Yu held that lump of metal in his hand and possessed the strength to kill Yunshe. But doing so would activate the furnace and cause everyone to perish together. This was the same as perishing together with the enemy. Unless he had no other choice, Qin Yu would never use it. In other words, as long as Yunshe didn't attack Qin Yu, the chances of him doing so were minuscule. In that case, if they were in Master Yun's shoes, what would they do? Just thinking about it caused their hearts to sink. Perhaps they could tempt Qin Yu with great benefits as long as he was willing to stand idly by. At that time, they would still be meat on the chopping block. He could chop them up however he wanted and come up with all sorts of tricks. Most importantly, the cultivators discovered to their dismay that it wasn't too difficult for Yunshe to do this. What should they do? Before the cultivators could think of a solution, Yunshe spoke up. Her first words caused their hearts to sink to the bottom of the valley. Qin Yu, let's cooperate. Qin Yu, don't listen to her. If she can save us, we will definitely repay her generously. Xianji shouted, not bothering with pride. But the only response she got was Yunshe's undisguised ridicule. Save you? After knowing so much, if I let you leave alive, I will die, and I will die a miserable death. Since that's the case, why don't we go together? That way we can accompany each other in hell. Xianji's breath caught in her throat and anger appeared in her eyes. She suddenly discovered that this was indeed the case. If Qin Yu wanted to save them, Yunshi would definitely stop him at all costs. Even if they were to die together, she wouldn't allow them to leave alive. The 5 cultivators, who weren't fools, finally came to a realization. The reason why Yunshi had rambled on so much wasn't because she was a chatterbox. Rather, she had already predicted a certain possibility and decided to cut off their escape route. Qin Yu was well aware of the current situation, and he knew that what she said was true. If he did that, he would definitely cut off any hope of saving them. This was because saving them would be equivalent to driving Yunshi crazy and dragging everyone down with her. Since she didn't want to save them, he might as well go with the flow and use the 5 of them who were destined to die to make a deal with Yunshi. Moreover, in the eyes of the sages, they were already dead. Even if they were to be killed now, there wouldn't be any trouble. The more they thought about it, the more panicked they became. Yunshi swept her mocking gaze over the 5 before landing on Qin Yu. Her tone turned gentle. Big brother Qin, if you hadn't stepped in to save me, I would have already died. Thus, no matter who I am now, I owe you a favor, Qin Yu sneered coldly. So, you want to kill me because you owe me a favor? Yunshi frowned. She couldn't help but feel a little regretful for being too rash back then. Now that she thought about it, the reason why Qin Yu suddenly left was probably because he sensed danger and chose to flee in advance. If he had been a little more cautious, he might have already been killed. There would have been no need for him to stir up so much trouble. Before she could organize her words, Qin Yu interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Cut the crap. If I didn't stop you, what would I have gotten out of it? Not stopping him meant watching from the sidelines. The faces of the 5 cultivators warped in horror, and their hearts sank to the bottom. The situation that they were most worried about had finally appeared. Xianji shrieked, Qin Yu, if you dare to work with her, my master will never let you off. Ruan Jing, Ling Xiao, Zhou Lei, and Wang Hun cursed her for being a fool in their hearts. Was she trying to kill herself by saying such things now? As expected, Qin Yu shot her a cold glance and said, Can you kill them without leaving any traces behind? Yunshi smiled. Of course. Don't worry, big brother Qin. If I kill them in this cauldron, even the sages won't be able to sense it. After a slight pause, she continued, As for the benefits that big brother Qin mentioned, the name Human Pearl is quite appropriate, so I'll just call it that. I won't eat the 5 of them. I'll just kill them and condense them into human pearls for big brother Qin. Qin Yu laughed in anger. Yunshi, do you think I'm that stupid? I'll never touch human pearls. Yunshi said, Big brother Qin, there's no need to be angry. Since I've made this promise, I'll naturally take back the secret door and turn the human pearls into pure, powerful treasures that will aid in your cultivation. Of course, I'll only be at ease if you agree to eat the human pearls. Big brother Qin, you won't tell anyone about what happened today. Qin Yu's complexion was cloudy and uncertain, a burning heat in his eyes. He was well aware of the effects of the mortal bead, not to mention that these 5 cultivators were all peak powerhouses who had swallowed a massive number of mortal beads. If he killed them, the quality of the human pearls they formed would naturally be shockingly high. After absorbing them, his strength would surely rise dramatically. Yunshi's smile widened. Big brother Qin, this is the best choice for both of us. Why hesitate? Qin Yu looked up, his eyes blazing. Yunshi, if you dare to play any tricks on me, I'll immediately detonate the fire source and kill you. Yunshi said, I know big brother Qin's strength, so how could I dare to have any other thoughts? You can rest assured. After a moment of hesitation, he said, however, in order to dissolve the secret door hidden within the human pearls, we'll need to sign a cooperation contract. As long as you and I become a part of the contract, the secret door will naturally be ineffective against you. Qin Yu clenched his fist. How do we sign the contract? Yunshi said, It's simple. All you need to do is put our palms together and leave the rest to me. Big brother Qin, rest assured. You control the furnace's fire source, so I won't dare to take any risk. Qin Yu sneered. I don't think you dare. Come. He stretched out his hand and placed his palms together with Yunshi's. In the instant that their palms came into contact with one another, Yunshi looked at Qin Yu and smiled. Big brother Qin, I'm afraid you don't know that spirits are born from the heavens and earth, and their souls are endless, right? Otherwise, how could you dare to come into contact with me? Qin Yu's face was filled with anger. In the next moment, his body stiffened. At the same time, Yunshi's body slumped to the ground. When the two touched, her soul had already entered Qin Yu's body through their palms. Spirits were born from the heavens and earth, and Yunshi's soul was different from all other living beings in the world. She possessed all sorts of terrifying abilities. Assimilating souls and transforming them into a part of one's own soul was what she was best at. But this time, as soon as she entered, before Yunshi could do anything, she felt as if she was being bitten by a vicious mouth. Just a single bite nearly tore her soul in two. Fear and pain assaulted her heart at the same time, causing her to scream in pain. In the next moment, her consciousness was forcefully extracted from her soul and reappeared in Qin Yu's mind. Qin Yu's expression was calm. He looked at Yunshi, who was tightly bound by the black chains, without joy or sorrow in his eyes. Although he had made up his mind from the start, if Yunshi didn't have the intention to harm him, she wouldn't have fallen into the hands of the old turtle so easily. What is this? What is this thing? Cram. Yunshi frantically struggled, but unfortunately, it was all in vain. Hee, what a fiery little girl. I like her a lot. The old turtle was so overjoyed that he was about to go crazy. Thank you, Master, for saving me. From now on, I will fight wherever you want me to. As he spoke, the black chains tightened around Yunshi, locking her in place. She glared at Qin Yu, her eyes filled with hatred. Qin Yu spread out his hands. You barged in here yourself, so how can you blame me? You should know that I was very sincere in cooperating with you from the start. Yunshi, like hell I'll believe you. There really isn't a single good man in this world. Chapter 1199. Qin Yu, consider yourself fierce, but don't think that just because you've suppressed my consciousness that you've won. Yunshi clenched her teeth, her eyes cold and callous. If I cannot restore the connection to my mortal body, I will immediately lose control of my strength. At that time, there will be a loud bang and no one will be able to escape. Qin Yu clapped his hands in praise. To describe you as a wily old fox is truly fitting. But, even if you can blow yourself up, I fear you still won't be able to kill me. Moreover, I don't think you will have the chance to do so. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. On the other side, Yunshi, who was being entangled by the old turtle, suddenly paled. The connection between her and her mortal body had been severed. How could this be? Qin Yu said, I fear you have forgotten. In order to avoid a bloodline backlash that would have taken your life, I once branded the dark moon and crimson sun into your body. Afterwards, I forgot to take them back. Now that I have imprisoned your mortal body, it is the perfect time. Qin Yu! Yunshi screamed. You cannot kill me, you cannot. Without expression, Qin Yu said, Of course I can. The old turtle angrily roared. If I don't kill you, how can I continue living? This is your fate. Just obediently accept it. The black chains tightened, gradually sinking into her body. The hatred on Yunshi's face finally turned into panic. She had spent countless years plotting and scheming, and now, she finally saw the hope of a new life. How could she be willing to die like this? Qin Yu, don't kill me. As long as you let me live. As Yunshi spoke to her, her lips trembled and she fell silent. She could clearly feel the indifference in Qin Yu's eyes. This shattered the last shred of hope in her heart. Why? Yunshu whispered, I am a pure and honest person. I have never done anything that harms the heavens or harms reason while cultivating in the endless sea. Just because I tried to save someone out of compassion, I ended up being deceived, imprisoned, tortured, and eaten. I was lucky enough to return to the endless sea alive, but I was targeted by a group of greedy saints. I became their prey. I'm not willing, of course I'm not willing. Since the heavens and earth gave birth to me, why did they give me such a tragic fate? She suddenly lifted her head, her voice becoming sharp and resentful. I want to live, but all my plans and preparations are in vain. Qin Yu, I curse you with the identity of the spirit of the endless sea. You will have to face its endless pursuit until the last drop of your blood is drained. Your flesh and blood will be divided and devoured, and your soul will perish. Ha 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 ha. Fate, this is my fate. Today I will accept it. Crack after crack appeared on Yunshu's body before it shattered into innumerable pieces and vanished without a trace. In the end, she chose to disperse her consciousness and ended her life. This was probably Yunshu's final stand against the world. Even if she had to die by his hand. Qin Yu frowned. Following Master Yun's death, he suddenly felt an extremely cold and sinister energy fusing with his aura. When he tried to sense it again, he didn't discover anything. But he was well aware that this was the curse that Master Yun had placed on him before she died. Indeed, in this world, there were no gains for no reason. There were gains and losses. Since he chose to kill Master Yun, he had to bear the consequences of his actions. The old turtle cautiously said, Master, you have been cursed. Qin Yu was speechless for a second. Do I need you to remind me of what has happened to me? Feeling Qin Yu's dissatisfaction, the old turtle dryly coughed. In truth, I wanted to remind Master that this curse is the fiercest of blood curses. It is the kind that bites you before you die, and it is the most poisonous of poisons. There is basically no cure for it. You must be careful from now on. All life forms in the endless sea will treat you like you have killed their parent. Qin Yu's lips twitched. This old turtle was a terrible description, but he couldn't help but pay attention to it. He was clearly worried that Qin Yu would vent his anger on him, so he gave him a warning ahead of time. Forget it. Since things had already come to this, there was no point in thinking too much about it. He could only deal with the situation as it came. Even the wily spirit body had been blown up by him, so why would he need to fear the shrimp soldiers and crab generals of the endless sea? Now, this was indeed what Qin Yu thought. Moreover, he didn't place this curse in his eyes at all. But soon, he would understand what it meant to not fear death, and what it meant to be an ant biting an elephant to death. Moreover, in a place like the endless sea, there were indeed many shrimp soldiers and crab generals. But they were absolutely different from what he knew. Let's not talk about the future. Qin Yu opened his eyes. He instantly felt a trace of gloomy coldness and ill intent. It was soul-hooking. Seeing Qin Yu wake up, his eyes flashed and he lowered his head. He sneered inwardly. What an ungrateful wretch. He had just saved his life, but now that he saw Qin Yu fall into Master Yun's trap, he suddenly had devious thoughts. If he hadn't woken up in time, he feared soul-hooking would have done something. Originally, Qin Yu was a bit hesitant about how to deal with the 5 cultivators in front of him that were still alive. He didn't fear killing them, but who knew if these people in front of him had some special method to mark the murderer or something like that. If he killed them all, that would be a simple and straightforward solution. But, if he provoked several incomparably terrifying saints, then he would likely have to spend the rest of his days on the run. And the key point was that he might not even be able to escape. But even if he didn't kill them, just the fact that their spiritual bodies had fallen into his hands was enough to make Qin Yu suffer. This was originally a difficult choice to make. Qin Yu was still considering the pros and cons, but that soul-hooking gaze just now caused him to think of another method. His thoughts raced as he thought over the situation. Then, a cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He had already given them a path, so it was fine if they left. Otherwise, they couldn't blame him for being ruthless and leaving them here. The moment Qin Yu woke up, the attention of the 5 living cultivators fell onto him. They certainly understood the current situation. When it came to their own life and death, these people definitely considered things more comprehensively than Qin Yu. They certainly knew what his current concerns were. Zhou Lei said in a low voice, "Brother Qin, I can make a solemn oath that I will not reveal anything that happened today. If I violate this oath, I will die a violent death." "That's right, Qin Yu, you saved us, so we definitely won't repay kindness with enmity." Stacked Paper's words were sincere. This was a close disciple of half-sage Stacking Kite. After experiencing life and death terror after terror, he no longer had any arrogance left in him. The situation was clear. Master Cloud had died. Their life and death now depended on a single thought from Qin Yu. But what was sad was that the situation they faced didn't change for the better at all. This was because Qin Yu had ample reason to kill them and eliminate any future troubles. In this situation, what was there to be arrogant about? It wasn't easy for them to survive. Soul Hooking was silent for a moment. Then, he said, "Qin Yu, if you save us today, we will forget about you killing the descendants of Sly Fate." "Forget about it?" Qin Yu suddenly said, "Are you serious?" Soul Hooking said, "Of course." Qin Yu said, "I don't believe you." Soul Hooking, if it weren't for the fact that he was in an absolutely weakened state right now, he swore he would have pounced on Qin Yu and taught him a lesson. If he didn't believe him, then what the hell was he talking about? Were you playing with him? His strength was recovering at a speed faster than he imagined. This was likely because he had used a massive number of treasures before this. With every moment that passed, his strength would increase. No matter how annoyed Soul Hooking was, he wouldn't choose to fall out with Qin Yu right now. "Didn't you want to talk nonsense? Then speak as much as you can. Once I recover, I will immediately let you know what it means to say that the more you talk, the more you die." Soul Hooking took a deep breath. His voice was extremely sincere. "Qin Yu, how can I make you believe me? I do want to live. As long as you save us, you can state any condition you want." Qin Yu suddenly laughed. But his words weren't funny at all. "Are you saying so much? Are you deliberately stalling for time? I know that your strength is rapidly recovering, but believe me, the speed of your recovery is not as fast as the speed at which I make my decision." After a brief pause, he swept his eyes over the several people. "You are all disciples of a saint, and I don't want to stir up any more trouble, so I can spare your lives. But I need a guarantee that those who are still alive will stand with me and never betray me. Do you understand what I mean?" Soul Hooking suddenly felt that something wasn't right. Qin Yu's words sounded normal, so why did he feel a chill in his heart? Puff, with a dull sound, the Skypiercer sword cultivator attacked. At some unknown time, he had condensed a powerful sword intent that tore open a massive hole in Soul Hooking's chest. And at almost the same time, Ruan Jing reached out a hand. As blood splashed out, he forcefully dug out Soul Hooking's left eyeball. The eyeball that was clenched tightly in his 5 fingers twitched madly. Then, he exerted force and crushed it into powder. Soul Hooking screamed, "If you dare to kill me, the Sly Life clan will never let you off." After the Skypiercer sword cultivator attacked, he retreated to where he was. His complexion paled. It was clear that the sword strike just now had affected his injuries. Ruan Jing gasped for breath. He glanced at Qin Yu and then at Zhou Lei and Xianji. "What are you two waiting for? Are you hoping that Brother Qin will send you on your way?" This was proof of their allegiance. It was also their only choice to survive. Zhou Lei and Xianji stiffened. Relatively speaking, although these two people were intelligent, one was too upright and the other didn't understand the world, so their reactions were a bit slow. But looking at the silent Qin Yu, How could they not understand just what had happened? Qin Yu had already given them a choice. They would attack together and kill Soul Hooking. If the four of them survived, they would be on the same boat as him. If anyone dared to betray him, they would be hunted down by the Sly Life clan to the end. Bang! With a loud clap of thunder, Zhou Lei's eyes turned purple. He opened his mouth and spat out a bolt of lightning that struck Soul Hooking, instantly charring him. Soul Hooking fell to the ground. At this time, he couldn't even scream. Struggling at death's door, he could only glare at Qin Yu with hatred in his eyes. Soul Hooking certainly knew that the reason he had fallen to this state was all because of Qin Yu. And more importantly, it was impossible for him to survive, so there was no need for him to hide his true emotions. It was true that Xian Ji was a woman, but when a woman was ruthless, that was what was truly terrifying. Without hesitation, she cut off Soul Hooking's neck. His head rolled around and she picked him up. Everyone, you and I are well aware of the abilities of the Sly Life clan. Since we have killed Soul Hooking, if you don't want to be hunted down, then cooperate with me to seal his soul and seal his life. We must bury the truth of his death. Of course, no one objected to this proposal. Looking at the four cultivators gathered together, Qin Yu smiled. Killing someone was indeed the most effective and fastest way to solve a problem. Its advantage was that it was done once and for all, but whether or not there would be any residual effects depended on who was killed and one's own luck. Soul Hooking wasn't easy to kill, but the harder it was to kill him, the stronger the alliance formed after killing him would be. To Qin Yu, this was the best result. Sealing his soul and sealing his life was difficult, but concealing it from the senses of a saint was even more difficult. With Soul Hooking's status in the Sly Life clan, his death would inevitably draw the attention of the Soul Hooking clan's half-saint. Fortunately, the ones who did this were four cultivators under the command of a half-saint. In particular, this woman Xian Ji had a stack of paper on her body. She didn't explain, but there were traces of ink on these pieces of paper that were pieced together. Every stroke, every twist and turn, released an incomparably powerful aura that left one's heart racing. The only bad thing was that the words on the paper were a bit too ugly. Although there were only a few missing strokes, they could still be seen. To be able to pour such a powerful aura into the words written on the paper, one could only achieve the great Tao and become a supreme saint. So it turned out that the legendary half-saint Stacking Iris, who loved to read and excelled in the four arts, had actually written such ugly words. Legends really couldn't be trusted. Xian Ji swept her eyes over the four cultivators. Her complexion was a bit ugly. She clenched her teeth and said, "I'm warning you, you had best keep this matter to yourself. If my teacher finds out, silencing you will be the lightest punishment." A half-saint Stacking Iris's words were like scribbles. Once this matter spread out, his image would immediately collapse. Thinking back to the occasional words he had heard from his own saint, half-saint Stacking Iris wasn't a broad-minded person at all. Of course, it was normal for women to be narrow-minded. If they were to be held to the standards of men, that would be too excessive. But when this woman was a half-saint, things were different. There really was a chance someone could die. Cough cough, forget, he absolutely had to forget. This matter was just like killing Hook's soul. He had to pretend it had never happened. She stuck the paper all over Hook's soul's body. Xian Ji bit her finger and looked up at the three people beside her. "Don't just stand there and play dumb. It's impossible for me to do this alone." Ruan Jing bitterly smiled. She was the second to bite her finger. The sword cultivator Skypiercer flicked his finger and a blood sword flew out. Zhou Lei coughed several times. He looked at Qin Yu and then back at him. Qin Yu lightly said, "Stop looking. I won't donate blood no matter how much you look." To speak so bluntly and still be able to restrain herself from falling out with him, this was certainly a skill. The four second-generation cultivators bled together, dyeing the paper red. Like glue, it firmly stuck to Hook Soul's corpse. "Burn!" Xian Ji shouted out. The blood-stained paper instantly ignited, burning Hook Soul's corpse to ashes. Chapter 1200. As for the head part, it was the sword cultivator who had struck himself several times in the chest. Only then was he able to spit out a mouthful of blood. The moment the blood left his body, it was shattered into a bloody fog by a powerful sword intent, because within this blood, there really was a transparent sword shadow. Life sword. Xianzhi, Ruanjing, and Zhou Lei's complexions changed. They thought that this was truly worthy of being the peerless sword Dao genius that only appeared once every 10,000 years in the Heavenly Sword sect. At such a young age, he had actually managed to cultivate his life sword. Then, they all let out long breaths of relief. The life sword of the Heavenly Sword sect was not something that the so-called life swords of the various sword sects could compare with. With this life sword, even if a saint were to lock down the heavens, they wouldn't be able to sense anything wrong. Puff, with a muffled sound, the transparent sword shadow sank into the Soul Reaper's skull. Green smoke rose from the 7 orifices of his head at the same time. This was a phenomenon caused by the complete destruction of his soul. To erase it from the world without leaving a single trace was a safer method than sealing his soul. Even if the Sly Fate clan had the ability to summon remnant souls and extract information from the fragments, now that his soul had been destroyed, he was destined to obtain nothing. Hu-chi, the sword cultivator fell to the ground, gasping for breath. His face was pale, without the slightest hint of blood. He was already extremely weak, and had been repeatedly hammered by Master Yun. Now that he had forcefully activated his life sword, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Zhou Lei flipped his hand and took out something. "This is a healing item from my Thunder Dominion. Brother Ling, you might be able to use it." Tong Tian's sword cultivator glanced at him, took the medicine, and swallowed it. This decisiveness left Zhou Lei stunned for a moment before he smiled. Ruan Jing whispered, "Aren't you afraid of poison? Sword cultivators really are brainless." Zhou Lei sneered. The black-hearted scholar of Xiangzhang Academy has always called himself a gentleman, but he always has the heart of a villain. How laughable! Xianzhi straightened herself. "I will warn you once more. Remember my warning and don't say anything you shouldn't say." She glanced at the sword cultivator, who looked much better. She reached out a hand. "Give me one too." Zhou Lei's face stiffened. "I don't think your injuries are too serious. This thing is actually quite precious." "I don't have much." Xianzhi was expressionless. "You may think that my injuries aren't serious, but I'm actually holding on. If you're sure that you need it, I can immediately show you my weakness." This was a little too ruthless. He had already made up his mind to learn how to be a thick-skinned and black-hearted person so that he could live longer in the future. However, this was clearly not a goal that could be achieved in a short period of time. Zhou Lei smiled bitterly and gave a piece of xian paper. Then, he immediately glared at Ruan Jing. "Don't say any more. I only have 3 of these. I want to save one to save a life at a critical moment." Ruan Jing took out a jade gourd from her bosom, opened it, and drank a mouthful. "My Xiangzhang Academy is rich and overbearing, and we have no lack of life-saving items. You should keep your treasures for yourself." After saying that, he paused and glanced at Zhou Lei. "Do you understand the principle of not flaunting your wealth? If you want to learn to be an outstanding person, you still have a long way to go." After experiencing life and death together, and even killing people together, these 4 cultivators of a certain generation had inexplicably become closer to each other. Of course, there were genuine changes in their moods, but there was also no lack of deliberate actions. After all, after today they would have a common secret and could just barely be divided into a small group. Qin Yu saw all of this with his eyes, but didn't have any intention of interfering. Whether they wanted to be close or not, it didn't matter to him as long as they could keep today's secret. Ruan Jing looked at the xian paper and then at Zhou Lei. She felt that their conversation didn't seem to care about Qin Yu's feelings. but she couldn't find a suitable topic to talk about. She could only say, "Brother Qin, there is something I need to remind you of. After leaving the endless sea, it is best that you leave immediately and don't stop. Then, before you are strong enough, don't move around alone." Qin Yu frowned. "What do you mean?" Ruan Jing's eyebrows jumped up. She thought, "Don't you know what you've done? I'm just trying to find something to talk about in consideration of your feelings." But Qin Yu didn't understand. In a situation where he couldn't afford to provoke them, he certainly had to answer. Not only did he answer, but he also answered in a comprehensive manner and had a good attitude. "Haha, Brother Qin has a short memory. I'm afraid you don't remember, but before you entered the realm within the realm, when you sparred with Ling Xiao, you used the power of space. Although I saw it with my own eyes, every time I think about it, I am amazed. Brother Qin, with your cultivation, you have already grasped the rules of space. In the future, your potential will be limitless and you may even step onto the saint realm." In terms of the importance of having a glib tongue, when two people fought to the death, the concept had been stolen and changed. Sparring. But that wasn't important. Qin Yu suddenly discovered that there was a high chance there was a problem with his understanding of things, for instance, the space laws. It seemed as though it was extraordinary. He took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He said in a low voice, "Ruan Jing, speak clearly. What is going on?" Keep pretending. What's going on? Why do you have to use this method to make me praise you? Childish, this is far too childish." His heart was filled with disdain. He thought that Qin Yu seemed like a fierce person who gave off an unfathomable feeling, so how could he suddenly be like this? Could it be that all the pressure had been lifted and he had the upper hand, so he revealed his true nature? Thinking about it, how sad. I am the dignified Ruan Jing, and yet I have fallen into such a person's hands. I want to cry but no tears will come out. Ruan Jing sighed inwardly and lamented his own fate. But a bright smile bloomed on his face. It looks like I was worrying too much. Brother Qin's cultivation is transcendent. There is no need for you to fear ordinary people. Even if a saint were to take action, there would be a great figure behind them to stop them. After all, for someone like Brother Qin who has limitless prospects, even a saint would do their best to protect him. Did I praise you enough? Is it comfortable enough? How come you still have that gloomy frown on your face? Don't go too far. For better or worse, I am the dignified Ruan Jing of Xiangzhang Academy. For better or worse, I am someone with status. I really can't say anything more than that. Looking at the silent Qin Yu, Ruan Jing's expression stiffened. As he was considering whether or not to adjust his bottom line, Qin Yu suddenly said, "Are you saying that a saint might attack me because of the space laws? What nonsense! With your acting skills, it would be a pity if you didn't win an award." How simple was this? It was obvious that it wasn't, so how could he have such a gloomy expression as if he had just learned some grievous news? Who was he trying to fool? That's right, if Qin Yu was trying to find a way to listen to him praise him, then that would make sense. After all, everyone had a heart of vanity. Moreover, Ruan Jing's flattery wasn't just any ordinary effect. But, if he deliberately put on such an appearance as if he had just realized something, besides showing his ignorance, what use was there? Ruan Jing looked at Qin Yu and then at him. Of course, he wasn't like Zhou Lei, who had such ridiculous thoughts. Rather, he was carefully observing the emotions he revealed. Why did it feel like it was real? Ruan Jing's heart shrank. His expression froze and he couldn't help but cry out inwardly, "It can't be! Qin Yu really didn't know what the space laws represented. Heavens, could he be a native cultivator that jumped out from some remote corner of the world? But, the problem was, when had he ever heard of a native cultivator that had always been labeled as a country bumpkin, arrogant and laughable? Moreover, he had even grasped the space laws. Xianzhi and Zhou Lei couldn't help but widen their eyes. They looked at Qin Yu as if they were looking at an immortal god. Seeing Ruan Jing's stunned expression as if he had been struck by lightning, Xian Ji cautiously said, "Fellow Taoist Qin, do you really not know what the space laws represent?" Qin Yu glanced at her. "I'll know once you tell me." At this time, Xian Ji couldn't help but think that if he was acting, then his acting skills were at the peak of perfection. If he wasn't, that would be a big joke. With a question and an answer, Xian Ji replaced Ruan Jing as he explained in detail what the space laws were and what they represented. He couldn't not explain in detail, because Qin Yu's questions were too serious. Everyone was infected by his seriousness and became nervous. So it turned out that the space laws also represented future growth potential. Even great figures that stepped into the saint realm weren't able to grasp them. Qin Yu had never felt such a pressing need for a way to obtain all sorts of cultivation news. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to make such a low-level mistake. In fact, he didn't even need to rush into the endless sea. As long as he lit up the space laws, there was a high chance he would be specially recruited and directly enter the Peach Blossom Spring. Of course, at that time, Qin Yu would have to be on guard against the Peach Blossom Spring Master having designs on the space laws. But now, he didn't have to worry about this. Instead, he had provoked an even greater problem for himself. It was clear that the spirit bodies in the endless sea had already been locked onto by many saints. As long as they weren't blind, they would definitely be able to sense the fluctuations of the space laws. And before he entered the realm within the mystic realm, there had been far too many people that had seen Qin Yu display the space laws. Even if the vast majority of them had died in the mystic realm, as long as one of them managed to leave alive, he would still be in deep trouble. Moreover, there were 4 of them right in front of him. Sensing Qin Yu's unfriendly gaze, Xian Ji quickly waved her hand. "Fellow Taoist Qin, rest assured that we are all grasshoppers on the same rope. We definitely won't say anything. After all, if something happens to you, our fates won't be any better." This was true. But Qin Yu's complexion remained as gloomy as before. It was as if a disaster had fallen from the heavens and just happened to smash into his head. Damn it! Ruan Jing had already regained his composure. As he listened to Qin Yu and Xian Ji's conversation and carefully watched his expression change, he finally confirmed something. It was true. Qin Yu really didn't know what the space laws meant. In fact, from his expression, he didn't seem to value them at all. He thought about how he had painstakingly fumbled about for these past years. With the help of the Academy's teachers, he had tried countless possibilities, but he had never been able to truly step into the great Tao of space. A mouthful of blood rushed to his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. "Steady, steady, I can't disgrace myself like this." Staring at Qin Yu, Ruan Jing's eyes turned a bit red. He really wanted to roar out loud. They were both men, so why were you so outstanding? Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to care about Ruan Jing, who was staring at him with reddened eyes and about to explode. He frowned and his thoughts raced. The 3 cultivators in front of him had no need to joke around with him. Moreover, looking at their expressions, it seemed they were even more surprised than he was. There was a high probability that was what had happened. In other words, in the eyes of these saints, he was nothing more than a little fellow who ran around recklessly with a gold ingot in his arms. In this situation, if he didn't fight for it, what was the point? To add food to someone else's bowl? Thinking about it from another's perspective, it wasn't hard to guess what the saints were thinking. Qin Yu's complexion became even uglier. Run, he had to run, and he had to be fast. If he were discovered by the saints, he would truly die without a grave. Now, Qin Yu could barely be considered a member of the higher cultivators. He certainly knew that the thoughts of these so-called lords were no different from those of ordinary people. As long as there were enough benefits, they would take action. Could things like face be eaten? Zhou Lei suddenly said, "Brother Qin, in your current situation, running away is useless. Since the saints know of your existence, it is only a matter of time before they discover you. Looking into Qin Yu's eyes, he slowed down his words. Now, the only way to resolve this is for Brother Qin to find a sufficiently powerful backer for yourself as soon as possible. Someone so powerful that not even the saints can attack you without scruples. Of course, if Brother Qin comes from some powerful influence, then just pretend I didn't say anything. These last words were obviously nonsense. If I had any background, would I have such an expression? But it was clear that Zhou Lei's words had a hidden meaning. He coughed and said, "Perhaps Brother Qin hasn't heard of my title as the Master of the Thunder Dominion. But I can guarantee that as long as you join the Thunder Dominion and become a cultivator under the Master, even a saint will have to be wary." Xianzhi humphed at Zhou Lei. He thought that honest people had really turned bad. In the blink of an eye, he had stolen away so quickly. "Fellow Taoist Qin, my honorable master is half-sage stacking iris. He is recognized by the outside world as one of the strongest half-sages. He is on good terms with many saints and his connections are all top-notch. If fellow Taoist Qin is willing to enter my honorable master's tutelage, you will be able to guarantee your own safety. You're going too far. Even if you want to blow your own trumpet, you shouldn't be like this." Ruan Jing was all smiles. "Brother Qin, Xiangzhang Academy is your best choice. There are 2 half-sages in my academy and their style has always been to protect their own. As long as you are willing, I am willing to ask my senior apprentice Brother Headmaster to accept you as a disciple in place of my late teacher. In terms of seniority, those 2 just now will have to call you High Master." He had to pull Qin Yu into Xiangzhang Academy. At that time, if he could spend time with him, wouldn't he be able to learn a method to cultivate the space laws? He glared at Zhou Lei and Xianzhi, his eyes filled with contempt. One secluded himself in a corner and the other only cared about transcending the mundane. Just what qualifications did they have to compete with his academy? Was it in terms of wealth or numbers? The Skyspan sword cultivator suddenly opened his eyes. "If fellow Taoist Qin is willing to enter the sword faction, I can guarantee you that." Ruan Jing was stunned. Damn, he had forgotten about the Heavenspan sword sect. When these sword maniacs fought over people, they were extremely fierce. Even the academy might not be able to stop them. Qin Yu had an extremely formidable cultivation and also grasped the space laws. He was a fierce person that could even defeat a middle boundary spirit body. He was definitely worth winning over. The reason there was no movement before was because no one imagined that Qin Yu was a native that didn't even understand the space laws. It could even be said that he was one of the most formidable native cultivators in all of history. Fight, of course he had to fight. Even if he had to bleed, he had to fight. Qin Yu rubbed his chin, a bit uncomfortable. He had suddenly become a delicious cake in the eyes of these cultivators. Looking for a backer, yes, that was indeed the best choice he could make right now. But Xiangzhang Academy, the Heavenspan sword sect, the Thunder Dominion, and the ugly half-sage stacking iris weren't the choices he needed. If he wanted to latch onto a thigh, it would be best if it was the Peach Blossom Land. Chapter 1201. Qin Yu made up his mind, but there were some things that he had to understand in advance. His gaze turned around and landed on Ruan Jing. Of the 4 people in front of him, he was the most talkative. Those who were talkative usually loved to ask around, so they should know more than others. "Ruan Jing, I have a question." Ruan Jing was overjoyed. "Brother Qin, please ask. As long as I know, I will definitely tell you the truth." "That's good." Qin Yu nodded. "Has the master of the Peach Blossom Spring grasped the spatial laws?" This question was different from what he had imagined. Ruan Jing was stunned for a second. He suddenly felt that things had gotten a little worse. Peach Blossom Spring. Qin Yu was just a native. How would he know about the Peach Blossom Spring? Now that he had asked such a question, It was obvious that he was referring to something. But since Qin Yu had asked, he could not and did not dare to not answer. His gaze swept over the paper, Zhou Lei, and the sword cultivator who had opened his eyes. He decisively gave up on the idea of speaking nonsense. The risk was too great. If he was not careful, he might lose his life. About this, the Peach Blossom Spring Master has already crossed the sea and reached the other shore. She has long stopped caring about worldly affairs and went into seclusion in the Peach Blossom Spring to ascend to the heavens. As a sage, she should have grasped the spatial laws, Qin Yu frowned. Should. He did not dare to believe such an uncertain answer. Zhou Lei said, I can answer Brother Qin's question. The Peach Blossom Spring Master's cultivation is extremely high. She has already reached the peak of true sage and has already comprehended the spatial laws. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Really? Zhou Lei nodded. Absolutely. That's good. Since the Peach Blossom Spring Master had grasped the spatial laws, the chances of anyone plotting against him would be much smaller. Crossing the sea, the other shore. This was probably the cultivation stage that involved the divine path. According to the information they had, the Peach Blossom Spring Master was clearly very strong. In other words, as long as he entered the Peach Blossom Spring, the number of people who dared to plot against him would be reduced to a minimum. But there was no lack of madmen in the world. As long as there were enough benefits, they would do anything. After understanding the preciousness of the spatial laws, Qin Yu was not naive enough to think that he could sit back and relax. If he wanted to live a peaceful life, he would have to be more careful in the future and not give others a chance to plot against him. He was thinking too far ahead. Qin Yu gathered his thoughts. You've probably guessed it, so I won't hide anything. Is there a problem with me entering the Peach Blossom Spring? Zhou Lei said, No problem at all. If Brother Qin is willing to join the Peach Blossom Spring, I can recommend you. Pausing for a while, he continued, This is also a secret. You should keep it to yourselves. It's better not to spread it out. I, the Thunder Territory's master, and the Peach Blossom Spring's master have been good friends for many years. This time, my trip to the Endless Sea is related to the Peach Blossom Spring. There were some things that didn't need to be explained too clearly. As long as it was pointed out slightly, everyone would be able to react. The Thunder Dominion had never interfered in the affairs of the outside world, and its cultivators rarely ventured outside. After confirming Zhou Lei's identity, everyone was muttering to themselves, unable to guess why the Thunder Dominion would suddenly intervene. After all, although a spiritual body was precious, there were many treasures that had appeared in the world over the countless years, and there were many that were more precious than a spiritual body. There were even some that caused saints to fight, but the Thunder Dominion had never shown any interest in them. Now there seemed to be an answer. The Thunder Dominion's master was on good terms with the Peach Blossom Spring's master, so it was likely that Zhou Lei had come here because of the Peach Blossom Spring. As for why the Peach Blossom Spring master didn't personally take action, he naturally had his reasons. This wasn't something that a group of junior cultivators had the qualifications to guess. In fact, just like Zhou Lei had reminded them before, it was best not to say too much about this matter. When it came to a peak true saint who had already reached the other shore, any seemingly insignificant matter could cause a great stir. Although they were all disciples of saints, there were different kinds of saints. Some were crossing the sea. Although they were saints, they were only half-saints. Some had already reached the other shore and had condensed their great Tao to become a true saint. There were also some who had already walked very far on the road of a true saint and had even reached the peak. Without a doubt, the Peach Blossom Spring Master was the most powerful existence amongst the saints. Qin Yu smiled. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Zhou. It's nothing. Zhou Lei nodded. After we leave this place, I will immediately send out a message. The Peach Blossom Spring has cultivators in the Endless Sea. They should be able to catch up soon. At this point, it was time to leave. Although he was eager to become a member of the Peach Blossom Spring as soon as possible, the current state of these 4 cultivators was far too poor. If they left like this and died in the endless sea, there would definitely be trouble. Qin Yu said, "All of you heal your wounds first. Once you've recovered, we will leave." The 4 cultivators relaxed. They knew that from this moment on, they were truly safe. As for why Qin Yu was so confident in allowing them to heal their wounds, the reason was simple. It was because Qin Yu still held the fire source of this furnace in his hands. If they dared to harm him, then let alone whether or not they were his match, even if they could suppress him together, once the fire source exploded, everyone would be finished. No one would do such a stupid thing. Since he was in an invincible position, Qin Yu certainly appeared calm. Unfortunately, some people didn't understand what was going on and had all sorts of random thoughts. They could only be killed, for instance, if they died here, it was destined that no one would know how they died. Qin Yu ignored the 4 of them, and walked over to Master Yun's side. Her aura had completely vanished, leaving behind only her body. A complex look appeared in her eyes. Although, strictly speaking, she was one with the spirit body source of the endless sea, she had still been implicated. If Master Yun hadn't come to the endless sea and hadn't encountered Qin Yu, perhaps she wouldn't have ended up like this. For better or worse, they were acquaintances, and the reason Qin Yu was able to smoothly suppress the spirit body was because he had used Master Yun. He couldn't just watch her die here. Thinking for a moment, he bent down and picked her up. But at this time, Qin Yu's eyebrows jumped up, a trace of surprise in his eyes. He called out to the old turtle, who was holding onto the spirit body's soul and swallowing it in great gulps. Qin Yu had him take some pure soul strength. Although it hurt him a bit, the old turtle knew that everything he had now was given to him by Qin Yu, so he obediently did as he was told. After sending this soul strength between Master Yun's eyebrows, Qin Yu let out a deep breath. This was all he could do. As for the result, it would all depend on her fate. Following that, Qin Yu began to study how to leave this furnace. He was the same as the several other cultivators. When the endless sea shattered, he was pulled here by the spirit body. As for how to leave, Qin Yu didn't panic. This was because he held the furnace's fire source in his hand. Intuition told him that this lump of iron wasn't as simple as a fire source. If he wanted to leave with it in his hand, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Reality proved that Qin Yu's guess was correct. With a loud ringing sound, crimson lines began to appear on the surface of the furnace. A deep and rich halo of light was released from it, illuminating everyone's faces and causing them to awaken from their cultivation. Qin Yu grasped the lump of iron in his hand. Crimson light flowed out from it, covering his entire body as if he were wearing a suit of armor. Dignified and cold. In truth, this was a bit beyond Qin Yu's expectations. He had only been trying to use the lump of iron to communicate with the furnace, but he never imagined things would turn out like this. Feeling the shocked gazes behind him, Qin Yu turned his hand and put away the lump of iron. The crimson armor on his body vanished along with it, and the furnace returned to silence. There's no need to worry. Continue recovering. Without further explanation, no matter how much the 4 cultivators were scratching their heads, they didn't dare to ask any more questions. But none of them were blind. In addition to the movements they sensed, how could they not understand that Qin Yu had picked up a treasure? That's right, he had picked it up. If it weren't for the spirit body pulling them here, they wouldn't have known that there was such a furnace here. Now, it was Qin Yu's. If one said they weren't jealous, that would be a lie. Just the aura that flashed just now, although it hadn't truly erupted, was still undoubtedly terrifying. How could he be so lucky? Could this be the difference between the main character and the supporting character that often appeared in the script? We're the supporting character? At this moment, even the most calm and composed of the Skirich sword cultivators couldn't help but reveal a complicated look in their eyes. To be able to become a disciple of a sage and enter the land of chaos today to fight for the possession of the spirit body, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were all elite. It had always been others who looked at them in amazement and envy. When had they ever felt inferior to others? But now, facing Qin Yu, they had no choice but to admit that there was a huge gap between them. It wasn't just luck previously. Qin Yu had sensed that something was amiss and barged into the dark void to hide. If it were them, would they be able to do that? Not too long ago, when Master Yun suddenly made a move, Qin Yu closed his eyes and opened them again, suppressing the spirit body's backlash. Was the situation really as simple as they thought? A spirit body at the realm within the realm was able to set up such a grand scheme and even deceive a sage. Even if it was in a weakened state, it definitely wasn't easy to deal with. Even without the existence of the laws of space, these 2 points alone were enough to prove Qin Yu's strength. That was why when they discovered that Qin Yu had no background, they took the initiative to try and pull him into their respective sages' ranks. But Qin Yu was Qin Yu. Even if he had to choose a thigh, he would choose the thickest and strongest one. The master of the Peach Blossom Spring had existed for a long time and was publicly recognized as a powerful existence second only to the ruler realm. But they had to admit that Qin Yu's current display of strength did indeed qualify him to be chosen by the Peach Blossom Spring. This was true strength. They couldn't help but be impressed. Amidst their emotions, the 4 cultivators finished adjusting their breathing. It was impossible for them to completely recover. When Master Yun had grabbed their necks and sucked on them, he hadn't just sucked their blood. But at the very least, they had somewhat recovered. If they were careful, there shouldn't be any problems. Qin Yu hugged Master Yun with one hand and didn't waste any more time. He reached out and grasped forward. In the next moment, everyone felt the space around them distort. Their vision fell into darkness, followed by a burst of light. The sound of roaring waves entered their ears, and they felt the salty sea breeze blowing against their faces. The 4 cultivators had never thought that the air in the land of chaos could taste so wonderful. They had survived. Thinking back to their experiences, if not for their good luck and Qin Yu's help, they would have been buried in the darkness forever. Their rationality told them that Qin Yu wasn't a good person. He had only saved their lives because he didn't want to cause trouble. Not to mention that he had forced them to kill Soul Hook in order to drag them into the water. But now they still felt gratitude from the bottom of their hearts. This was probably because no matter what, the reason they were still alive was because of Qin Yu. Xianji hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to say something, Qin Yu's complexion suddenly changed. He pushed Teacher Cloud towards Xianji and said, "The spirit body has died and she is innocent. Take care of her for me. Also, I'll have to trouble Brother Zhou with the matters of the Peach Blossom Spring. I'll be leaving first." Before anyone could react, he turned and left. His speed was astonishing, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xianji looked at Master Yun and subconsciously opened her mouth. What happened to him? Why does it feel like... She didn't finish her sentence. Honest Zhou Lei finished, like he's being chased by a pack of vicious dogs. He had a helpless expression. You ran so fast. Even if I contacted the cultivators of the Peach Blossom Spring, I wouldn't be able to find you. The sword cultivator suddenly looked down at the roaring waves below. He was only a breath slower. Ruan Jing's expression also changed. Rumble. The roar of the angry sea suddenly grew stronger. The 4 cultivators shot into the sky at the same time, far away from the sea. They looked down at the roaring black shadows in the depths of the waves, and their mouths twitched. Although they couldn't see the shadows clearly because of the seawater, the violent and cold aura they emitted clearly belonged to the sea demons of the land of chaos. Although this place was incomparably dangerous to begin with and it was normal to encounter sea demons, for so many to appear at once, just how many were there? Let alone these 4 cultivators, who were currently in a weakened state, Even if they were at their peak, they still wouldn't be willing to face these sea demons. Even if the 4 of them joined forces. That's right, it was just that terrifying. The good news was that their goal was obvious. They weren't the 4 people who had fled far away. In fact, they didn't even pause because of their existence. With loud rumbles, the roaring waves swept away. This direction, well, it seemed to be the direction that Qin Yu had left in a hurry. The complexions of the 4 cultivators became strange. They thought that Qin Yu had run away so quickly just now. Could it be that these sea demons were rushing towards him? If this was really the case, then Qin Yu must have done something outrageous to cause these sea demons to go crazy. But the truth was that what they saw was only a tiny part of the problem. Facing the sea breeze and listening to the roaring waves, Qin Yu's complexion paled. He finally discovered that his previous thoughts had been a bit too naive. He had looked down on the endless sea too much. Master Yun, no, it was more accurate to say that the curse that the spirit body had placed on him before his death had finally begun to appear. Perhaps it was because of the curse, but Qin Yu could clearly feel the violent killing intent crazily gathering from all directions, each one filled with bloodthirst and cruelty. Sea demons. There were so many that it was like looking up and seeing a sea of stars in the sky. Although each killing intent wasn't too strong, there were far too many of them, enough to make one's heart tremble. Once he was entangled and surrounded, even if Qin Yu was several times stronger, he would still exhaust all of his strength and be dragged into the sea where he would be torn to pieces. Thus, from the start Qin Yu never thought about risking his life against these sea demons. Run. As long as he left the endless sea, the curse that the spirit body placed on him would be ineffective. Qin Yu's thoughts were correct, and this was what he did. But he soon discovered that correct thinking and strong execution weren't omnipotent. This was because he was in the endless sea, and the sea beasts here weren't just rushing from one direction. No matter how fast he was, unless he was fast enough to rush out of the endless sea before the sea beasts surrounded him, it was only a matter of time before he was surrounded. In terms of speed, or to put it more bluntly, in terms of speed of escape, the law of space was the best choice. But the key was, did Qin Yu dare to move now? Although the sages had retreated, who knew if they had left any backup plans? If the sages sensed Qin Yu's aura, facing the sea demons was terrifying, but at least there was a chance of survival. But if he fell into the hands of a group of sages, even if he had 7 heads and 8 arms, he would only end up dead. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and roared in his heart, "Old turtle, do you have any way?" The old turtle smiled bitterly. "Master, there's really no other way. This curse is very powerful. I've already warned you before. Either they kill you or you kill them all. There's no other way." Chapter 1202. The sea monsters of the endless sea had gone crazy. There were heavy casualties in the endless sea. But compared to the total number of cultivators that entered the land of chaos, this was only a small portion. Now, these surviving cultivators couldn't help but widen their eyes as they looked at the horrifying scene in front of them. Sea monsters, endless sea monsters. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them all. Their eyes were red and they screamed as they rushed deeper into the sea. Although the sea monsters of the land of chaos were known for being cruel and brainless, it was rare for them to reveal their current state. Their fierce appearance was like they had run into a great enemy that they couldn't live under the same sky as. Hiding far away, countless cultivators felt their bodies go cold as they watched this scene unfold in front of them. They couldn't help but feel fear in their eyes. The only thing that made them feel at ease was that these crazy sea monsters didn't seem to care about their existence at all. They howled over and howled over, wave after wave. It was like all the sea monsters of the endless sea were gathering in one place. The cultivators didn't know what was happening. They were definitely curious. This was an insuppressible instinct of human nature. But no matter how curious they were, no one wanted to go over and take a look. Even if they thought about it, they would immediately tear this thought to pieces. Couldn't they just live well? Why did they have to create such a difficult obstacle for themselves to survive? The reason why a saint wasn't just because they were strong. Besides a few special circumstances, they were also intelligent. This was because it was impossible for an idiot to gradually grow stronger step by step, eliminating countless enemies and opponents to achieve their own great Tao. Thus, Qin Yu's guess was correct. Although the saints had already left to chase after the spatial fluctuations and search for the remains of the spirit body, they didn't completely give up on monitoring Dark Bright World. However, they did not completely give up on monitoring the Dark Bright World. After all, this matter involved a spatial law. Now, the saints' cautiousness had been rewarded. Although most cultivators in the Endless Sea didn't know why the sea monsters had gone crazy, there were always a few exceptions. The exception cultivators didn't dare to delay after discovering the sea monsters had gone berserk. They immediately spread the news. The saints' vision was far greater than that of ordinary cultivators. The moment they received the news, they understood everything. There was only one possibility for the sea monsters to go berserk. The spirit body that was born from the Endless Sea, and could be considered a sea spirit, had sent out a curse before she died. In other words, things were different from what they thought. The spirit body was killed by someone, and the person who killed her was still alive, hiding in the Endless Sea. Previously, when the sage's consciousness descended and searched the Endless Sea, he found nothing in the end. This was not very likely. But what if it was the great accomplishment law of space? The small space it had temporarily created might be able to avoid it. That's right, the moment they saw the news, the sages linked this matter to the spatial laws from before. Because other than this mysterious cultivator who could control the power of space, no one else in the Endless Sea could do this. Shwa, shwa. The sages turned around and headed straight for Mystic Bright World. The woman wore a pink dress with a few peach blossoms tied around her ears. Her expression was calm as she walked on the sea. Wherever she passed, the waves were restrained. At that moment, the woman raised her head and looked at the sky above Xianming World. Her eyes flickered and she seemed to be deep in thought. In the next moment, light surged in her palm, and a peach blossom appeared. This was a peach blossom similar to the one beside her ear. If one looked carefully, they would discover that its surface was stained with tiny droplets of dew. But this was only on the surface. As her eyes fell on this peach blossom, a suppressive pressure descended upon her mind, like a towering mountain suppressing the world. It was dignified and powerful, vast and boundless. An aura was released from the peach blossom, containing the rhythm of the great Tao. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to sense it, but in the eyes of the Saint Tao, it was a great Tao that connected to the heavens and earth. This was a transcendent great Tao that crossed the sea and reached the other shore. It represented the will of a peak true saint. This will was so strong that even an unparalleled ruler had to give it a certain amount of respect. If a ruler was like this, then there was no need to mention other cultivators. Then, after a brief silence, the space in front of the woman began to fluctuate. 7 figures appeared one after another. The space around them twisted, constantly collapsing outwards as countless tiny cracks appeared. The woman bowed, her voice respectful. Peach Girl greets the saints. The 7 saints that had descended upon Xianming World with their wills were all here. Of course, they didn't appear because of Peach Girl's noble status. As long as one didn't enter the Saint Tao, they were just ants in the world. In the end, they couldn't withstand the passage of time and were ultimately destroyed in body and soul. But this peach blossom in front of them had a true saint's will injected into it. They had to appear to show their respect. Peach Girl, why have you summoned us here? A female half-saint slowly asked. Although the space around her was constantly twisting and cracking, one could still barely make out her slender figure. Peach Girl said, I took the liberty to invite the saints here because the cultivator that caused the sea demons to surround and kill him in Xianming World is the person chosen by my father. I hope that the saints can be magnanimous. There was a moment of silence. The will of the peach blossom spring was indeed incomparably powerful. But a complete space law also represented a powerful temptation. This was especially true for those half-saints that were stuck at the sea-crossing realm and couldn't reach the other shore. This was likely the key to becoming a true saint. A half-saint said in a low voice, "A true saint's disciple is so noble. What ability does this junior have to be favored by the yard master? To become a true saint's disciple, one must have a great destiny. It's strange to accept him so hastily," the other saint said calmly. But no matter which tone it was, it represented a kind of resistance. The peach blossom spring was strong, but it couldn't be unbridled. The space law was in front, and it involved one's own cultivation path. Although the saints weren't willing, they wouldn't hesitate to compete with the peach blossom spring. Peach Girl stood up, her expression unchanging. The saints are right. So whether he can enter the peach blossom spring depends on his own fate. She lifted her hand and pointed forward. The place where her fingertip pointed was where the crazy sea demons were gathered. With his own strength, if he can survive the endless sea, then he will be fated with the peach blossom spring. Otherwise, it is his fate to die here. This is the peach blossom spring's test for him. The saints were clear about the current situation. With the horror of the sea demons in the endless sea, almost everyone below the saint level would die. The probability of him passing was very small, so it was reasonable to use this as a test. If he could survive, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had a great destiny. Of course, he would be qualified to become a saint's disciple. The yard master was indeed the yard master. She did things so flawlessly. Although the saints were dissatisfied, they couldn't say anything. "He can't use the space law," a half-saint said. The saints nodded. If he used the space law to escape, the terrifying demonic beasts in the endless sea wouldn't be able to hurt him. Then the test would be meaningless. Peach Girl said, "All right, I'll ask the saints to bear witness today. If he uses the space law, he will fail the test, and the peach blossom spring won't interfere in this matter." The saints were silent, but they couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Peach Girl really had a good plan. Today was a witness, but it was also a promise. If this person really passed the test, he couldn't pretend to know and attack him anymore. Otherwise, it would be a provocation to the peach blossom spring. Provoking a peak true saint was something even a half-saint couldn't bear. However, the saints couldn't refuse this proposal, because it was their only chance to obtain the space law. Although Qin Yu knew it was impossible for him to escape the encirclement of the endless sea's sea monsters, he still fled. Killing all the sea monsters, all right, it did sound like one's blood was boiling, and one couldn't help but feel excited. But the chances of successfully accomplishing this were nearly negligible. In other words, escaping from the endless sea and having the curse fail was Qin Yu's best and only choice. Then, he had to escape. He had to take advantage of the fact that he wasn't entangled by the sea monsters to reach the edge of the endless sea as much as possible. The closer he was to the edge, the greater his chances of escaping. Logically speaking, the deeper one went into the endless sea, the stronger the sea monsters would be. Qin Yu should have chosen to retreat in the direction he came from. But, when the middle boundary was destroyed, the spirit body had pulled everyone into the great furnace, and the darkness they fell into was the turbulent flow of space. After a period of delay, Qin Yu had nearly reached the deepest part of the endless sea. Thus, there was no difference between going forward or retreating. All he had to do was find a direction and run. He did his best to erupt with his fastest speed. But, there was far too little time left for him. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, and without any hesitation, he threw a heavy punch. Roar! The void roared and the abyssal titan phantom appeared behind Qin Yu. Together with Qin Yu's fist, it came crashing down. The seawater shattered. The fierce sea monster rushed out from the sea. Its tentacles were covered with sharp-boned spikes, but before it could wrap around Chinyu, it was sent flying away. A dull sound exploded on the surface of the sea, like a sudden clap of thunder. One could clearly see that the chest of this huge siren had suddenly caved in, and the opposite side bulged up high. Then, with a bang, it exploded into pieces. Flesh and blood splashed out and a mournful howl came to an abrupt end. This sea monster that had rushed out to kill Chinyu fell directly into the sea. Blood gushed out, and in the blink of an eye, there was no more sound. Chinyu's complexion darkened, without any joy at all. He retracted his fist, and the Titan phantom dissipated. His feet fell, howling away without pause. It had to be known that what he was facing right now was the crazy encirclement of all the sea monsters in the entire endless sea. Killing one was nothing to be happy about. If he struck out with his full strength and instantly killed this sea monster, then perhaps there would be unnecessary consumption of strength. But what was more precious right now was time. With every breath of time, he would be able to rush a bit further and get closer to the sea. If there was one, there would be two. Moreover, as time passed, the number of sea monsters that surrounded him would only increase. Soon, Chinyu encountered the attack of a second sea monster, then a third, a fourth. At the start, he could continue to run after killing a sea monster, but after the 10th one, Chinyu discovered that he had fallen into a frenzied horde of sea monsters. Running was impossible because there were far too many sea monsters. Every time he killed one, another would come. They were like moths flying into a flame. No, that wasn't the right description. To be more accurate, they were like a swarm of locusts, a plague of locusts that blotted out the skies. Pairs of crimson eyes, without any sense of reason, nor did they know what fear was. Even though their bodies were soaked in blood, they still desperately rushed forwards. Even if their bodies were torn to pieces, they still wanted to bite off a piece of Chinyu's flesh. Fine, he had to admit that even though Chinyu's heart was strong and firm, he still couldn't help but feel a trace of panic and fear. This wasn't anything to be ashamed of. If it were anyone else, they would find it impossible to remain calm in this situation. As the saying went, if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, he wouldn't be able to change his expression. Either he had facial paralysis or he was pretending. But this panic and fear only lasted for a short period of time before they were forcefully suppressed in his heart. This was because Chinyu knew that these emotions would only cause him to die faster. If he couldn't continue running, then he would kill. Roar, the ancient giants from the Abyss world, whose bloodline had already been severed, had descended upon the vast Yang world after countless years. The abyssal titans that fed on the demon-dragon race erupted with a shocking strength in this desperate situation. Sea monsters were torn to pieces and blood rained down from the heavens and earth, dyeing the entire sea red. Incomparably tyrannical. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, they would never be able to truly experience the brutality of the battlefield. But no matter how strong the abyssal titans were, they weren't killing machines that didn't know fatigue. Chinyu's breathing became increasingly heavy and his complexion paled. His strength was about to be exhausted, but as far as he could see, the sea monsters were still endless. There was simply no end to them. Although the saints hadn't interfered, since they had descended into the endless sea, they could sense everything that was happening in this world. They naturally saw that Chinyu was in a sorry state and that his strength was about to be exhausted. A flicker of emotion flashed in their eyes. To tell the truth, the fact that Chinyu was able to last until now had already exceeded their expectations. They didn't know where the giant phantom that appeared behind him came from, but it actually made them feel a faint threat. It could be seen that besides the space rules, this junior definitely had other trump cards in his hands. What a pity! If not for the fact that the space rules were too precious, this person would be a fine piece of unpolished jade. If he was carefully trained, his future would be limitless. Of course, it was meaningless to say all this now. This junior was probably going to use the space rules to escape. Once he made a move, the test would be considered a failure. At that time, the peach blossom spring would withdraw and they would be able to make their move. The yard master had always kept her word and never went back on what she said. The saints didn't doubt this. As their thoughts raced, they had already begun to consider what method they could use to take Qin Yu away. After all, there was only one space rules, but there were 7 saints who had descended. There was bound to be a fight. A fight between saints was naturally a serious matter and rarely erupted unless it was absolutely necessary. However, since it involved the space rules, no one would withdraw. All of a sudden, the eyes of the 7 saints burst out at the same time. This was because Qin Yu's aura had suddenly disappeared. He had used the power of space. Swish, all eyes fell on Peach Maiden at the same time. She frowned slightly but soon relaxed. She said, "Since he didn't pass the test, he isn't a member of the Peach Blossom Spring. Let the saints deal with him." She turned to leave, but at this moment, she suddenly exclaimed softly and turned to look in Qin Yu's direction. Her eyes rippled with a strange light. Chapter 1203. Qin Yu's aura suddenly disappeared, but he didn't use the rules of space to escape from the sea demon's attack. Peach Girl turned around and said, "Saints, it seems that we need to wait a little longer. He hasn't failed yet." The 7 saints were expressionless. Regardless of what they were thinking, it was only a basic practice for those who could step into the divine path to not show their emotions. Of course, it was inevitable that they would be annoyed. A big furnace appeared among the sea demons, protecting Qin Yu inside. The amazing thing was that its surface was in a translucent state. Although he didn't reveal the slightest bit of his aura, the crazed sea monsters with red eyes could clearly see his figure. Provocation. From anyone's point of view, this was a blatant provocation. "I'm in here. Kill me if you can." Even a normal person couldn't stand this, let alone a group of sea demons who were not smart enough and had been stimulated by the curse. Boom! They attacked the big furnace with all their might, not caring that their heads were bleeding or even being torn apart. The 7 saints saw everything. A hint of surprise flashed in their hearts, but they immediately calmed down. In the eyes of the saints, the defensive power of this big furnace was quite astonishing. However, the principle of ants biting an elephant to death was not only applicable to living creatures, but also to this big furnace. What it was facing now was the endless attacks of sea demons who were not afraid of death. Perhaps the individual attacks were not enough to cause damage to the big furnace, but there were too many of them. Even if a dead object had some power, how long could it last? It was just struggling at death's door. Maybe it could let Qin Yu survive temporarily, but it was only a matter of time before the sea demons broke through it. When that time came, Qin Yu would still have 2 choices. He could either wait for death, or he could use the power of space to escape. But in fact, the final outcome of these 2 choices was very likely to be the same. In other words, as long as the big furnace was destroyed, Qin Yu would die. The saints were waiting for the big furnace to be destroyed. However, the defensive power of this thing was clearly stronger than they had imagined. After suffering countless attacks from the sea demons, it was still the same as before. It seemed that all the crazy actions of the sea demons who were bleeding and even smashed themselves to death had been in vain. Peach Girl's expression was calm, and there was a halo flowing in the depths of her eyes. She was only now beginning to believe that the person her father was talking about was him. Even though many years had passed, she still had an impression of this person's appearance. It wasn't that Qin Yu had left too deep of an impression on her when they first met in the past. In fact, the 2 of them hadn't even spoken a single word. But she didn't know why, but when she looked at Qin Yu, she always felt he was a bit familiar. In these past years, she had even dreamed of him. In particular, in these past years, Peach Girl discovered that in her dreams, Qin Yu's figure appeared more and more often. What did his father mean when he said that his aura was entangled with his? She asked, but her father just smiled and waved his hand. This time, if Qin Yu could really survive and become a cultivator of the peach garden, She had to figure out just who this person was. Just as Peach Maiden was wondering who Qin Yu was and the 7 sages were frowning, Qin Yu let out a long sigh. It really worked. When he summoned the Great Furnace, he didn't have the slightest confidence that he would succeed. But after such a long time had passed, he could clearly sense through the lump of iron that the Great Furnace hadn't suffered any substantial damage. In other words, the crazy attacks of the sea demons were just suicidal and had no practical effect at all. He had picked up a treasure. Although he knew that the Great Furnace was an extraordinary treasure, it wasn't until now that Qin Yu discovered that he had underestimated it. Disregarding the terrifying fluctuations of strength contained within the Great Furnace, just the incomparably formidable defensive capabilities that it displayed left Qin Yu pleasantly surprised. Disregarding everything else, with the current situation, with the protection of the Great Furnace, Qin Yu's situation became much clearer. So what if it was the sea spirit's curse? The sea monsters of the endless sea were relatively limited in strength. Even the most fierce of them wouldn't be able to kill Qin Yu in a short period of time. As long as he couldn't kill him, Qin Yu could hide back into the Great Furnace and wait for his condition to recover before leaving. He could repeat this process over and over again. The more he thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. Qin Yu suddenly felt that killing off all the sea monsters of the endless sea wasn't an impossible task. The old turtle suddenly said, "Master, if you can kill off all the sea monsters here and forcefully break the curse, there might be an unexpected harvest." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. "What? Curse immunity? Of course, there are limits to this immunity, but it is still very useful." The old turtle said, "Once this immunity is formed, every sea monster you kill will become a part of the immunity itself. If anyone tries to place a curse on you, they will suffer a backlash. In other words, the more you kill, the better the immunity effect will be. Of course, the premise of all of this is that you must forcefully break the curse and kill them all, or kill them until they collapse and flee." Qin Yu's heart stirred. Only after personally experiencing it did he understand that things like curses weren't to be provoked. And more importantly, he did have the possibility of forcefully breaking the curse. At most it would only be a waste of time. Even so, Qin Yu still had some scruples. The entire endless sea's sea monsters had gone crazy and the disturbance was far too great. It was inevitable that they would draw attention. Leaving here as quickly as possible was the best choice. If he became immune to the curse of greed and the saints turned back, he wouldn't be able to cry even if he wanted to. He took a deep breath and suppressed the helplessness and unwillingness in his heart. How could everything in this world be perfect? He had to be decisive when he made a choice. Whatever. Breaking the curse takes too much time. I should leave the endless sea first. The old turtle paused for several breaths of time. He suddenly said, "Master, are you worried that the saints will return?" "In truth, there is no need." Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Why? If he could, he certainly hoped to obtain the strength to be immune to curses. The old turtle let out a deep breath. He quietly said, "Because they returned a long time ago." Qin Yu. If the old turtle were standing in front of him, Qin Yu would have grabbed him by the neck and then fiercely covered his mouth. Bastard, did he not know how to spell the words crow's mouth? Or did he think that after eating the spirit body, his wings had hardened and he no longer needed to look up to him? This was simply insolence. "Haha, your courage has grown big. You dare to joke with me about something like this. But this isn't funny at all. Eat it back." The old turtle was silent. Qin Yu's sneer froze. Then, it slowly faded away. His body tensed up and anger appeared in his eyes. "Old turtle!" he roared in his heart. "Master, it's true." The old turtle said with difficulty. "Not long after you came out, the saints came to the Darklight world." Qin Yu believed that the old turtle, who was at the peak of the death-fearing world, would definitely not dare to continue to tease him after sensing his anger. In other words, what he said was true. Those incomparably terrifying saints with heaven-defying cultivation had returned. Perhaps now they were quietly watching him kill in a corner. It was as if they were watching a monkey show. His body tensed up. Qin Yu forced himself to calm down. His thoughts raced. It didn't make sense. If the saints came, would they see him alive and kicking? After knowing the meaning of the laws of space, Qin Yu was very clear that those saints who had yet to grasp space would look at him like they were looking at a piece of greasy and fragrant red braised meat. If they could swallow it in one bite, they would definitely not split it into two. You must know something. Don't keep me in suspense. Otherwise, before I am unlucky, I will first smash you to pieces. The old turtle coughed and hurriedly said, Master, don't be anxious. Actually, I don't sense it clearly either. It's just a few immature speculations. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and squeezed out a word. Speak. If he dared to say another word of nonsense, just wait and see. The old turtle was obviously very understanding. Master, there are 7 auras of the saint. But above these 7, there is an even stronger one. I should say that after the stronger one descended, the other 7 saints then came to the dark-light world. Then, they remained silent and did not do anything. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. What do you mean? The old turtle said, Master, this is what I think. After the saints discovered you, there is no reason for them to continue to remain silent. Since they are silent, it means that there is an even stronger will that forced them to temporarily stop. That stronger aura? Yes. How much stronger? A lot. Qin Yu raised his hand and rubbed between his eyebrows. His thoughts began to turn. The 7 saints returned because of the changes in the boundless sea. He did not think that the saints would have the time to watch him fight with the sea demons. Obviously, it was because of the space laws on him. They had a purpose but did not do anything. The speculation of the old turtle was the only possibility. There was a stronger existence that stopped them. Why did they stop them? If it was simply to take away the space laws, according to the old turtle, who was much stronger, they could have done it directly. 8 saints, 1 strong and 7 weak, were silent at the same time. This situation was strange. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Did they take a fancy to him? He asked the old turtle, and got an affirmative answer. Both of them thought so. Although there was no evidence, at least it proved that it was one of the more likely possibilities. If so, why did they take a fancy to him but did not intervene? There was a high chance that he wanted to test Qin Yu some more. For example, the curse from the spirit body in front of them. That was why the old turtle came out and mentioned the topic of curse immunity, leading Qin Yu to think about killing all the sea demons and obtaining this attribute. Qin Yu did not know if their guess was right or not, but at least one thing was certain. The idea of rushing out of the boundless sea was definitely not possible. It was very simple. It was still a stable situation. What if he ran out and destroyed the stability? Not to mention the fact that there were 8 sages with 1 strong and 7 weak. Even the weakest one among them could completely destroy Qin Yu. If he could not run, then he could only choose to stay and kill all the sea demons and forcibly break the curse on him. This would take time. During this time, Qin Yu could use the old turtle to sense the state of the 8 saints. If he felt something was wrong, then he would quickly change his strategy. If it was always so stable, then he would kill the sea beasts first. In fact, Qin Yu had always been cautious when making this decision. It was best not to act rashly in an unknown situation. Moreover, the more time passed, the more prepared he could be. Although it was very clear that his preparation was probably useless against the saints. However, this was Qin Yu. No matter what kind of situation he was faced with, he would not resign himself to death. If the sages still attacked him in the end, no matter how terrified and desperate he would still fight to the death and do his best to tear off a piece of flesh from them. From this point of view, Qin Yu's current state was a little similar to the sea demons in the boundless sea. Of course, this was not appropriate, because what Qin Yu was going to do next was to kill all the crazy sea demons in the boundless sea. What if he was with the old turtle, and this was a test? The better his performance, the more likely he was to be saved. The only worry in Qin Yu's heart was that his method of slaughtering the sea demons was strictly speaking cheating. He did not rely on his own strength at all. The old turtle reassured him. He said that treasures were part of a cultivator's strength. In terms of cheating, Qin Yu could use the power of space to directly open a space channel and leave. So what if there were more sea demons in the boundless sea? That was real cheating. This was the truth. But from the moment he confirmed that there were 8 saints staring at him, Qin Yu knew that he could not use the power of space. Nonsense, this was such a simple reason. Qin Yu could use the power of space to escape easily. What was there to see? The saints were silent in the dark, silently watching his movements. Was he too bored? This meant that it was best not to use the power of space. The old turtle said this to remind Qin Yu. He took a deep breath and said, "I've rested enough. Let's continue." With a thought, the furnace disappeared into thin air. Suddenly, he heard the roar of the waves and the violent and mournful cries of countless sea demons. The phantom of the Abyss Titan appeared, and the killing began again. Peach Girl's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. She did not expect that Qin Yu would choose to continue killing. Could it be that he still wanted to kill all the sea demons in the boundless sea? This was simply crazy. However, based on what she saw today, if the defense of the furnace was strong enough, this crazy idea might be possible. It just needed time. The 7 saints were silent, and their faces were a bit more gloomy than before. They had thought that Qin Yu was temporarily living an ignoble existence, but who knew that he was still alive and kicking? Moreover, based on their observations, it was likely that he would continue to be alive and kicking for a long time to come. The defensive power of the furnace was simply ridiculously strong. After all, even if they were in Qin Yu's shoes, they might not be able to withstand the suicidal attacks of these sea demons, even if they stood far away and did not counterattack. The defensive power of the furnace was naturally not ordinary. Moreover, it was such a strange translucent furnace. Suddenly, a half-saint said, "Could this furnace be?" Although he only said half of the sentence, the expressions of the saints changed slightly. Clearly, they had thought of something. Chapter 1204. 7 saints had appeared in the bright profound world at once, and there was even the will of the peak true saint master of the peach garden that had descended. But this did not mean that there were many saints in the vast Yang world. On the contrary, even though the universe was vast and boundless, and there were billions of cultivators that were born, those that could cross the sea and step into the saint realm were few and far between. After all, in the cultivation of the great Tao, the higher one reached the peak, the more difficult it was. Crossing the sea and gathering the great Tao, it was easy to say, but since ancient times, it was unknown how many talented cultivators had been trapped here. In the end, they could not withstand the corrosion of time, and in despair, their entire life of cultivation had come to nothing. The vast majority of cultivators might not even see a saint in their entire lives, and they might not even know the name of this existence. The reason why Qin Yu's luck was so good was because his spiritual body had matured, and it was the best time to harvest it. This attracted the saints to fight over it, and that was why there were so many twists and turns. After saying so much, it was to establish a concept. In the vast Yang world, the half-saints and true saints were only a very small circle. Therefore, the Thunder Dominator who did not communicate with the outside world, and the half-saint stacking Yuan who had a bit of a narcissistic personality were still known by the half-saint disciples. Every new or old half-saint or true saint, as long as they showed signs of activity, they were a member of this small circle. Aside from the Overlord Chief Sovereign, the members of this small circle were the most powerful rulers of the vast Yang world. Everyone was very familiar with them. A very, very long time ago, within 100,000 years, The newly ascended half-saints were almost unaware of the appearance of a madman in the vast Yang world, who wanted to forge his own great Tao and reach the other shore by his own strength. To be called a madman in the small circle of saints, one had to be insolent to a certain degree. This madman was called the Furnace Saint, and he came from a mysterious refining family. Of course, this was only the news that circulated on the surface. According to some old saints in the dark, the truth was that he was a smelly blacksmith who had gotten lucky all the way and killed his way into the divine Tao. There was a sour and resentful taste in his words. Regardless of what the truth was, the Furnace Saint was one of the most powerful divine Taos 100,000 years ago. He was so strong that he had once fought against 2 true sages with his sea-crossing half-sage cultivation. However, the reason why he was called a madman was not because of this glorious battle record, but because he actually wanted to use the cauldron in his hands to make up for the flaws in his cultivation. He wanted to forge a path to the heavens and reach the other shore to become a true saint. Other than the Furnace Saint, no one knew the specific. But one thing was certain, and that was that he had walked his own path. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to fight against 2 true saints with his demigod cultivation. But in the end, the Furnace Saint's Tao faded away. There were rumors that he tried to forge his own Tao, offending the will of the vast sun. As a result, he was not tolerated by the world's source energy and was completely erased. There were also rumors that said that the great Tao he forged was an error to begin with, that his end was already decided the moment he stepped onto it, that he would be annihilated while cultivating. The Furnace Saint died. Like a resplendent star, it disappeared from the starry sky. But he was never forgotten. This was because there were always some people that tried to find the things he left behind after he died, for instance, the great cauldron in his hands. A half-sage was also a saint. But he was trapped in the sea crossing and had to withstand the endless suffering of the sea of bitterness. Although he was no longer corroded by time, it was still difficult for him to be free. The road ahead was endless and the winds were high and the waves were turbulent. If he couldn't see the other shore, then in the endless years, he would inevitably think of other things. For instance, what the Furnace Saint said about forging his own Tao to reach the other shore. Before, it was already said that the Furnace Saint was able to fight against 2 true saints with his half-sage cultivation and not be defeated. This already surpassed the limits of the sea-crossing realm. So, he must have done something and changed something. Those that couldn't forget the Furnace Saint didn't necessarily want to use his method to reach the other shore. But at the very least, they held on to some hope. At the very least, they could use a portion of it to raise their own strength to a higher level. At that time, perhaps there would be other opportunities. There were definitely risks involved in doing this. The Furnace Saint's Tao vanishing was the best proof of this. But to a half-sage that had lived for countless years and was trapped in the sea-crossing realm, as long as there was a glimmer of hope that they could see the other shore, then any risk was worth it. Thus, everything related to the Furnace Saint had been circulating in the circles of saints for countless years, especially the ancient circles of half-sages. And it just so happened that most of the half-sages that descended to Dark Bright World today had lived for a long time. Originally, when they saw Qin Yu take out the Great Cauldron to resist the sea monster's attack, the half-sages didn't think too much about it. Vast Yang was vast and endless. Not even a saint dared to say that they had seen everything in the world and that there were countless furnace-shaped treasures. It was impossible for them to think too much about one. But this time was different. This furnace's defensive capabilities were so strong that even a saint was startled. They had to admit that they were inferior. Just this point alone was enough to prove that this furnace was different. It was possible that it was the one in the Furnace Saint's hands. The complexions of the saints changed for a moment before they composed themselves. They maintained the same silence as before, but the burning heat in the depths of their eyes rose once more. The law of space was a good thing, but it was destined that there would only be one. It was impossible for everyone to have a share of it, but this great cauldron was different. If it was really as they thought, then it would be a great fortune that everyone could enjoy. The saints could all feel each other's thoughts from the corner of their eyes. Then, all eyes fell on Peach Girl. Of course, she could feel it clearly. She frowned and said respectfully, "Saints, please dispel my doubts. What's wrong with this great cauldron?" The female half-sage who spoke first said, "Peach Girl, this matter involves the saint path. It's useless for you to know." After a moment of silence, she said, "Peach Girl, contact the yard master. If she can give up on this person, we are willing to pay a certain price." The other 6 saints hesitated for a moment before they nodded. Given their status as saints, the price they were willing to pay was naturally understandable. Even if they added the word "definitely," it was still a huge benefit. Not to mention that there were 7 saints making such a promise. Even the Peach Blossom Origin Master had to be cautious about this price. It was hard to say whether or not the Great Cauldron in Qin Yu's hands was a Saint Cauldron item. If they made such a promise hastily, there was a chance that they would end up with nothing. But even if there was only a 1% chance, they were willing to try. Crossing the sea. Half-sage, although they were called saints, they still couldn't see the other side. This kind of suffering and pain was unimaginable to those who hadn't experienced it themselves. This wasn't pretentious. Peach Girl's complexion changed. Although she was the yard master's only daughter and had an incomparably noble status, she still didn't dare to neglect the will of the 7 saints. "Saints, please wait a moment." Peach Girl stretched out a finger and touched the peach blossom floating in the air. She closed her eyes as if she were sensing something. In the next moment, the peach blossom suddenly bloomed. A dot of light flew out from within and rapidly expanded into the figure of a middle-aged Taoist. "Greetings, Yard Master." The 7 saints bowed slightly. The middle-aged Taoist's face was blurry, but his expression was calm. "Everyone, there is no need to be so polite. Please rise." The female half-sage said, "Peach Girl should have already conveyed our thoughts to you. I ask that you be magnanimous and give us a chance. If they could have taken it by force, they would have done so long ago. But facing the master of the peach garden, they had no confidence they could do so. If they couldn't take it, then they could only ask." The 7 saints understood this, so their attitudes were naturally respectful. "Yard Master, please help us. We will surely give you a price that will satisfy you." The middle-aged Taoist nodded. "I understand what you are asking of me, but the Great Cauldron in Qin Yu's hands is not what you think it is. Moreover, this junior and my peach garden have their own entanglements, so I only intervened today." A true saint condensed the great Tao. Every word and action they spoke resonated with the heavens and earth. If what they said wasn't true, all the saints would be able to sense it. Now that they heard this, they couldn't help but reveal disappointment in the depths of their eyes. "It actually wasn't a Saint Cauldron item," the female half-sage said. "Apologies for disturbing the yard master. As an apology, I will withdraw and no longer concern myself with the matters of this junior. Farewell." She turned and stepped out, vanishing from sight. "Yard master, please don't blame us." The other 6 saints bowed and vanished. If they disturbed the yard master and obtained an explanation, they would feel indebted to her. But the key reason they took the initiative to retreat was because they no longer saw any possibility of suppressing Qin Yu. With the protection of the Great Cauldron, no matter how many sea demons there were, it was only a matter of time before they were all killed. After the saints left, the middle-aged Taoist looked at Peach Girl, a gentle expression on his face. "You wait here. Once he breaks the curse, bring him back to the peach garden." "Yes, father." The middle-aged Taoist turned into motes of light and flew back into the peach blossoms. The petals immediately closed, returning to their previous half-open state. Peach Girl turned around and looked towards the depths of the land of chaos, where the sea demons roared and the stench of blood soared into the skies. Her eyes brightened. Just now, her father mentioned that Qin Yu's entanglements with the Peach Garden's auras. He should be referring to her. Just what did this person have to do with her? The abyssal titan raised its hand and a destructive might burst forth, sending the swarming sea demons flying away. Blood sprayed into the air, the pungent smell of blood assailing the nostrils. But at this moment, this abyssal creature that had slaughtered wantonly and unusually violent froze slightly. In an instant it suffered multiple attacks from the sea demons. With a slight tremble, the abyssal titan disappeared. The great cauldron descended once more, and Qin Yu appeared within it. "They've really left?" The old turtle said hurriedly, "Master, you told me to keep an eye on the saint's condition at all times. I've confirmed that the 7 saints have left." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. "You're saying that the strongest saint's aura is still here?" "That's right." The old turtle hesitated slightly. "What do you think, Master?" Qin Yu took a breath and said solemnly, "Do nothing. Since the saints haven't shown themselves, we'll pretend that we don't know anything." To Qin Yu, it didn't matter if there were 8 saints or 1 saint. They could kill him however they wanted. So now wasn't the time to relax, but in the end, he still let out a small sigh of relief. If there was only 1 saint left, there was no need to wait at all if he wanted to harm Qin Yu. If the other party continued to remain silent, it meant that his and the old turtle's previous guess was most likely true. Suddenly, a light flashed in the depths of his mind. Qin Yu suddenly thought of a possibility. Zhou Lei once said that there were cultivators of the peach blossom spring in the endless sea. Could this saint be the master of the peach blossom spring? It was very likely. After all, according to what Qin Yu knew from the 4 cultivators of the previous generation, the master of the peach blossom spring had crossed the sea and reached the peak of the true sage on the other shore. It completely matched the old turtle's description of how strong he was. From this perspective, only this peak true divine would be able to intimidate the 7 sages into not daring to make a move and retreat at this moment. The master of the peach blossom spring had comprehended the great Tao of space, so the possibility of him being harmed was not high. In addition, he had asked Zhou Lei to convey his wish to join the peach blossom spring. The other party had descended here and set up a test for him. It made sense. Everything made sense. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Of course, this was the best-case scenario. Even if it wasn't, the other party basically had no ill intentions. Again, if he wanted to make a move, he could have done it long ago. There was no need to wait. He closed his eyes to recover. When Qin Yu opened his eyes, a bright light surged. He stood up and stepped forward, his figure instantly disappearing. In the next moment, accompanied by a roar, the Abyss Titan descended. Without any hesitation, it took the initiative to punch the crazy sea monster. Come. Let the slaughter and blood come even more fiercely. Since he was currently in the test, the better his performance was, the more likely he was to be valued by the master of the Peach Blossom Spring. However, even if he successfully entered the Peach Blossom Spring, Qin Yu still did not have a complete plan in mind as to what he should do next. However, it was clear that the more he was valued and the higher his status was, the higher his chances of saving Ningling and even Yu Qi. After a series of violent attacks, Qin Yu felt that his strength was running out. He decisively summoned the furnace. This thing was really a good treasure. With it in his hands, where couldn't he go in the vast world? In fact, Qin Yu even suspected that even a saint might not be able to easily destroy it. However, why would such a thing appear in the endless sea? Moreover, it had not been discovered for so many years. If he couldn't figure it out, then he wouldn't think about it. In any case, the furnace was in his hands, and that was enough. Slaughter, rest. During this entire process, Qin Yu didn't pause at all. He was like a tireless killing machine. The number of sea monsters that died under the Abyss Titan's fist could no longer be counted. The most horrifying scene was that where Qin Yu stood. The sea had turned completely red. It wasn't that the seawater was dyed red, but that it had been completely replaced by blood, forming a true sea region composed entirely of blood. Fierce and tyrannical winds howled even more fiercely. One could almost hear howls of unwillingness, anger, and mournful wails in his ears. A keen aura lingered, causing the sky to darken and the temperature to fall. There were even snowflakes that began to fall. These were snowflakes and also flowers of blood. This was because they were the same as the sea, crimson in color. Every snowflake emitted a faint curse aura. At the start, Chin-yu couldn't help but feel his blood boil because of the slaughter. But as killing became a habit and even an instinct, he began to become numb to it. Kill, 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 until there was nothing in front of him. When the last sea monster was smashed to pieces by a formidable strength and there was nothing left in the boundless sea, Chin-yu paused for a long time before he reacted. All the sea monsters had been killed. His mind relaxed and everything in front of him fell into darkness. Luckily, his instincts allowed him to respond. Before his consciousness faded away, he summoned the furnace. Chapter 1205. Crimson blood gathered into a sea. As Chin-yu fell asleep, a strange change occurred. Shrill roars filled the air, and sea monster phantoms appeared from the blood sea. They stubbornly stared at the sleeping Chin-yu in the furnace. Their blood-red eyes were filled with hatred and ruthlessness. They roared again and again, struggling to break free from their shackles and continuing to take his life. But soon, the sea monster phantoms in the blood sea began to panic. Their blood-red eyes stared at Chin-yu with fear. They struggled, desperately trying to escape. But they were wrapped up by an invisible strength and constantly pulled towards the furnace. As the sea monster phantoms approached the furnace, they fused into it. Then, they decomposed into motes of red light that submerged into Chin-yu's body. Space twisted. Peach Girl appeared from within. She wore a long pink dress and her hair swayed in the wind. As if sensing Peach Girl's aura, the sea monsters in the blood sea began to howl even more fiercely. As if they were begging for her help. Peach Girl swept her eyes over Chin-yu, her expression faint. "Since you've been killed, then accept your fate." Roar. The sea monster phantoms in the blood sea roared in anger. Faint traces of blood-red energy rose up, weaving together into crimson chains that shot towards Peach Girl. "If you don't save us, then we'll be destroyed together." Peach Girl's expression didn't change. But in the next moment, the chains that approached her seemed to suffer from something incomparably terrifying. With a loud bang, they exploded. And with them, the sea monster phantoms in the blood sea were also destroyed. Like a hurricane sweeping past, the sea monster phantoms shattered. They were no longer able to resist the swallowing strength. They turned into countless motes of red light that howled into the furnace and fused into Chin-yu's body. When all of the shattered motes of light were absorbed, a purple mark suddenly appeared between Chin-yu's eyebrows. It flashed several times before vanishing from sight. Curse mark. Peach Girl's lips parted. Her eyes fell onto Chin-yu's face. She thought that his luck was quite good. By breaking the curse, there was a chance that he could condense a mark and develop a formidable resistance. In the future, when he faced the curse again, he would be able to protect himself. But this was only a possibility, it wasn't absolute. Moreover, even if he successfully condensed a mark, the quality of the mark would be different. Purple, even with Peach Girl's experience, she couldn't help but sigh at Chin-yu's luck. In the future, if anyone tried to use the power of the curse to deal with Chin-yu, they would have to pray for their luck. After all, the more difficult it was for him to kill the sea monsters of the endless sea, the greater the power of the curse mark. However, with Peach Blossom's background, she had seen far too many precious things. After sighing with emotion, she calmed down. But this didn't mean that she had lost interest in him. On the contrary, her eyes brightened as she looked at the furnace that was protecting him. His father's words were not false, which was why the saints had given up and retreated. But perhaps they did not realize that "not what you think" did not necessarily mean that this great cauldron had nothing to do with the cauldron saint. On the contrary, with Peach Girl's understanding of her father, the origin of the cauldron in front of her was most likely not ordinary. Chin saint and blood you into thought. And after he woke and use and he. After. He and he. He and he. Everything around him was quiet. As long as he was lying in the furnace, there was nothing to worry about. After slaughtering the sea monsters, Chin Yu had absolute confidence in the furnace's defensive abilities. But at this time, a calm woman's voice echoed in his ears. If you're awake, then come out. Chin Yu looked up. He could clearly see the woman sitting on the surface of the furnace. The sea breeze blew against her pink dress, and her black hair danced in the wind. She seemed like a fairy. His body froze and his eyes subconsciously widened. Just as joy gushed out, it froze in the next moment. It wasn't her. This gaze, this tone, this indifference, everything was completely different from what he remembered. No matter what, Chin Yu never imagined that the Peach Blossom Spring cultivator Zhou Lei spoke of would be her. Peach Girl narrowed her eyes. You know me. Chin Yu stood up and cupped his hands together. Many years ago, when Miss chased down Shuijing, we met once. Peach Girl said, You still remember. Chin Yu took a deep breath. Mrs. Grace is extraordinary. Any cultivator would never forget you after seeing you. Peach Girl deeply looked at him. Since you remember, then you should know that I come from the Peach Blossom Spring. She stood up and walked forwards. If you haven't changed your mind and still want to enter the Peach Blossom Spring, then follow me. The furnace vanished from sight. Chin Yu cupped his hands together and bowed. I ask Miss to lead the way. My name is Peach Girl. Thank you, Miss Peach Girl. You should call me Senior Apprentice Sister. Chin Yu bowed. Yes, Senior Apprentice Sister. One in front and one behind, the two of them flew far away, leaving behind the terrifying danger zone that would later be called the Land of Chaos, the Blood Abyss. Peach Girl stopped. She lifted a hand and took out a peach blossom. An aura was released from it, causing space to shake. The power of space. If his guess wasn't wrong, then the incomparably powerful saint aura that the old turtle felt had come from this peach blossom. She was truly worthy of being a peak true saint that crossed the sea and reached the other shore. Her true self hadn't arrived, but just the appearance of a peach blossom was enough to deter 7 half-saints. Senior Apprentice Sister, wait a moment. Chin Yu suddenly said. Peach Girl glanced at him and took back her finger that was pointing at the peach blossom. With the sound of breaking air, 4 black dots rapidly approached from afar and soon landed in front of the two. Greetings, Senior Apprentice Sister Peach Girl. Xianji, Zhoulei, Ruanjing, and Ling Xiao bowed respectfully. Peach Girl nodded lightly. No need to be so polite. The 4 stood up and their gazes fell on Chin Yu. Zhoulei was the first to speak with a face full of smiles. Congratulations on fulfilling your wish, Brother Chin. Xianji suddenly said, Zhoulei, you are wrong. Since fellow Taoist Chin has entered the peach garden, he is of the same generation as you and me. From now on, you should call us Senior Apprentice Brothers and Senior Apprentice Sisters. She pursed her lips and looked at Chin Yu. Teacher Yun, I returned her to her elder brother Yun? Wuhui Beijia stood upright? Hui. She hastily lied to Jia Jun? As she spoke, she pointed in the direction they came from. Chin Yu thought for a moment and looked at Peach Girl. She lightly said, If you want to go, then go. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Sister. Chin Yu nodded at the 4. Not long after they flew out, they saw a small boat on the sea. Yun? Bo Yuan's calf? Pei Zheng? Clank clank? He had no idea what had happened after Chin Yu was separated from them, but when he returned Yun Shi to him, he saw that the 4 cultivators were incredibly powerful. Among them, Ling Xiao and Ruanjing were the disciples of the renowned half-saint realm cultivators. To be able to befriend them and even entrust Yunshi to them, there was no doubt about his background and strength. Although he had asked for the Xian paper, he didn't know whether or not Qin Yu was willing to help. Cutting salt with baldric wielding evil mist? After all, this was not the first time Qin Yu had saved Yunshi's life, so it was only natural that he would turn a blind eye to him. Landing at the bow of the ship, Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Cloud? Di Zao Xian? Earth brand dizziness? Sedan talk cute fat cut elong? Cloud? What? Mu? What about punishment? Stand up and make a stand? TSK. What the F asterisk CK? 12 hibiscus myrtle? Quilt recovery? Sulfur? Strong brim mua? Bone man? Right after Zhang Xian said those words, Putong, Zhou Qing kneeled to the ground. Fellow Taoist Qin, if you can save Yunshi, Zhou Qing is willing to do anything to repay you. Pung. He kowtowed repeatedly. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and pulled him back. All right, I'll take a look at the situation first. Yunshi's luck was not too bad. After his soul was extracted from his ethereal body, his soul had already begun to absorb the energy within the ethereal body. As long as there were no problems, he would be able to wake up in a few months. However, his memory would be affected. Cloud? Boo? Travel to Emperor's Palace? Ash? Is it a shelter for neodymium chlorine? Old chooks? Wait and see. Yina fuses the Huang Qin Shui? 2 roundworm stunned lays man equals long? Qin Yu thought for a moment. Then, he sent a wisp of pure soul force into Master Yun's body once more. To save a person to the end, he had done all he could. He stood up. Yun? D chose 18 pi element dizziness? Being stingy and provoking others? Worried about the woodcutter's remonstrance? Huang Mo and Sima Ya? Chong? Side surgery? Oxim? 0 umbrella? After saying that, he paused for a moment, then continued, Fellow Taoist Zhou Qing isn't bad. He's someone who can be trusted. With the sound of breaking air, Qin Yu rapidly flew far away. Cloud? You? Xine? On the shore, I am in a state of disbelief. Debunking the lie that Su Yuan poisoned Ji Qiao? 1017 choking noisy fuckshi? Resistant steamed bun bright pine grain? Nefen Yinshin? As long as Yunshi didn't object to the matter, as her elder brother, he would make the decision to make the 2 of them become cultivation companions. By the time Seiji returned to Peach's side, the 4 cultivators, who had stayed here earlier, had already disappeared. Peach Girl had no intention of explaining and merely glanced at Qin Yu. He understood the meaning of this look. Can you leave now? Qin Yu nodded in response. With a soft sound, Peach Girl's white finger touched the peach blossom. Ripples spread out from the peach blossoms, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Then, as the space trembled, a wooden door appeared. This wooden door was very strange. It was actually woven from peach branches. Looking at the thick branches and traces of compression, it was likely that this door had existed for many years. But what was even more amazing was that these peach branches were alive. Not only were there fresh peach leaves, but there were also peach blossoms covered in dew. It was like a door had been woven from a tree. Peach Girl pushed open the door and stepped inside. Qin Yu glanced at her back and followed without hesitation. The wooden door closed. It gently twisted twice before disappearing from sight. After pushing open the door and walking out, he didn't even feel the slightest fluctuation of strength. But in the time it took to take a single step, he had already crossed an immeasurable distance. He arrived in an ancient study room. Looking up, one could see through the tiny gaps in the walls woven from peach branches and see the sunlight that sprinkled in. Beams of light fell on the ground, forming bright spots of light. Qin Yu subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Then, he discovered that his appearance in this room didn't seem too appropriate. Because from the decorations and the things in front of him, anyone who wasn't blind could see that this was clearly a woman's room. A faint fragrance floated in the air. Qin Yu wasn't unfamiliar with this smell, because it was exactly the same as Peach Girl's. With a light cough, Qin Yu lowered his head lest he see something he shouldn't. Peach Girl glanced at him but didn't say anything. She took several steps forward and pushed open the door. Then, she turned and said, "Welcome to the Peach Garden." Outside the door, peach trees were in full bloom. The pink flowers seemed to stretch all the way to the ends of the world. On the ground, a thick layer of flower petals had already fallen. At this time, they moved with the wind, filling the air with the fragrance of peach trees. Qin Yu walked out the door. He subconsciously reached out a hand and caught a peach blossom petal. The moment it touched his palm, the petal quietly melted into it. Then, a cool feeling appeared. Qin Yu looked down and saw that the mark of a blooming peach blossom had appeared on the back of his hand. Seeing this, Peach Girl's eyes flashed but she remained silent. "Junior apprentice sister, I have come on the orders of my honorable master to bring junior apprentice brother Qin Yu to pay his respects." From the peach forest, a white-robed man walked out. His eyes were like stars and his eyebrows were like swords. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "I am Qin Yu." The white-robed man smiled and nodded. "Junior apprentice brother, how do you do? I am White Phoenix. My teacher is Third, so you can call me Third Senior Apprentice Brother. If Junior Apprentice Brother doesn't have any questions, please follow me so that Honorable Master doesn't have to wait for too long." Qin Yu said, "Yes, Senior Apprentice Brother." He turned and glanced at Peach Girl who was looking at the peach forest in front of her. "Thank you Senior Apprentice Sister for bringing me into the peach garden. Farewell." Third Senior Apprentice White Phoenix smiled. He cupped his hands together towards Peach Girl and said, "Junior Apprentice Brother, please follow me." As the peach blossoms danced in the air, the two of them soon vanished from sight. From start to finish, Peach Girl didn't even glance at the two of them. It was like nothing in the world was more beautiful than the peach forest in front of her. White Phoenix was a good person. As this label appeared in Qin Yu's heart, he was secretly surprised. In his life, he was destined to be cautious and cautious. He wasn't one to easily trust others. But, the two of them had only met for the first time and had only exchanged a few words. Yet, he had already developed such a feeling. He naturally found it incredible. White Phoenix seemed to sense something in Qin Yu's eyes. He smiled and said, "Junior Apprentice Brother, there is no need to be nervous. Because of my bloodline and my cultivation method, I am naturally close to all living beings. It is normal for you to think that I am a good person." He paused for a moment, giving Qin Yu some time to digest this. Then, his smile became even brighter. "Of course, I am indeed a good person." Qin Yu was left speechless. He thought that this was the first time he had heard someone say that he was a good person. However, this third senior apprentice brother's smile was quite infectious. It made one unconsciously feel relaxed. Vigilance, he had to be vigilant. Junior apprentice brother, relax. The disciples of my peach garden have always been close to one another. There are no messy matters like those outside. You will understand in the future. White Phoenix looked at the peach blossom mark on the back of Qin Yu's hand. "So, Junior Apprentice Brother has already obtained the mark. Is it outside Junior Apprentice Sister's peach house?" Qin Yu nodded. White Phoenix sighed, envy in her eyes. "Junior Apprentice Brother is truly lucky. There are many peach trees in my peach garden, but in terms of quality and age, Junior Apprentice Sister's peach house and peach trees are second to none. Even Honorable Master's place of residence is a bit worse. For Junior Apprentice Brother to obtain a peach blossom mark in a peach house, it seems that you are fated with my peach garden. Your future prospects are limitless." There was such a thing? If it weren't for the fact that White Phoenix spoke so seriously and that this matter could be easily verified, Qin Yu really would have suspected that this third senior apprentice brother was speaking nonsense. The peach blossom mark is the proof of identity of a cultivator of my peach garden. In the future, when you meet others, you can display it to prove your origins. Third senior apprentice brother stopped. His eyes flashed several times and he said, I heard that junior apprentice brother has already perceived the space laws. If there is a chance in the future, I would like to discuss it with junior apprentice brother. Without waiting for Qin Yu to respond, he bowed and said, Honorable Master, junior apprentice brother Qin Yu has arrived. A small courtyard hidden in the peach garden appeared in front of the two of them. But, from start to finish, Qin Yu had never discovered its existence. In fact, if it weren't for White Phoenix stopping here and bowing, Qin Yu still wouldn't have noticed this small courtyard. It was like if one didn't have permission, even if this small courtyard was in front of them, it would still be nothing but air. Unless one personally experienced it, it was difficult to understand the mysteries and wonders of this matter. It was impossible to understand the impact and shock contained within. Chapter 1206. The air was quiet, but Bai Feng had clearly received a response. After bowing respectfully, he nodded to Qin Yu and turned to leave. A gust of wind swept up the flower petals on the ground, and his figure vanished. As Qin Yu was hesitating, feeling a bit nervous and speechless, the courtyard door in front of him creaked open. He took a deep breath, tidied up his robes, and stepped into the courtyard. Then, he saw a middle-aged Taoist standing under a peach tree with his hands behind his back. His back was ordinary and he wasn't too tall, but with just a glance, Qin Yu felt as if he were facing a towering and endless mountain. Then, in the next moment, Qin Yu discovered that he really had appeared in front of a towering mountain that seemed to connect the heavens and earth. It was an unsurpassable mountain. A terrifying pressure was released from it, shrouding him within. In the small courtyard, the middle-aged Taoist under the peach tree didn't move. Qin Yu's expression was one of struggle, and his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. With a stuffy cough, his body trembled and his face paled. His pupils violently shrank, revealing a look of shock. He hurriedly bowed and said, Junior Qin Yu greets the garden master. The Taoist responded and turned around. His eyes fell on Qin Yu. You woke up so quickly. Not bad. From today onwards, you are a disciple of the Peach Garden, ranked 9th. A tremor descended upon Qin Yu's mind. As the Peach Blossom Origin Master spoke, he instantly felt a connection with the Peach Garden beneath his feet. The great Tao of a true saint had been formed, and his words were true laws. From this moment onwards, Qin Yu was truly recognized as a cultivator of the Peach Garden. It turned out that this first glance was a test. Qin Yu knelt down and bowed. Disciple greets Honorable Master. The garden master nodded casually. Rise. My peach garden doesn't have many rules. Today's situation is special, and I have received your greetings. There is no need to do so in the future. Qin Yu respectfully said, Yes, Honorable Master. The garden master said, You can slowly learn the other rules of the peach garden in the future. Today I will tell you the first rule. The peach garden doesn't raise idlers. Don't think that just because you are my disciple, you can do nothing and enjoy all kinds of cultivation resources. It is best not to look forward to meat pies falling from the sky. What you can obtain depends on how much you contribute to the peach garden. There are many ways to earn contribution points. Today there is one in front of you. Can you hand over the spirit body bread in the endless sea? He didn't ask whether or not it was in his hands, nor did he foreshadow anything. He just went straight to the point. Qin Yu's body stiffened. He had never expected that the first thing the yard mistress would ask about was spiritual bodies. It seemed that they valued it a lot. Indeed, Zhou Lei had entered the endless sea because of the will of the peach garden. But the problem was that the spirit body had already been eaten by the old turtle. Even if Qin Yu wanted to hand it over, he couldn't. Master, that spiritual body, the yard master said calmly, every new disciple can receive a gift from me. It can be considered as a greeting gift or a gift for becoming a disciple. However, the value of the gift is different. Do you understand what I mean? The sweat on Qin Yu's forehead increased. Was this the Peach Blossom Spring Master who had crossed the sea and reached the other shore? His style of doing things was a little too much. Wasn't this telling him that if he wanted something good, he should exchange it with the spiritual body? Otherwise, he shouldn't even think about it. But now, his heart calmed down. The yard master's behavior didn't seem to be forcing him. Was it that nice? After hesitating for a moment, Qin Yu said, "I dare not hide it from Master. The spiritual body has been used, so I—" He wanted to say something but stopped. He didn't dare to say anything definite. If the yard master was angry, he could only make the old turtle vomit blood. Giving up a part of his soul power was better than being hammered by a true sage. No, there was no need to be hammered. Just a finger would be enough to put Qin Yu in a life-and-death situation. The yard master frowned. Used? She glanced at Qin Yu. If that's the case, take your things and find a place to stay. The scene in front of him changed. Qin Yu didn't even know what had happened before he was thrown out of the courtyard. Looking at the tightly shut courtyard door, he was secretly shocked at the horror of the true sage realm. On the other hand, he felt even more strange. This yard master was completely different from what he had imagined. Did he pass the test by refusing to give up the spiritual body? Moreover, he hadn't mentioned anything about the law of space from beginning to end. It had to be known that those half-sages had rushed back and forth for the law of space. It was clear how precious it was. How come it wasn't valued at all in the Peach Blossom Garden? Qin Yu looked down at the two dry things in his hand. A jade pendant and a set of robes. The corners of his mouth twitched. Was this the greeting gift that a dignified true sage gave to his disciple? It was too unrealistic to be so shabby. However, he didn't dare to reveal this thought. Not only could he not reveal it, but he also had to show his attitude. Qin Yu respectfully bowed. "Thank you for your generous gift, Master. Disciple thanks you." The courtyard was quiet. There was no response. It seemed that the yard master had sent Qin Yu away by throwing him out just now. Qin Yu bitterly smiled inwardly. He looked around and suddenly found that he didn't know where he should go. Suddenly, someone patted his shoulder. Qin Yu turned around, but there was no one in front of him. "Haha, are you junior brother Qin Yu? Do you want to make a bet? As long as you can find me, I will help you solve your problem. If you can't find me, give me the jade pendant in your hand." The voice came from all directions and was difficult to lock onto. It seemed that every peach blossom was trembling and speaking together. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and cupped his hands together. "May I ask which senior brother you are? Only a disciple of the Peach Blossom Garden would dare to cause trouble in front of a true sage. Junior brother is very cunning. Do you want to use this method to lock onto my position? Do you agree to the bet? If you agree, I will tell you." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. "I agree. Ha! Thank you for your support, junior brother. I am the sixth in front of Master, so you can call me sixth senior brother. Then, let's start looking." The sixth senior brother's concealment method was truly superb. Qin Yu had already sensed with rapt attention, but he still couldn't find anything. However, since he dared to make this bet, he certainly had a way. Closing his eyes as if he were sensing something, Qin Yu suddenly stepped forward and walked to the side. "Sixth senior apprentice brother, please come out." There was a sudden burst of laughter. Old six, I never thought you would have a day like this. Junior brother is fierce, you should teach him a lesson." These words were said in high spirits, as if they were filled with the joy of avenging a great hatred. With the laughter, a large man walked out with his head held high. He really was a large man. Besides the variation humans, this was the first time Qin Yu had seen such a tall and strong cultivator. With every step he took, although there was no sound, Qin Yu could feel the earth shaking. This was a feeling that could only be sensed, not described. Blazing and surging blood energy fluctuations surged like billowing tides, making one feel as if they were facing a wave of heat. He was like a moving volcano in the shape of a person. The large man's smile was incomparably brilliant. He reached out a hand towards Chinyu. Junior brother is fierce. I am your 5th senior apprentice brother. You can call me Iron Mountain. With a muffled sound, Chinyu's entire body seemed to shrink and both his legs sank into the ground. Iron Mountain's smile stiffened. He quickly grabbed Chinyu and lifted him up from the ground, an awkward expression on his face. Junior apprentice brother, are you all right? I was too excited and didn't control my strength properly. I'm really sorry. Chinyu bitterly smiled. Half of his body was still in a sore and numb state, and this was only an inadvertent pat from him. The disciples of the Peach Blossom Garden were truly terrifying, and this 5th senior apprentice brother's strength was terrifyingly strong. He was simply a vicious beast in human form. Chinyu moved his body and cupped his hands together. I'm fine. I can still withstand it. 5th senior apprentice brother, there is no need to worry. Iron Mountain laughed. Good. Junior brother's mortal body has been cultivated quite well. This is the correct path. We men need to have a body of steel and iron in order to live in this world with our heads held high. Junior apprentice brother, don't you think so? Chinyu squeezed out a smile. He thought that there weren't many men in this world that could compare with 5th senior apprentice brother in terms of strength. Moreover, you mustn't be too excited, otherwise if you hit me again, I really might vomit blood. 6th brother, honorable master is right here. Don't be so shameless. Perhaps to express his apology, Iron Mountain stepped on the ground and spoke up for Chinyu. Bah! 5th senior apprentice brother, don't speak nonsense. I've always been someone who accepts a bet, and I've never done something so tasteless as reneging on a debt. With a flustered and exasperated scream, he drilled out from where Chinyu had been. What was amazing was that throughout this entire process, the ground didn't crack at all, as if he were a part of the earth to begin with. Standing beside Iron Mountain, these 2 senior apprentice brothers formed a sharp contrast. One was strong, and the other was thin and shriveled, as if he were a sick ghost. But his eyes were incomparably bright. They swiveled around. It was clear his thoughts were running wild. If it weren't for Iron Mountain speaking up, he really might have refused to acknowledge his debt. Haha, junior apprentice brother, how are you? I was just joking with you just now. Junior apprentice brother, please don't mind me. 6th senior apprentice brother brightly smiled. My name is Earthway, and I am Honorable Master's 6th brother. You will know in the future that your 6th senior apprentice brother is a man of his word, a true man of his word. He absolutely isn't someone who can be compared with a simple and honest person. Iron Mountain wasn't angry. He chuckled. That's right, junior apprentice brother, remember that 6th brother is someone who cares about face the most. Since you won the bet, he will definitely give you a greeting gift. After all, arranging for you to stay in the Peach Garden was the mission that elder senior apprentice brother gave us. Your 6th senior apprentice brother is such an honest person, so how could he fool you with something like this? 6th brother, am I right? 6th brother Earthway had a wonderful expression on his face. He looked as if he wanted to tear apart Chinyu's mouth, but he still forced himself to remain indifferent. Cough cough, of course. I, 6th brother, have always been very generous to my junior apprentice brothers and sisters. Iron Mountain clapped his hands. Good, 6th brother, good job. Junior apprentice brother's jade pendant is something that Honorable Master bestowed upon him. In any case, you should at least take out something of equal value. Let me tell you, Honorable Master is in the courtyard. If you want to take out something, you better think carefully. Otherwise, you will be mocking Honorable Master, and that is a great sin of disrespect. Earthway nearly choked on his own saliva. He glared fiercely at Iron Mountain and reached out to grab Chinyu's arm. Let's go, junior apprentice brother, let's talk as we walk. We shouldn't delay Honorable Master's cultivation here. He pulled Chinyu away, his expression as if he were being chased by a dog. This description wasn't too appropriate. Qin Yu carefully glanced at the courtyard. Luckily, there was no movement inside. It seemed that even a saint couldn't truly perceive everything. Sixth brother, let me tell you. The place that Honorable Master has arranged for you is quite good. Earth Wei had an affectionate expression as he tightly held on to Qin Yu. His footsteps were extremely fast, not giving Iron Mountain a chance to interrupt. Qin Yu didn't care about the bet. He just felt that the disciples of the Peach Garden were the same as the Yard Master. They were very different from what he imagined. To be able to enter the Yard Master's tutelage and become a true saint's disciple, it was necessary for them to have a tyrannical cultivation. He had seen Iron Mountain's strength. This skinny and sickly sixth senior apprentice brother had grabbed onto Qin Yu's arm as if it was cast from iron. Qin Yu knew that Iron Mountain wasn't someone to be trifled with. However, the behavior of these two people didn't match the usual image of a high-level cultivator. Let alone being cold and aloof, it was also quite appropriate to describe them with the word amusing. Iron Mountain coughed lightly. Earth Wei glared at him fiercely and spoke even faster. Junior apprentice brother, if there is anything you don't understand, just ask me. There aren't many rules in our peach garden. You just need to remember a few dead rules. We're here. Your residence is in front of us. Let me tell you, the scenery is really beautiful. It will definitely satisfy you. Big brother Qin. Cheers of surprise rang out. Qin Yu, who had been pulled by Earth Wei, paused and smiled. He had thought that he would be able to see her after entering the peach garden, but he didn't expect that she would be waiting here. Before she arrived, a fragrant wind blew over him. Earth Wei's face stiffened. He quickly let go of Qin Yu and retreated, his eyes subconsciously sweeping around. Iron Mountain roared, "Junior apprentice brother, be careful!" But he was a bit too late. The figure in front of him had already thrown herself into Qin Yu's arms. This caused the complexions of fifth and sixth senior apprentice brother to change. They thought that their eldest senior apprentice brother had instructed them to take care of their junior apprentice brother's daily need. If something went wrong, the two of them wouldn't be able to escape the blame. It seemed that they could only brace themselves and act as a meat shield today. Before Iron Mountain and Earth Wei could do anything, a giant shadow covered Qin Yu's figure. He raised his head and saw a huge head coming towards him from above. It was covered in scales, and the horn on its head flashed with a metallic luster. Its giant eyes were filled with the indifference of a creature at the top of the food chain. It stared at Qin Yu, who was protecting the person in his arms. It snorted, and with a low roar, its eyes became increasingly unfriendly. Dragon. It was more accurate to say that this was an incomparably formidable great dragon with an astonishing body and an aura that left one's heart racing. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. He looked into the great dragon's eyes and patted the person in his arms. Is this the young dragon from the past? It's actually so big. That's it. Lei Xiaoyu looked up, excitement and joy on her face. She turned and glared at the great beast. Little Black, you cannot be rude to Big Brother Qin. The great dragon snorted, an aggrieved look in its eyes. Didn't we agree not to call me that in front of outsiders? Chapter 1207. His name was Little Black. In truth, he was already a very big dragon. In front of others, he had always been cold and aloof. But now, he nearly cried tears of sadness. Little fish, you've changed. You used to be so good to me, but now that you see that surname Qin fellow, you immediately throw me to the back of your mind. There's no need to say anything else. A broken heart is like a shard of glass. Mine is also broken. Seeing that the great dragon was still unhappy, Lei Xiaoyu gave Qin Yu an apologetic look. She let go and hugged his head, stroking it with both hands. All right, my azure dragon is the most sensible one. Don't be angry anymore, okay? Moreover, there are no outsiders here today. Fifth senior apprentice brother and sixth senior apprentice brother definitely won't speak of this to anyone. Isn't that right? Shuar the Azure Dragon allowed Lei Xiaoyu to hug its head. Then, its giant eyes turned and glared at Iron Mountain and Earth Elemental, full of menace. To put it simply, if the two of you were tired of living, then go out and tell others. Let's see if my white teeth are sharp enough. Ah, of course. Junior apprentice sister is right. Fifth senior apprentice brother and I definitely won't tell anyone, so you don't need to worry. Earth Elemental squeezed out a smile. He looked at the Azure Dragon with a flattering expression. He had no choice but to flatter it. The young dragon that junior apprentice sister had brought with her in the past had such a great background. Although its current strength wasn't much to them, its future growth potential was terrifying. If they attacked now, any one of them could teach this proud dragon a lesson. But what would they do afterwards? They definitely couldn't kill it. Otherwise, let alone their junior apprentice sister, even the master of the Azure Dragon that had already tacitly agreed to become the future guardian beast of the Peach Garden would jump out and exterminate them. Since they couldn't kill it, no one was willing to provoke the Azure Dragon. Otherwise, with its narrow-mindedness, they would surely suffer a miserable fate in the future. Moreover, because of its bloodline, the Azure Dragon was greatly favored by third senior apprentice brother. Within the Peach Garden, it was a hegemon that no one dared to provoke. Iron Mountain's honest face revealed a puzzled look. He frowned and said, "What did you say?" "Because I've been cultivating these past days, my ears aren't too sharp, so I didn't hear anything." This was breathtaking. Looking at sixth senior apprentice brother's open mouth, and the speechlessness in his eyes, Qin Yu finally realized that there was some truth to what he said before. Some people seemed to be simple and honest, but in fact they were rotten to the core. The Azure Dragon snorted. Of course, its snort was its snort, and when it snorted, it carefully avoided Lei Xiaoyu's ears. It squinted its eyes at them, full of disdain. It thought to itself, "I'm a peach orchard, and yet these people actually manage to sneak in. It's a disgrace to the family name." However, it didn't expect that before it followed Lei Xiaoyu here, senior brother fifth and senior brother sixth had already stayed in the Peach Blossom Garden for many years. They really didn't have the qualifications to express such sentiments. However, it did not matter whether he was qualified or not. What was important was that the Tsang Dragon had a backer, confidence, and potential. That was enough. Tai Shan and Tu Xing's faces stiffened as they roared in their hearts. "We are being looked down upon?" Was he being looked down upon by this Azure Dragon? In any case, we can be considered as senior brothers. Don't you have any respect for your seniors? The atmosphere in the peach orchard was extremely corrupt. No, he had to find eldest senior brother and get him to ruthlessly kill the evil spirits in the garden. Glancing at each other, the two senior brothers nodded indiscernibly at the same time. They had already reached an agreement. They would go and complain together. As for why it was indiscernible, cough cough, it had to be indiscernible. That Azure Dragon's eyes were sharp and he was narrow-minded. If it saw them, it would cause more problems and they might even be beaten up by it. They had to bring third senior brother here first. Tai Shan and Tu Xing's faces turned pale as they thought of senior brother Bai Feng's serious, virtuous, and long-winded experience. Should they reconsider the matter of complaining? If eldest senior brother was not up to standard, they would be in big trouble. The corner of the Azure Dragon's mouth curled up. That's right, it curled up slightly, revealing an extremely human-like sneer. If it could speak, it would definitely use an indifferent tone and lightly spit out two words: trash. With just this bit of courage, you still want to complain about this dragon's evil deeds? Coward! However, since Old 5 and Old 6 were so cowardly, the possibility of them telling others his nickname was very low. That's right, they wouldn't dare. The Azure Dragon let out a sigh of relief. Just as it was feeling proud of itself, it suddenly felt a hand caressing its head. Its eyes widened and flames of anger surged out. It thought that even if you are Chin, even if you saved my life before, your actions are far too insolent. Only a small fish can touch my head. Today is the first time we meet. If I don't teach you a lesson, you will turn the world upside down in the future. It bared its teeth and turned its head, its eyes widening. It was about to use its ultimate dragon roar to teach Chin a lesson. The azure dragon's scales opened up and its mouth cracked open, revealing snow-white teeth. But no matter how hard it tried, the roar that reached its throat couldn't come out. Its giant dragon eyes stared at Chin. It didn't want to admit it, but it had to at this moment. It was actually afraid. That's right. The azure dragon that was praised by the yard mistress endlessly and whose future growth was limitless, and whose bloodline was the noblest in the present dragon race, couldn't help but feel endless fear as Chin caressed it. It was like it had encountered a life-or-death nemesis. No, that wasn't the right description. To be more accurate, it had encountered an existence that absolutely restrained it in terms of life level. Abyssal titans fed on abyssal demon dragons and were peak vicious creatures of the abyss. Although the two worlds were polar opposites, they were essentially inextricably linked. Although the azure dragon was a peak existence of the dragon race in the vast young world, since it also had a dragon bloodline, it could naturally sense the abyssal titan aura on Chin's body. Of course, if this was all, then an incomplete abyssal titan aura might not be able to scare the azure dragon. The key point was that Chin's body hid the shadow of the abyss origin will that had betrayed him. The existence of the old turtle filled in the flaws of the abyssal titan's aura and even raised it to a point where even the azure dragon feared it. Lei Xiaoyu looked at the azure dragon that wanted to roar but couldn't. Then, she looked at Chin who was caressing it. Her eyes sparkled like stars. Big brother Chin was too fierce. Even someone as proud as Little Black didn't dare to be presumptuous with him. My big brother Chin is the most handsome. Senior apprentice brothers Iron Mountain and Earth Element couldn't help but widen their eyes. As they looked at this strange scene, there was only one thought in their minds. Why? Junior apprentice brother Chin was a bit more handsome, but with the azure dragon's sense of beauty towards humans, there shouldn't be any difference. In terms of cultivation, the two of them had grown up together for so many years, so they should have some self-confidence in themselves. But the more they thought this, the more depressed they felt. To treat them differently to such a degree was simply too excessive. After touching it a few times, Chin tapped a finger on the azure dragon's head, causing it to emit a metallic sound. Not bad, your scales are quite thick, so your defensive power should be quite good. It seems you've eaten well these past years. Not only did he touch it, but he also tapped it. Iron Mountain and Earth Element licked their lips and coughed. They stepped forwards, thinking that even if they didn't tap it, they could at least touch it a bit, right? But before they could reach out, there was an angry roar. The azure dragon took this chance to turn its head, its eyes ruthlessly glaring at them. Bastard! Did you really think that just anyone could touch my head? You actually dared to have such thoughts? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. But in today's situation, he really wasn't in the mood to deal with old 5 and old 6. He should leave first to avoid any awkwardness. The dragon head quickly retracted. With a strong gust of wind, the massive shadow howled far away. All right, the proud azure dragon had been injured by Chin today. It immediately decided to look for third senior apprentice brother to uphold justice for it. Humph, touching is touching, but you actually dared to hit my head? Today, I'll let you know what it means to cause trouble with your own hands. Iron Mountain and Earth Element angrily drew back their hands. Earth Element looked in the direction that the azure dragon left in and his eyes turned. Junior apprentice brother, I have some news for you for free. How about we forget about our previous bet? The azure dragon went to find third senior apprentice brother to complain. It is deeply favored by third senior apprentice brother, so you must be careful. Iron Mountain quickly spoke. He didn't forget to glance at Earth Element. Old 5, what did you say just now? My ears aren't too good, so I didn't hear you clearly. Earth element. If this fellow could defeat Old Five, he would have absolutely fallen out with him. Today, this fellow had steeled his heart to oppose him. Losing things wasn't a big deal. When it came to making a bet, there were always winners and losers. As someone who walked this path, he was well aware of this. But the key point was that Qin Yu had just arrived today. If he lost the bet the first time they met, it would be a bit shameful. With the temperament of the people in the garden, they would definitely laugh at him. They would say that Old Six was bragging about himself, but on the first day, his prestige was destroyed by their junior apprentice brother. Things weren't the key, but face was. Lei Xiaoyu blinked her eyes. Big brother Qin made a bet with Six senior apprentice brother? Did he win or lose? Iron Mountain's ears immediately sharpened. He won. It was a clean win. Lei Xiaoyu cheered. My big brother Qin is fierce. She stuck out her tongue and looked at Earth Element in embarrassment. Fifth senior apprentice brother, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. But I heard that senior apprentice brother is the most trustworthy person. You will definitely keep your word, right? Earth Element's face stiffened. His expression was uglier than crying. Yes, junior apprentice sister is right. I will definitely compensate you. Standing outside the door, Qin Yu watched as fifth and sixth senior apprentice brothers left. Although this was his first day in the peach garden, he still felt very relaxed. This place and the people here were very different from what he had imagined, very interesting. Seeing Qin Yu in a daze, Lei Xiaoyu thought he was worried. She smiled and said, Big brother Qin, there is no need to worry. The senior apprentice brothers and sisters in the garden are all very, very good people. Sixth senior apprentice brother won't be dissatisfied just because he lost a treasure. She secretly smiled. But I must remind big brother Qin that sixth senior apprentice brother is someone who cares about face and likes to make bet. Since he lost to you today, he will definitely try to find a way to regain his face in the future. You must be careful. Qin Yu glanced at her and saw her secretly smiling appearance. He suddenly felt a warmth in his heart. When this girl knew that she was about to die, she had forced herself to remain strong in despair. But now she was smiling so brightly, like a blooming flower. He suddenly felt that some of the seemingly stupid things he did were in fact correct and worth it. For instance, this Lei Xiaoyu in front of him, as well as Master Yun who he met in the dark bright world. He hoped that after she woke up, she would also have a bright and beautiful life. Although Qin Yu didn't say anything, Lei Xiaoyu could feel the warmth in his eyes. Her expression became increasingly intimate. Big brother Qin, let me bring you around to familiarize yourself with your residence. Let me tell you, after I heard you were coming, I personally cleaned this place. She held on to Qin Yu's arm and pushed open the courtyard doors. There were peach trees everywhere in the peach garden, and this place was no exception. A thick peach tree was planted deep in the courtyard. At this time, its branches gently swayed. Through the peach blossom mark on his arm, Qin Yu could feel a faint trace of joy. It actually had a consciousness of its own, and it was welcoming its master's arrival. Lei Xiaoyu reached out and patted the peach tree. Every disciple of the peach garden has a peach tree like this. It is a guardian that honorable master bestowed upon us. As she spoke to hear, she carefully looked around. She lowered her voice and said, Big brother Qin, you should have seen honorable master already. Do you think that a dignified true saint is different from what you think? The truth is that honorable master is a bit stingy, but he is a very good person. He treats us disciples very, very well. You will understand in the future. For instance, this peach tree. The cultivators outside the peach garden can only dream of obtaining it no matter how much they rack their brains. Qin Yu nodded. He looked at Lei Xiaoyu and said, Honorable master's thought has retreated. Lei Xiaoyu's eyes widened. She had an expression that said, How would you know? Then, she said with pleasant surprise, Big brother Qin, you can sense honorable master's thought? Qin Yu said, I can only sense a little bit. It's not too clear. Ah, that's great. I finally have a place to talk without worry. Lei Xiaoyu cheered. Then, she quickly shut her mouth. Big brother Qin, are you joking with me? Really, this matter is too serious. I don't dare to speak carelessly. A strange expression crossed Qin Yu's face. He rubbed his chin. Could it be that honorable master likes to eavesdrop on others? Lei Xiaoyu's eyes widened. She covered his mouth. Big brother Qin, are you crazy? You dare to speak so loudly? Last time, second senior apprentice brother accidentally said something. He didn't say it clearly and was directly thrown into the turbulent space flows by teacher. When he came back, he was miserable. Thrown into the turbulent space flows, Qin Yu's lips couldn't help but twitch. As someone who had grasped the space laws, he certainly knew how terrifying the turbulent space flows were. Once one was sucked in, there was a high chance they would be pulled into some unknown land or even fall into a chaotic region of space. It would be difficult for them to escape. To actually use such a method to punish a disciple, it seemed that the garden master wasn't too narrow-minded. He had to remember this. In the future, he had to be extremely cautious in his words and actions. He absolutely could not violate the garden master's taboos. Otherwise, who knew what punishment he would suffer? Qin Yu took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. He coughed and said, Xiaoyu, I just arrived at the peach garden and don't know how deep it is. Explain it to me so that I don't stir up any trouble.